Good morning, everyone. It's 8 o'clock. Just going to ask Executive Director Chuck Tracy to confirm that everyone we expect to be here is here. I think that's true, but I need another set of eyes on it.
Oh, sorry. I was muted. Well, Corey Writings is in now. So I think Joe Oatman is our only empty seat at this point, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, hopefully Joe will join us shortly. Why don't we see if there are any announcements, Chuck?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we start with habitat issues today, and then as you recall, we're going to, we've moved in season to tomorrow, and in its place today, we will start off with the limited entry fixed gear season extension emergency rule request, move on to groundfish specs and management measures, and then final action, or not, well, not final, but council action on Sablefish gear switching, the intent to adopt a range of alternatives if possible. So that's what's on our agenda today. I think we're looking at the possibility of moving groundfish in season back to today at the end of the meeting, but we'll have to see how the statements flow and obviously how the rest of today's agenda goes to see if there's time to fit that in. So I believe that's all I've got for you today.
All right. Thanks very much, Joe, or Chuck. Joe is with us. Welcome, Joe. And so we will get started with the day's agenda. We're going to start with habitat. And for that, I'll pass the gavel to our Vice Chair, Brad Pettinger. Brad?
Thank you, Chair Grolnick, and welcome, everyone. Next up is, first up is Habitat I1. And Jennifer, are you there?
Yes, here. Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. Looking at agenda I1, current habitat issues. The Habitat Committee met on Wednesday and Thursday of last week to discuss California water issues, ecosystem issues, marine planning, and other matters. In June, the council directed the Habitat Committee to draft and send a letter to NOAA on its draft mitigation policy in time for the July 30th comment deadline, and that letter is linked in the situation summary. In addition, the council directed the Habitat Committee to take the lead on a letter to BOEM on oil rig decommissioning. The comment period was set for September 7th, but we got an extension. And as you know, there's some question about which advisory body is going to be taking the lead on that, the MPC or the Habitat Committee. Finally, the council directed the Habitat Committee to take the lead on a letter to BOEM on its expanded Morro Bay 399 call area. And that responsibility for that letter was given to the Ad Hoc Marine Planning Committee, and they've discussed that at this council meeting. So we have Mr. Lance Hebden here to give the habitat report. We do not have any reports of advisory bodies on this agenda item. And that concludes my overview.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. Questions for Jennifer on her overview? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to, thanks, Jennifer. We'll go to Lance Hebden on the Habitat Committee report. Lance?
Good morning, Vice Chair Pettinger. This is Lance Hebden, and I will be reading agenda item I1A, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report number 1. The first item is progress toward Klamath Dam removal. The Klamath 4 Dam removal project continues to advance toward final approval by the Federal Energy Regulatory Program, with physical drawdown and removal start date still planned to begin in January of 2023. The Klamath River Renewal Corporation and Pacific Corps submitted their joint final decommissioning plan to FERC in March of 2021 with 17 detailed implementation and mitigation plans. On June 17th, FERC approved the license transfer from Pacific Corps to the KRRC with Oregon and California as co-licensees as the first step of a two-step FERC approval process. Toward the final review step, FERC also formally began its National Environmental Policy Act process on June 17th. FERC anticipates issuing a DEIS by February of 2022 with what is likely to be a 60-day comment period. The permitting process for the Corps of Engineer fill and removal permit and biological opinions from the Fish and Wildlife Service and National Marine Fisheries Service regarding impacts on listed species are also ongoing in parallel with the FERC process. The Habitat Committee recommends that the Council comment on the dam removal draft EIS once it's published. Moving on to Klamath River juvenile fish mortality event. The record drought coupled with the record heat wave caused water quality conditions within the Klamath River to deteriorate dramatically this spring and summer. Due to drought, there were unfortunately no additional flushing or dilution flows available to prevent Ceratinova shasta from rapidly spreading throughout the already stressed juvenile salmon populations, both Chinook and ESA-listed Southern Oregon, Northern California coho. Outmigrating juvenile salmonid C. shasta infection rates climbed to as high as 97% for several weeks, with spore counts at levels that are nearly always fatal. Many dead juveniles showed up in sampling screw traps, and this is the first year class of Chinook that will return to the river as spawners after the dam removal project, assuming it goes forward in 2023 as planned, underscoring their importance in jumpstarting reintroduction. The Klamath rebuilding plan is also still in effect, making poor 2021 habitat conditions and near total loss of this year class a severe setback to rebuilding efforts. This rebuilding plan may have to be adjusted to help mitigate for this year's poor in-river conditions and juvenile losses, which will have impacts on future fisheries. Moving on to drought emergency hatchery measures. Given emergency drought conditions, heat, and extremely high in-river C. shasta infection rates in the Klamath through the summer, Iron Gate hatchery staff and California Department of Fish and Wildlife made a first ever decision in 2021 not to release its hatchery-raised juvenile salmonids directly into the Klamath River as usual, instead opting to retain and raise these smolts until release at the end of September or later when river conditions are hopefully improved. About 1.3 million juveniles were moved by truck from Iron Gate Hatchery to the Trinity River Hatchery to be raised for that purpose, with another 750,000 smolts trucked to Fall Creek Hatchery. However, some of these fish must be released by the end of September, or their continued care will exceed hatchery capacity. These fish will then be trucked back to Iron Gate Hatchery for release to hopefully minimize straying. Moving on to Sacramento water issue update, and I will note a minor typo that was discovered in the California delegation meeting as I read this. So the Habitat Committee received a presentation from Stephen Marano of the NIMS Sacramento Central Valley office on the status of Sacramento River conditions and the status of salmon stocks of interest. Conditions in the system are dire. Shasta Reservoir storage levels are currently at what should read 42% of historical average and projected for 27%. The anticipated carryover storage for Shasta in 2022 is expected to be poor, with only 730,000 acre feet by the end of November, which will be the lowest carryover in over 40 years compared to the originally projected 1.25 million acre feet. Other reservoirs are in similar poor condition. The Oroville Reservoir is at a historic low and power generation has been turned off. 96% of California is now in severe drought status. The period from 2000 to 2018 is the driest on record. Chinook salmon are particularly vulnerable based on habitat utilization, timing, and particular sensitivity. For Central Valley spring run Chinook, some watersheds had good returns with improved flow that allowed fish to stray into other watersheds. Butte Creek, which is not dam controlled, had some of the highest returns in a long time. at around 16 to 20,000 fish. However, fish were crowded into thermal refuge pools, and this led to a drop in dissolved oxygen and a spike in disease. As of last month, an estimated 90% of the pre-spawning spring run fish were lost. For Sacramento River winter Chinook, the plan is to remove warm water off the surface and use the power bypass to retain cold water for later in the season, as temperatures have been exceedingly warm into late fall. A number of recurrent issues are affecting these fish. Large schools of salmon are clustering at tributaries to access cold water. Females are exhibiting concerning moribund behavior of floating upside down and bumping into structures and vessels. Many of these fish are carrying a heavy fungus load. Ocean conditions were also discussed. NIMF estimates that 50% of returning salmon were severely impacted by ocean conditions that also contributed to high egg mortality. Salmon were also consuming higher than normal amounts of anchovy, and the change in diet caused thiamine deficiency. The full repercussions of salmonid thiamine deficiency are not yet known, but NIMS believe this will impact survival for migrating adults, and fry have already exhibited severe spinal deformity and mortality. Temperature management measures under the current drought condition can only protect about 5 miles below Shasta, whereas under normal conditions, they can regulate temperatures for about 10 miles downstream. As a result, fish are crowded into very small cold water pools directly below the dam. The agencies have exhausted all ability to regulate temperature, as the reservoirs are now too low to regulate. Temperature-dependent mortality for winter run Chinook juveniles is predicted at above 80%, but may be greater. Warm water bypass measures and power bypass measures are being used wherever possible, but there are a number of factors impeding those efforts. For Central Valley fall run Chinook, escapement above Battle Creek is forecasted to be low. Spawning below Keswick Dam is at 10% of the typical run as water temperatures remain warm. Water deliveries and pent-up water demands will continue into next year. NIMS expects that demand for urban water deliveries will call on Shasta Reservoir to release additional water and may politically outcompete the needs of water for fish. Looking ahead, it appears a slight La Nina is setting up, and the likelihood of reservoir refill is about 50%. Ocean conditions might also improve somewhat next year. Moving on to Nordic Aqua Farms update. So the Habitat Committee received an update on the proposed Nordic Aqua Farms Humboldt Bay aquaculture project from Matt Goldsworthy of NIMS, Peter McHugh of California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Coriana Flannery, also of California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Nordic Aqua Farms is proposing to build a land-based Atlantic salmon farm on the Samoa Peninsula near Eureka. A draft environmental impact report under the California Environmental Quality Act is anticipated to be released by Humboldt County for review and comment in October of 2021. The project is expected to include intakes of 10 to 12 million gallons per day of seawater from Humboldt Bay and at least 2.5 million gallons per day of fresh water from the Mad River. There is a proposed discharge of filtered effluent containing approximately 1 ton of nitrates per day from fish culture activities into state water approximately 1.25 miles offshore in 80 feet of water using an existing outfall pipe discharging directly into Humboldt Bay. This discharge may impact essential fish habitat. More details on the water treatment and discharge should be in the upcoming permitting documents. The Habitat Committee discussed a number of environmental concerns about the proposed project, including larval fish entrainment at the seawater intake, primarily northern anchovy, nutrient loading in the shallow photic zone, and the associated increased risk of harmful algal blooms, freshwater removals from the Mad River in light of extended and severe drought, and escape of non-native Atlantic salmon. Because the outfall is in state waters, the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES, permitting for Nordic Aqua Farms California discharge into the Pacific Ocean will be permitted through the California North Coast Regional Water Control Board. Because this removes any nexus to federal action, the project will not trigger an EFH consultation. However, NIMS has previously provided comments on the proposal. And we've attached the letter appended to agenda item D1A, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report number 1 from June of 2021. And NIMS will continue to engage. The Habitat Committee also received testimony from representatives of the Humboldt Fishermen's Marketing Association, who noted that they had been concerned with the outfall discharge from the start. They also clarified that the Humboldt Fisheries Marketing Association never signed a memorandum of understanding with the company on the proposed aquaculture installation. They did have a signed statement of concern that was eventually retracted. There was also concern expressed about plans for a testing regime to detect any fish diseases that might be present in salmon eggs being brought into the facility, and concerns about the disposal of materials associated with fish processing. The Habitat Committee will continue to track this issue and is prepared to draft a comment letter on the draft environmental impact report and draft NPDES permit proposal if and when it becomes necessary. And lastly, and certainly not least, the Habitat Committee is disappointed to lose Jennifer Gilden as our staff officer. Jennifer has staffed the HC for many years. We'll miss her guidance and joyful presence. We wish her well in her future endeavors. While we miss Jennifer on the HC, we also welcome Carrie Griffin as our new staff officer and hope that he will enjoy working with us. And with that, Mr. Vice Chair, that concludes the Habitat report.
Okay, thank you, Lance. Questions for Lance on the Habitat Committee report? Karen Brady. Karen?
Good morning, and thanks, Lance, for the report. A question on the Nordic Aqua timing. In the June report from you, from the Habitat Committee, it indicated that a comment letter would be appropriate in September, but now you're pointing to October for that letter. Do you have more definitive understanding of when a decision would need to be made by the council on whether to develop a comment letter on that project?
Vice Chairman Pettinger, Member Braby, I believe, as referenced in the report, they're looking at the EIR coming out in October. So given that there is not a council meeting between now and then, I think the decision would have to be now. As we're all aware, these environmental processes frequently don't adhere to tight timelines. So we can certainly track it. And if it appears that the comment letter could be prepared prior to the next council meeting and included in the briefing book, that is certainly always our preference.
Thank you. Thank you, Lance. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Further questions for Lance? Chuck? Karen, your hand's still up, and unless you have another question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Lance, I have a couple questions here. Just on the Humboldt Bay aquaculture facility. So at the last full paragraph at the bottom of page 3, it says that the discharge will be in state waters approximately 1.25 miles offshore in 80 feet of water using an outfall pipe that discharges directly into Humboldt Bay. So I guess it sounds like it's discharging offshore and into Humboldt Bay, or does that mean that the intake is from Humboldt Bay and it's discharged offshore? Just trying to clarify that point.
Oh yeah, Vice Chair Pettinger and Mr. Director. Yeah, that's poor choice of words. The outfall does discharge directly into Humboldt Bay. So the part of the discussion has been that because it's an existing outfall pipe that they're using that discharges directly into the bay, there is actually a higher level of concern than there would be if it was discharging offshore out into coastal water. So yeah, to clarify, it is directly into Humboldt Bay.
Okay, thanks. And then a follow-up, just another question on the federal nexus issue. Maybe just a question, maybe this is more for NIMS than for the Habitat Committee, but because there's ostensibly no federal nexus, that would mean that National Marine Fisheries Service would not do an EFH consultation. However, there is still a provision in the Magnuson Act that says that they shall recommend measures that can be taken to conserve the habitat if it's a state or federal agency. So is that a correct way to characterize the federal response to this project? Again, maybe for NIMS more than the Habitat Committee.
Just
this is Frank. I think that's a good way of couching it, Chuck. We still are able to comment on that, even if there's not an EFH consultation per se. I don't, however, know the plans for that. I would have to check and get back to the council on what, if any, plans there are to do so.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Mr. Vice Chair.
great. Thank you, Chuck, and thank you, Frank, for that. Cara Braby, Cara?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have another question, and it's related to Jennifer's introduction and mention of the oil rig decommissioning potential letter, and it's not in this month's Habitat Committee report. And just asking you, Lance, if you had any additional conversation about readiness to tackle that letter, acknowledging that there's been some maybe confusion's too strong a word, but lack of understanding or clarity from the council on who that letter should be addressed or should be written by. So just wondering if the Habitat Committee had any discussion about that if we ask the Habitat Committee for that letter.
Mr. Chair, or Vice Chairman Pettinger, Member Braby, we spent a fair amount of time at the June meeting discussing oil rig decommissioning and along with a presentation. And the real challenge with this specific issue is that it is very much not just a habitat issue. The fisheries aspect of this is, I would say, as large as any of the other issues that are being brought before the Marine Planning Committee, like offshore wind or some of the big aquaculture opportunity areas. There also appears to be a fairly significant divide on the issue of turning oil rigs into artificial reefs versus complete removal. The Habitat Committee is certainly ready, willing, and able, and we have dealt with these issues before, but the fishery nexus on this one would require significant work with the other advisory bodies. And this is my opinion as chair of the Habitat Committee, that really does tip it a little more into the marine planning realm. If you're asking me who I think should be the lead on this one, because like I said, we had significant discussions, and even within the committee, there's not total agreement on the issue of, do you go with complete removal? What's the recommendation? This is a newly emerging issue on the West Coast that I think it's going to take some time for people to wrap their heads around.
Corey Niles. Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Lance. On that same question, I'm coffee just hasn't kicked in this morning yet, but are you saying that is the major issue for fishery interactions that the question of the artificial reef or not? Or is there other aspects that would remove fishing grounds from at play here from the removal?
Vice Chair Pettinger and Member Niles. So the part of the challenge, as I understand it, with the oil rig decommissioning is there are several options from complete removal to sort of if you have a deep water rig, you can remove just the top portion. There's the issue. So complete removal would not impact fishery, the prosecution of fisheries, trawling, pots, etc. A partial removal could be a severe detriment to a trawl fishery because they would have to avoid those structures. And so there is that's kind of the fishery nexus side. What's the potential impact to fishery? From the habitat side, and I'm not totally up to speed on the science behind this, but part of the concern is that certain segments of the fishery industry view those potential artificial reefs and the habitat they've created as beneficial for some species, and complete removal may be more beneficial to other species. So I think ultimately, these rigs will probably need to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, and there is both habitat issues and fishery issues.
Thank you, Corey.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, further questions for Lance? Okay, thank you, Lance. All right, that finishes up no more reports here this morning. That takes us to public comment, and I don't see any public comment cards for this issue. So council discussion and action, if any. So looking for a hand in the Carn Braby. Carn?
Yeah, I feel like I want to jump into council discussion on kind of this issue around the oil rig letter and what issues we send, so to speak, or request of Habitat Committee primary engagement versus the Marine Planning Committee as primary engagement. And I very much appreciate Lance's explanation of some of the fisheries impacts, and there is clearly a spatial use conflict component to this. And so I understand the Habitat Committee's concern about there being kind of a split on that particular issue. That said, I'm still seeing that the Habitat Committee has the expertise for the benthos, and in the absence of a Marine Planning Committee, this would be squarely in the Habitat Committee's court, so to speak, and would their opinions and their drafting of a comment letter would then engage the other advisory bodies from council to provide fisheries perspectives on that. I'm also considering the fact that the Marine Planning Committee is new, is still getting their feet under them, and that offshore wind is a huge issue for them, and I am concerned about having them focus on more than one topic at the outset. So those are just some thoughts for me about that particular issue, but I'm really interested in council discussion on that and how we can clarify those roles, and if we can come to some agreement about initiating an oil rig decommissioning letter.
Thank you, Karen. Marcy, you're up. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the discussion on this topic of the oil rig decommissioning letter. I think we had tasked the Habitat Committee with preparing this letter back in June, and I think it didn't come together because there weren't enough resources on the HC to get it done and over the finish line in time to meet the comment deadline. At least that's kind of what I understood kind of happened. Now we have a reprieve, and we'll be able to submit comments. It sounds like there's not certainty yet on the deadline. So that's one, I think, question that I have still. But at least internally within our CDFW staff that participate on the Habitat Committee and also on the Marine Planning Committee, our thought was, presuming this is still a quick response process letter, our Habitat Committee member would take the lead on getting that letter kind of produced, borrowing from content that we might be looking at for a state agency letter submission. But I think I would note that on the question of specific fisheries impacts and discussions and specific recommendations, I don't think that I think we're prepared to work on a kind of a high level letter that may not have the specificity that folks are interested in seeing. And I think it's, much like the discussion with the Marine Planning Committee letters earlier, the council hasn't had a lot of discussion about what specific advice it would like to give in such a letter. So at least our Habitat Committee member and our Marine Planning Committee member were planning to participate in the crafting of this draft council letter for the quick response process. But I think I'd note that, we expect it to be more of a high level letter and maybe not have as much specificity as some might like to see.
Okay. Thank you, Marcy. Jennifer Gillen. Jennifer?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, based on the information I have, the letter deadline is actually September 30th. So it's fairly imminent.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. Corey Niles. Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, and that does sound imminent, Jennifer. But just going back to thanks, Karen and Marcy. I think I understand the proposal, but yeah, I would agree. Well, especially with the timeline, but even more so, this is as far as I know, the oil rigs are all Southern California, and I can't think of the council fishery that has a lot of like a trawling fishery in any of the council's fishery management plans that happens in that area. I could be wrong, and I don't know the fisheries of Southern California, but it seems to me, Marcy, and excuse me if I'm wrong, but it seems most of the fisheries that would be subject to spatial conflicts would be managed by the state. I'm sure there's the CPS fisheries are the ones that I can think of in the council's purview, but yeah, and I would echo Karen's, as a member of the Marine Planning Committee, I would echo that we are getting our feet under us. But so I think I'm just supporting Marcy and Karen's thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Marcy, you're up. Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. thank you, Jennifer, on the deadline clarification. Eric had mentioned that to me. It just had escaped my memory. But it does sound like he and his staff, in conjunction with our MPC member, are working to get something available and up through channels for review in short order. In terms of the fisheries involved, Corey, I haven't looked exactly at these sites, but certainly, we have a nearshore groundfish fishery that is federally managed. I mean, whether in name or not, it's groundfish stocks are federally, we establish specifications for these groundfish stocks. We do have open access exempted trawl activity in these areas. The primary target is California halibut, sea cucumber, and ridgeback prawn, but they do also incidentally take open access groundfish under the open access trip limits that are authorized for those fleets. You're right, the CPS fisheries are certainly a factor and worth considering. And I'm not sure about HMS and the locations, but in any case, I think it's fair to say it's a mix of state and federal fisheries that would likely be impacted. But again, for purposes of a council letter, I am not expecting that we will be preparing a letter that has a lot in the way of specificity when this comes through the quick response process. I think we directed a letter be developed, but I think we also haven't given a ton of guidance on what it shall say. And just looking at the timeline and what we're able to produce, kind of borrowing from other letter writing efforts going in the background, I do expect it'll be a high-level letter remarking on the council's authorities and interests in, similar to other letters that we write. So that's about all I can offer on what I hope will be coming to us for quick response review in the near future in order to meet that deadline. I do have some other comments on the rest of the report, but maybe I'll hold them until we finish this topic. Thank you.
Marcy, Card Braby. Card?
Just quick, I think we're in the right place. I think this is a good plan. Just wanted to say so and ready to move on to other topics if Marcy wants to start us off there.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Karen. Sure. First, I want to thank the Habitat Committee for I hate to say it, but this report is an awful lot of the state of California. I really appreciate the interest in documenting some of the current activities and concerns and the situation that we are facing in California, the dire circumstances created by the drought. It's first and foremost, as a priority with our agency, fish rescues and fish relocation efforts, wildlife, water issues, ensuring that there's a supply of water for our wildlife has been a huge priority for our department. There's been a number of redirections of staff to work specifically on drought and on saving our wildlife in the face of drought. So I do appreciate the Habitat Committee documenting the current situation and the state of affairs, and particularly the projected impacts to our salmon resources in the Klamath and Sacramento watersheds. The numbers will start to roll in here as we get to the fall, but it is just an absolutely dire situation. And we should expect that it will affect our stock projections 2 years from now. the temperature and the flows and the evidence of die-off and disease are, really, the predictions unfortunately have materialized. So appreciate the Habitat Committee keeping that at the forefront of their discussions. Specifically in the report, the Habitat Committee is recommending that the council comment on the dam removal EIS once it's published. It sounds like that is expected maybe in February, but that timeline's uncertain. I certainly am comfortable tasking the HC to get going on that comment letter once the EIS is released. There'll only be a 60-day comment period. So when it is released, we're going to want folks to put eyes on that EIS and have a letter for us. So I think we are going the right direction, tasking them now to have that on their work list because, who knows when that EIS may come. So I think sending that message to them now to have it on their work plan is a good idea. Similarly, with the Nordic, the Nordic situation, I appreciate the discussion we just had about tracking the issue and preparing a comment letter when we have new reports released to comment on. This is something that we are tracking pretty closely within the department. You can see that the department staff came to present to the HC. So we're certainly, I think, prepared to keep the communications going within the Habitat Committee, and that when the time is right to prepare a letter, I certainly think that a letter from the council on this topic is important. And we have no problem supporting that work in the background, when, like I say, when the time is right. So anyway, really just want to acknowledge the work of the Habitat Committee also as they aid in the transition of some of the responsibility over to the Marine Planning Committee. I think we're on our way, and there will be discussions to come about the roles of the two committees and what workload falls most logically where. But I think from this initial startup period, things are the right discussions and considerations are happening, and I think we're well on our way to having two committees that work in tandem and in coordination with one another. So appreciate all that's going on in the background to make that happen. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Marcy. Further discussion? Card Braby? Card?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Marcy. I appreciate your comments on the Nordic Aqua letter, and I too just wanted to add my support to your comments that I think that Habitat Committee should be anticipating and prepared for the EIR, and I would support a council letter on that. Recognizing that the timeline appears to be such that it will need to be submitted prior to the November council meeting, and appreciate CDFW's leadership on tracking that and keeping us together on that and making sure we have that opportunity to comment. And to Marcy's latter point, I agree. I think we've had really good discussions about the Habitat Committee roles and responsibilities and the Marine Planning Committee roles and responsibilities. There's obviously additional work and evolution to be done on that, but I think we're headed in the right direction. And I think with that, I think, done with my comments on this, but just wanted to recognize Jennifer's service to this committee among her other roles and responsibilities for council staff. Just have appreciated working with you, Jennifer, and your contributions to this committee and the others. And thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Further discussion? Chuck Tracy. Chuck?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I also want to just commend the Habitat Committee on this report. It is very thorough, and unfortunately, I think it's put me into the fourth stage of grief on California salmon fisheries, and that's depression. And it is a very sad situation that we find ourselves in. I'm hoping, though, that there is enough resiliency in the system that this doesn't spill the end, but things will get better. But it is a sad situation there. But mostly I also wanted to acknowledge Jennifer's work with the Habitat Committee and other aspects of the council life. I think she took over for me as the Habitat Committee staff officer about 16 years ago. She's done a fantastic job, and I just want to acknowledge that. And she'll be on the floor for legislative matters tomorrow as well. So this isn't her last rodeo here, but sometimes transitions are difficult, and we'll miss her interaction with the Habitat Committee, but she will continue on in the council family, doing some contract work for us. So working on MREP, some of our outreach, and continuing with some legislative work as well. So I appreciate her willingness to continue to contribute to the council process here, and just wanted to say thanks very much, Jennifer.
Thank you, Chuck, for that. Okay. Further discussion on the Habitat Committee report? Okay, I think we've had some good discussion, direction, and I will look to Jennifer to just see how we're doing here on this.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for your kind words, Karen and Chuck. It has been a fantastic experience working with the Habitat Committee, one of my favorite parts of my job. So going forward, the Habitat Committee is going to be taking the lead on the oil rig decommissioning letter, and we'll be keeping an eye on Nordic Aqua Farms and probably preparing a draft letter for that before the November council meeting. So with that, if that is correct, then that would complete this agenda item.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for all your service on the committee, Jennifer. So, okay. With that, we are finished with I1, and we're going to go to C9, emergency action, and I will look to Todd to kick us off here. Todd?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, Council. This is agenda item C9, which is emergency action to consider a season extension for the 2021 limited entry fixed gear primary sablefish fishery final action. The council took action on September 8th, 2021 to add this agenda item to its September meeting agenda to consider an extension of the season end date for the LEFG primary sablefish fishery from October 31 to December 31, 2021. The council added this item in response to requests from the public under the agenda item B1, comments of non-agenda items, where the council was informed of industry concerns regarding low attainment in the tier allocation due to several factors. The industry noted that many LAFG primary tier sablefish vessels also participate in fisheries in Alaska, where they encountered fishery delays due to difficulties related to restrictions associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to these circumstances, the opportunity to attain their West Coast tier allocations was delayed. Industry requested that the council consider an extension of the tier season through December 31st to provide additional opportunity for tier vessels to maximize attainment of available sablefish limits. Additionally, if the council takes action to extend the primary sablefish fishery through the end of 2021, consideration should be made regarding possible extension of the incidental Pacific halibut retention. Current tier fishery regulations provide trip limits for incidental Pacific halibut in the LFG primary sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis, Washington, of 225 pounds of Pacific halibut per 1,000 pounds of dressed weight sablefish, and up to 2 additional Pacific halibut in excess of the landing ratio per landing, up to a maximum of 70,000 pounds. IPHC regulations, however, allow for incidental Pacific halibut landings through noon local time on December 7th, 2021. Revising the October 31st deadline may allow for more opportunity for this portion of the fleet to retain Pacific halibut through December 7th. NIMS has published policy guidelines for the preparation and approval of emergency regulations under 305C of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act. That is that is found in attachment 1 of your agenda. The criteria in the policy guidelines specify a fishery emergency as a situation that, 1, results from recent, unforeseen, or recently discovered circumstances, 2, presents serious conservation or management problems in the fishery, and 3, can be addressed through emergency regulations for which there is the immediate benefits outweigh the value of advance notice, public comment, and deliberative consideration of the impacts on the participants to the same extent as would be expected under a normal rulemaking process. The council will consider the situation and determine if emergency action is warranted based in part on the NIMS policy guidelines regarding the justification and criteria for such actions. In your reference materials, you have 2 reports, one from the GMT and one from the GAP. Your action this morning, your action this morning is to consider emergency action to extend the limited entry fixed gear sablefish primary tier fishery until December 31st, 2021. And 2, to consider revisions to the incidental Pacific halibut landing restrictions until December 7th, 2021. And with that, Mr. Vice Chair, I conclude my overview. I'm happy to answer any questions you or the council may have.
Thank you, Todd. Questions for Todd on his overview? Okay, not seeing none. Thanks, Todd. And now we'll go to the GMT and Whitney Roberts. Whitney.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Whitney Roberts, and I'll be reading Agenda Item C9A, Supplemental GMT Report 1, the Groundfish Management Team Report on potential emergency rule to change the end date of the primary tier sablefish fishery. Under Agenda Item B1, open public comment at this meeting, the Pacific Fishery Management Council added an agenda item to consider an emergency action to change the primary tier sablefish fishery end date from October 31 to December 31, and to extend the incidental Pacific halibut allowance to as late as allowed via IPHC regulations, namely 12 p.m. local time December 7. The Groundfish Management Team provided background information on this issue when previously requested as an emergency action in Agenda Item D2A Supplemental Revised GMT Report for September 20 and submitted a report in September 20. This report provides some additional information for the council to consider in determining if an emergency rule is warranted. Based upon the 2020 emergency rule, 19 vessels took advantage of the season extension, which amounted to 249.9 metric tons in landings and $857,833 in revenue, as shown in Table 1. The GMT believes that a similar scenario is likely to happen if the season is extended in 2021, such that vessels taking advantage of the emergency rule would land roughly 20% of the annual sablefish landings during the season extension. The higher percentage of pot landings compared to longline landings in November and December of 2020 is likely due to fewer longline vessels, 10, participating during the season extension compared to the primary season, 59. Comparatively, the large portion of pot vessels that participated during the primary season also continued to participate during the season extension. And you can see that shown in Table 1. As a reminder, under National Marine Fisheries Service policy guidelines for the use of emergency rules, the phrase "an emergency exists involving any fishery" is defined as a situation that meets the following three criteria. 1, results from recent unforeseen events or recently discovered circumstances, and 2, presents serious conservation or management problems in the fishery, and 3, can be addressed through emergency regulations for which the immediate benefits outweigh the value of advance notice, public comment, and deliberative consideration of the impacts on participants to the same extent as would be expected under the normal rulemaking process. Based on the analysis below, as well as our considerations on the emergency rule criteria, the current situation involving the tier sablefish fishery meets the criteria of an emergency in a fishery. As described in Agenda Item D2A, Supplemental Revised GMT Report 4 from September 20, the primary sablefish fishery averaged 93.4% attainment of their allocation, with 65% of the landed share taken through September 13 from 2011 to 2019, excluding 2020, in which similar fishery conditions limited attainment and therefore a similar emergency rule was in place. In comparison, the fishery in 2021 has only landed 799 metric tons out of the 1,902 metric ton landed share, in other words, 42% attainment, in the same period. Between 2011 and 2019, approximately 35% of the catch was taken between mid-September and the end of the season on October 31. And Table 2 is shown there, with 2020 and 2021 broken out by pot and longline gear, as well as Table 3. The total vessels with tier permits declined in 2018 and 2019 relative to 2017 due to consolidation of stacked permits on a smaller number of vessels. The percent attainment distribution to date in 2021 has followed the trend of 2020 and is almost the reverse of prior years, with about half the vessels close to full attainment and about twice the vessels with 0 landings to date. 55 vessels have less than 50% attainment in 2021, 17 of which have landed in this fishery in 2021 and 33 of which have not. Although vessel attainments in 2021 so far have been greater than in 2020, 2021 vessel attainments remain considerably below the average of 2017 to 2019. Table 14 shows the number of vessels associated with the number of stacked tier permits for those vessels that have made less than 50% of their tier landings, including those with 0 landings to date. As a reminder, in 2021, a tier permit is allocated 58,649 pounds, a tier 2 permit is allocated 26,659 pounds, and a tier 3 permit is allocated 15,234 pounds. Therefore, there may be up to 4 vessels that still have more than 100,000 pounds to harvest by the end of the season. 5 pot vessels and 5 longline vessels that have made less than 50% of their tier landings hold at least 1 tier permit. 3 of those 5 longline vessels also hold tier 2 or tier 3 permits. As of September 11, 2021, 8 vessels attained 70 to 95% of their tier permit landings, while 29 longline and 13 pot vessels attained 0%. The GMT did not include in Table 5 vessels that attained greater than 95% because those vessels are less likely to benefit from a season extension. Table 5 shows the number of vessels by gear type, longline and pot, with each attainment level group. And you can see that shown below. From the start of April to September 11, 2021, the average round weight price for sablefish landed in the primary fishery was $4,063 per metric ton, and vessels caught approximately 67.1 metric tons. The GMT discussed general market challenges for sablefish in our statements in September 2020, which are still largely being felt by the industry through 2021. Price has remained low for sablefish caught by all fisheries and gear types, and primary sablefish fishery prices are summarized by month in Table 6 below. Even if landings stay flat through a surge of late season effort and possible season extension, revenues and associated community impacts will be a fraction relative to recent years, as the price per pound in 2021 is a whole $1 less per pound than the 2017 to 2019 average. The prices per pound in November, namely $1.65, and December $1.41 of 2020 were similar to the average of the April through October period, $1.52, and therefore the GMT expects the same trend for a 2021 season extension. Table 6 shows the price per pound by month. vessels have harvested 18 metric tons less in the first half of September 2021 than they did in 2019. 1st through 12th was 70.38 metric tons. In 2019, 88.49 metric tons, and 2020, 61.2 metric tons, and 9 metric tons above the 2020 value when the first emergency rule was requested. Analysis done for the 2020 emergency rule noted that the fishery typically takes more in the following weeks through October 31st. Using the catch ratio of the first half of September 2021 catch compared to a quote normal 2019 catch, since 2021 is tracking closer to 2020 as a low catch year, we could also apply the rate of 1.15 metric tons to the 2020 year's landings. If the fleet maintains that normal catch rate through the end of October, and assuming a constant price at $4,063 per metric ton, approximately 678 metric tons of the Sablefish primary allocation, an estimated value of $2.76 million, would remain unharvested without a season extension. However, using the low catch rate of 2020, 518 metric tons of Sablefish would be left on the table, resulting in an ex-vessel value of $2.4 million. Table 7 compares the distribution of primary fishery revenue to date in 2021 to that of 2020, as well as the prior 5 years in West Coast port communities. Comments from the public at this and the September 2020 meeting indicated that the inability to harvest up to the Sablefish tier limits on permits may cause a financial hardship on vessel operators, especially those that either lease permits or have financed the purchase of permits. An average of 40% of registered primary tier vessels from 2017 to 2019 leased at least one permit. As of September 13, 2021, Dock Street Brokers lists the price of Tier 3 permits between $140,000 and $175,000, and Tier 2 between $300,000 and $325,000. No Tier 1 permits are currently listed. In addition to the short-term drastic financial hardship to individuals, the cumulative impact of multiple borrowers defaulting on loans could decrease further financing options and negatively impact the fishery as a whole. Participating in the additional 2 months may also be affected if vessels participate in other fisheries such as gear switching in the IFQ program and/or the daily trip limit fisheries in the last 2 months of the year. As described in the SIR Primary Sablefish Emergency Rule October 2020, opportunities to continue fishing in the tier season may impact effort by vessels that participate in both. Additionally, if the Dungeness crab fishery opens, some vessels may forego participation in an extended season. Of the 50 vessels that have yet to take at least 50% of their Sablefish tier limits to date, 20 are from California, 13 are from Oregon, and 17 are from Washington. The permits on these vessels are owned by entities across all 3 states, 25 from California, 27 from Oregon, and 37 from Washington. If the primary tier allocation is not fully landed, impacts would extend beyond potential individual revenue loss to negatively affect communities along the West Coast. For example, in 2019, the limited entry fixed gear fishery, of which the tier fishery is the main contributor, was estimated to bring in $4.1 million in wages to fishing crews and captains. Table 7 below summarizes the ex-vessel revenue and associated income impacts and jobs supported by the primary Sablefish fishery by Port Group for the recent 5-year average 2020 and 2021 to date. These are the sum of the local community income impacts and do not reflect the impact of one community on another or on the larger state and regional economies. In other words, these values may be seen as the lower bounds of expected impacts. With 6 weeks left in the season, 2021 revenue to date is substantially below annual averages in the prior 5 years, reflecting price declines and lower landings, as well as unique barriers to fishing associated with local travel restrictions and health guidance. Potential bycatch impacts. In 2021, the nearshore and non-nearshore fishery, of which the tier season is a part, combined has an annual catch target of 6.2 metric tons and a harvest guideline of 7.8 metric tons for yellow eye rockfish. The fisheries are currently estimated to take 3.9 metric tons of that allocation, assuming the full allocation of Sablefish is taken under the current season structure. The amount of yellow eye rockfish bycatch mortality that would occur from extending the season is uncertain. However, the fishery would need to take double the projected attainment for the entire season in the remaining 2 months to risk exceeding the yellow eye rockfish ACT and HG. Given current trends, this level of increased landings appears unlikely, and so the potential associated yellow eye rockfish bycatch is also improbable. The GMT believes the risk of exceeding either the yellow eye rockfish specification or ACL is very low. From 2018 through 2020, the stocks besides sablefish with the highest estimated discard in the primary tier fishery were Pacific spiny dogfish, blue shark, arrowtooth flounder, and Pacific halibut as shown in Table 8 below. In addition to providing a very rough estimate of in-season bycatch, the stocks besides sablefish with the highest landings through September 7, 2021 are shown in Table 8. As I described, if the primary tier fishery continues to catch the stocks in Table 8 at a similar rate, the mortality impacts could be higher than originally projected whether or not the season is extended. However, the GMT notes that these estimated discard of these stocks in the primary tier fishery in Table 8 are based on a 3-year average that includes the 2020 season extension, and so may already account to some degree for potential increases under a 2021 season extension. As of September 7, 2021, all stocks listed in Table 8 are under 40% of their respective ACLs, and therefore additional bycatch in the primary sablefish tier fishery resulting from the season extension is not expected to pose any risk of exceeding their ACLs. In the primary tier sablefish fishery in areas north of Point Chehalis, Washington, there is an allowance for incidental retention of Pacific halibut. Currently, 225 pounds of Pacific halibut are allowed for every 1,000 pounds of sablefish plus 2 additional fish. The incidental Pacific halibut fishery is currently scheduled to close on October 31 with the closure of the sablefish fishery. If the sablefish fishery season were extended, the incidental Pacific halibut retention is required to close by noon local on December 7 as specified in IPHC regulations. However, as discussed in 2020, the Council would need to specify if the incidental retention could last beyond October 31 up until December 7, or if the quota is taken, whichever comes first. The GMT anticipates that if the 70,000 pound limit is approached, action will be taken through the normal in-season process to prohibit retention of Pacific halibut in the sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis, Washington. Impacts to Endangered Species Act listed species under this action item would likely vary by gear type, as both longline and pot gear are used to harvest sablefish in this fishery. Therefore, impacts by species are discussed in terms of interactions with those two gears. Table 9 below shows the amount of sablefish caught by longline and pot gears in the primary sablefish fishery from 2011 to 2021 to date. The average proportion of sablefish caught by gear type between 2011 and 2019 is 72.9% longline and 27.1% pot. However, in 2020, the annual proportions were distributed more evenly with 57.5% longline and 42.5% pot. This reflects that 82% of sablefish landings during the season extension were made using pot gear, as was described in Table 1. Potential impacts to seabirds, especially the short-tailed albatross, from extending the season are difficult to predict. Short-tailed albatross can occur off the U.S. West Coast year-round. Observed interactions in the winter have been relatively lower than average, but this pattern could be due to decreased abundance during those months or simply an artifact of low coverage rate and effort. The GMT notes that between 2011 and 2021, on average, approximately 75% of the tier fishery was harvested using longline gear, as shown in Table 7. However, as of 2020, streamer lines used as a mitigation measure are in effect year-round and could be expected to minimize interactions. As there are no expected gear configuration changes or changes to fishing methods other than seasonal timing that would impact seabirds, it is expected that encounter rates and take will remain similar to those noted in Agenda Item I-4A, NIMS Report 6 from June 2020. In the groundfish fixed gear fishery, incidental take of humpback whales can occur as a result of entanglement with fishing gear. Sablefish pot trap fishery gear has been a source of entanglement in the past. The Mexico Distinct Population Segment and the Central America DPS are listed under the ESA. As noted in the Groundfish Endangered Species Workgroup report, Bayesian estimates of humpback whale entanglements takes for the limited entry sablefish pot sector, the open access fixed gear pot sector, and the sectors combined did not exceed the 2020 BIOP established thresholds of 5 individuals observed or estimated in any 1 year, or a 5-year running average of 2.34 individuals per year. There have been 2 documented takes from 2012 to 2019, one in the limited entry fixed gear sablefish pot sector in 2014, and one in the open access fixed gear sablefish pot fishery in 2016. The GMT is not aware at this time of any humpback whale takes in 2020 by either the pot or longline gears of the sablefish primary fishery. Migratory patterns may overlap with areas of active fishing, while the timing and distribution of humpback whales during their migration periods, as well as locations of resident animals, varies. Some DPS are known to travel south to their overwintering grounds during November and December along the Pacific West Coast. Indeed, as described in the BIOP, humpback whales could be present at any time of the year, anywhere along the U.S. West Coast, and their presence is likely to be higher during the late spring through the fall. The BIOP also noted that entanglements tend to be most common April through November, which reflect the general migration pattern of heading south to breeding areas by December each year, and subsequently starting to return to feeding areas by April. The BIOP details that groundfish fixed gear fishery related entanglements have only been attributed to pot gear. Historically, based on the 10-year average between 2011 and 2019, the tier fishery operates using 25% pot gear versus 75% longline gear. In 2020, likely due to 82% of season extension landings being made by pot gear vessels, this annual distribution shifted to 58% longline and 43% pot. Landing patterns by gear type in a 2021 extended season could be similar but will not be fully analyzed until 2022. Adding 2 additional months to the season increases the amount of time that vessels may be fishing on the water and therefore raises the potential for encounters with humpback whales. However, the GMT notes that unlike the DTL fishery, in which effort could theoretically be unlimited, the primary tier fishery is managed with tiers that are restricted to a finite number of gear endorsements, and thus effort is also considered finite. Whether this finite amount of effort shifts from spring, summer to fall, as was the case in 2020 with a season extension, may determine potential humpback whale impacts. Further, not all of the primary tier vessels represent new effort in the November to December period, since some of these vessels may cross-participate in other sablefish fisheries, such as the DTL fishery or shore-based IFQ program during normal years. The GMT discusses interactions with Dungeness crab fishery impacts in our September 2020 statement. The inherent stochastic nature of humpback whale interactions with this fishery and the unknowns related to potential fishery effort in these months make the likely level of incidental takes of humpback whales during the potential season extension difficult to project. The groundfish fishery operates under specific bycatch guidelines for Chinook and coho salmon. The thresholds for the non-whiting fishery, of which the fixed gear sector is a part, are 5,500 Chinook salmon and 560 coho salmon. Historically, the fixed gear fishery has had low Chinook and coho salmon bycatch, so it is highly unlikely that the fishery will exceed its guideline threshold. The majority of observers employed by the West Coast Groundfish Observer Program end their contracts at the end of October. From November to March, the WICOP contracts only about 1/3 the number of federally funded observers contracted the rest of the year. Observer coverage during the 2020 season extension was roughly 24% of landings compared to roughly 32% of the landings during the primary season. Assuming 2021 observer coverage exhibits similar rates, discard estimates on season extension landings is likely to be less certain, but still considered robust. If the sablefish tier season was extended, observer coverage would likely predominate in California relative to coverage rates in Oregon and Washington, reflecting the typical distribution of observers and fishery effort, as well as coverage priorities in November to March. Coverage in the primary fishery could be prioritized above other sectors, such as California halibut trawl and pink shrimp trawl, but this would increase uncertainty in estimates for those sectors. North of California, where effort could be highest, coverage rates would likely be very low. If vessels or permits that have not yet made landings in 2021 enter the fishery, these coverage rates could be even lower coastwide. The degree to which NIMS has funds for additional observers and the feasibility of retaining or recruiting observers on this short timeline is unknown. If this rule moves forward, NIMS should work with industry to identify the vessels that plan to continue fishing after October 31 as soon as possible to allow the maximum time for WICOP to plan for and deploy observers. Regarding the assessment of emergency rule criteria, under number 1, results from recent unforeseen events or recently discovered circumstances, historically the primary tier fishery has succeeded in attaining more than 90% of their allocation between April 1 and October 31, as shown in Table 1, excluding 2020. Based on public comment at the September 21 council meeting for the second time in almost 20 years, participants forecast not being able to obtain a significant portion of their allocation and have requested a season extension. Industry members noted that many vessels experienced delays in prosecuting Alaska fisheries due to state and local quarantine restrictions, as well as quarantine requirements on returning to some West Coast communities. These delays hindered prosecution of higher than typical allocations in Alaska fisheries, which then jeopardized the ability of vessels that participated in both to obtain their allocation in the later West Coast primary fishery. While these issues appear to be long-standing as the global COVID-19 pandemic continues to impact fisheries and markets through 2021, many within the fishery did not foresee the continuation of these issues for this long and likely and likely expected 2021 to be more similar to 2019 conditions. Therefore, the current conditions could still be considered unforeseen and recently discovered. Vessel crew member shortages in 2021 were also unforeseen by industry members. Additionally, individual vessel outbreaks are also considered specific unforeseen events that lead to downstream impacts to the fishery as a whole. Under number 2, presents serious conservation or management problems in the fishery. Notice and comment rulemaking is estimated to take a minimum of 6 months, which is not enough time to implement the changes before the end of the 2021 season. By implementing an emergency action, participants in the primary sablefish fishery may be able to realize their economic potential without causing additional impacts to the physical or biological environment beyond what was projected during development of the 21-22 harvest specifications and management measures. If the council chooses not to recommend an emergency action at this time, it is clear that participants in the primary sablefish fishery could leave about 678 metric tons of sablefish in the water based on recent normal harvest rates, which could affect up to 135 jobs based on recent 5-year trends, and a loss of $2.76 million in ex-vessel revenue. Not providing this opportunity would result in economic harm to the fishing industry, and the communities that rely on the revenue from these fisheries. However, as described above, potential impacts of a season extension on humpback whales remain highly uncertain. Under number 3, can be addressed through emergency regulations for which the immediate benefits outweigh the value of advance notice, public comment, and deliberative consideration of the impacts on participants to the same extent as would be expected under the normal rulemaking process. The analysis shows that there are immediate benefits with extending the season from October 31 to December 31 for participants in the primary sablefish fishery and the communities that rely on these fisheries. As described above, the ex-vessel revenue associated with the remaining quota could be roughly $2.76 million and affect participants in all West Coast states. Furthermore, given the current season end date occurs in 6 weeks and the inability for the council to address the issue in a meaningful way through routine in-season action, an emergency rule is the only mechanism to implement changes to the season end date and address this management problem. And that concludes the GMT statement.
Wow. That was quite the reading, Whitney. Great job. A great report. With that, questions for Whitney on the GMT report? Kelly Ames. Kelly?
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger, and thank you, Whitney, and to the GMT for this extremely comprehensive report. I found myself reading it last night, and at every turn I was thinking of a new question to ask you, but as I turned the page, I would find the answer. So thank you very much for this comprehensive and thorough report. One question I did have was just a confirmation. As I read the GMT statement on Pacific halibut, you are recommending the current limit remain in place. There's no need to adjust that limit and then just simply use the NMFS authority to close the fishery when the limit is attained. Is that correct?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Ames, for the question. Yes, that is correct. The GMT considers the current trip limit of 225 halibut per 1,000 pounds of sablefish to be sufficient for the remainder of the season. And the GMT also consulted industry members who confirmed that this was sufficient for them as well in the industry. So you are correct.
Okay. Thank you, Kelly. Further questions for the GMT? Marcy Rimko. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Whitney. This is more a GMT internal process question. We were, I think, under some indication that the GMT would be able to borrow a lot of its work this time around from the last emergency action GMT report. I'm just wondering if that actually panned out and how long it took the GMT to put together this very comprehensive report.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Remco, for the question. You are correct that much of this was borrowed or tiered off of, I should say, the 2020 statement. And Miss Jessie Dorfinghouse gave us a lot of the files and code that was used for last year, which had been used for other reasons as well. So it did somewhat streamline our ability to put so much into the statement. And most of what we did this time around was updating, as you saw, a lot of the 2020 numbers to show what happened during last year's season extension, and then demonstrate what is currently happening in 2021. So in terms of workload, it could not have happened if we had not tiered off of last year. We could not have made such a comprehensive report. It mostly was just updating, and I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Further questions for Whitney? Okay, thanks, Whitney. With that, we will go to the GAP report and Bob Alverson. Bob?
Yes, Vice Chairman Pittenger, this is agenda item C9A Supplemental GAP Report 1 for September 2021. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel reviewed the documents under the agenda item C9 discussed and issued and offers the following comments regarding the emergency rule to extend the limited entry fixed gear tier program beyond the primary season in 2021. The season end date currently is in regulation is October 31st. The industry is requesting an extension to December 31st, 2021. The GAP supports the request for the Pacific Fishery Management Council to take emergency action that would move the Sablefish tiered fishery season and closing date to December 31st, 2021, and also extend the incidental halibut retention to the last date allowed by the International Pacific Halibut Commission. The Council supported a similar emergency action in 2020, for which we were very grateful. For a long-term solution to this request, the Council is looking to address the Sablefish tiered fishing program through the 5-year mandatory review in the spring of 2022, where an extended season can be permanently examined for this fishery. For the purposes of Section 305C of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, the phrase "an emergency exists involving any fishing" is defined as a situation that, 1, results from recent unforeseen events or recently discovered circumstance, 2, presents serious conservation or management problems for the fishing, and 3, can be addressed through emergency regulation for which immediate benefits outweigh the rate of advance notice, public comment, and deliberative consideration. This emergency action request is a continuation of the unforeseen events resulting from the COVID pandemic in 2020 and additional unforeseen events extending into the 2021 season. These unforeseen events have resulted in management problems for the harvesting fleet, processors, and sales managers to catch, process, and market sablefish in a timely manner that fit within the current opening and closing dates. The current tiered season opens April 1st and closes October 31st. The unforeseen events during 2021 have resulted in additional unforeseen circumstances this year for the fleet, processors, and markets to contend with. This justifies a longer operational season for 2021. During the 2021 season, it was hoped that the vaccinations that were developed for COVID would correct how industry and sablefish consuming markets adjusted to the pandemic during 2020. Going into 2021 season, many processors have had problems keeping a full contingent of processing workers. A number of processors did not open when the season for sablefish opened. These processors were dealing with unvaccinated workers and keeping their operations safe going into the 2021 season. Vessel owners have experienced sailing with less than full crews in 2021. A typical catcher vessel, a crews about 5 to 6 persons. This year, many boats are fishing a crew person short of a full crew. The reason for this is multifaceted. Markets for sablefish crashed during 2020, resulting prices to the fleet dropping 50%. This resulted in depressed crew earnings, and consequently, crews were not excited to return to sablefish operations in 2021. Sablefish only rebounded about 15% in 2021. Additional government assistance programs that became effective during 2021 have reduced the supply of fishing crews and processing personnel. These circumstances have resulted in delays in harvesting and processing and justify a longer season. Based on recent import-export information from the Commerce Department, the nation of Japan consumes 60 to 65% of the sablefish exported from the United States. It was hoped during the going into 2021 season that nation states like Japan would have vaccinated quicker and allowed their populations to resume retail and restaurant operations. Reuters reports that as of June 28, 2021, only 8% of Japan had been vaccinated, documented by the World Trade Organization. The vaccination process had some success, but the new Delta variant of COVID has further depressed retail and restaurant operations, not only in Japan, but domestically as well. The Delta variant developed during the 2020 season and has set back much of the industry. A lengthened season would help mitigate these developments and maintain supplies and marketing. Based on landing numbers from PACFIN, as of October 28 or August 24th, 2021, the tier fishery had landed 1,473,000 pounds. There are 2.8 million pounds left. Approximately 66% of the harvest still remaining as of that date, probably close to 60% at this time. The price of the vessel, the price at the vessel level currently in Bellingham is about $280 to $310 per dressed pound on an average. Ensuring the harvest of the quota would result in $5 to $6 million being delivered to the coastal communities. This would result in total economic impact of approximately $15 to $18 million. In conclusion, the GAP believes our request meets the three requirements of the Council considering an emergency action. The 2021 effects from COVID pandemic and more recent data, Delta variant, were completely unforeseen. These unforeseen events have negatively affected harvesters, processors, and marketing of sablefish, which has been identified in past Council literature as the most important single species for the fishing industry on the West Coast. The GAP believes taking this emergency action will provide Washington, Oregon, and California economic benefits that otherwise would be foregone due to the season ending date of October 31st. The GAP supported a similar request in 2020. We also support it at this time, this year. That ends our the GAP comments, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Bob. Questions for Bob on the GAP statement? Marcy Remco. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Alverson. Can you estimate for us the number of vessels that you expect to have this need because they are, I'm going to say, waiting or have challenges in Alaska and have yet to return home compared to those that might take advantage of the opportunity that did not go to Alaska? Do you have numbers that can break those two groups of folks apart?
Through the chair, Ms. Marcy, we at the association and a lot of the Washington State operations, much of the Oregon Newport fleet that goes to Alaska, and then the fleet out of Fort Bragg have a lot of quota, both halibut and blackcod in Alaska. And I would say of the potential, most of the permits that would see a benefit of this are those participants. the ones out of Fort Bragg, the ones out of Astoria, Newport, and the ones out of the Puget Sound Basin that haven't shown any deliveries at this time. They're the ones that are going to benefit from this. And I would say probably 80%, Ms. Urenco, that would see the benefit of this.
If I may, Mr. Vice Chair.
Please.
I'm interested in knowing how many boats are in Alaska that you know are coming back with an intention to fish their tier. And then how many boats you know that are still here on the West Coast that just haven't begun to fish. There's 66% of the quota that has yet to be taken. So I'm just trying to get an idea of the number of folks that have indicated to you or that you've communicated with in each of those two categories. One, the Alaska folks active now in Alaska, and two, the number that just haven't started fishing yet that are here.
Yes, through the chair, I can only speak to the ones that I know, and those are in my own association, and they are from all three states, and they fish approximately 48 tiered permits, and they probably average at least 2 permits per boat. So there's probably somewhere between 24 and 25 vessels that probably have not participated in the West Coast operations yet that will begin soon, because their fishing operations in Alaska are starting to end. But that season has been prolonged due to the actions that the GAP statement pointed out. So there are probably, of those 42 permits that are out of our organization, probably 15% of them have been fished, and the rest remain unfished.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Corey Niles. Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Bob, and the GAP for the statement and explaining the situation again. And I think, and maybe I didn't just one ear out the other here, but also in the GMT statement, they discussed the issue of whale entanglements, and I don't remember that coming up last year in any detail. And it's a issue we'll be dealing with here. Going forward, I didn't hear the GAP talk about it, but I know you've been involved, your group up in the North Pacific, with some innovative entanglement type approaches. But yeah, did the GAP talk about the whale entanglement issue? And or if not, did you have any thoughts on the GMT's discussion of the whale entanglement?
Through the chair, Mr. Niles, the original action of the GAP came just before the letter that the council received from the environmental group that was giving prior notice that they may sue under with regards to black-eyed pot operations. So that's why there was no comment in the GAP report. I have been talking to some of the pot guys. In fact, I know Bernie Burkhalter and Paul Clampett will be testifying today, and they can speak better as operators. But what we have found is what we think is one of the reasons these humpbacks get entangled in gear, pot gear, or even a longline gear. Probably less so on the hook and line gear, because when we set our gear from the buoy down, we use leaded poly. So we have sinking line from the buoy going down. And most of our pot operations also have copied that from the hook and line fishery. They use a sinking line from their buoy going down. And there's two actions, I think, that would help mitigate the pot guys not getting involved with these whales. I'm not sure it would help the Dungy fishery, but for the black cod fleet, if there was a requirement to have 100 to 150 fathoms of sinking gear or leaded poly going from the buoy down, when we have slack tide, if you have floating gear at that point, you can imagine all that floating gear is tangled and floating on the surface at slack tide. And when these inquisitive whales come around, that's where they get their flukes get caught in the slack line is our theory. So requiring the pot guys and hook and line guys to have sinking line from the buoy down 100 fathoms when they're doing black cod or 200 fathoms, I think would mitigate the potential of getting entangled. Also, the pot guys, they set about 40 pots per string, maybe 1.5 miles long with a buoy at each end. They could eliminate one of the buoy ends, so that would reduce the number of lines by 50%. That's not the preferred way of fishing the gear because it's nice to see where the end is, but most of the guys try to use this AIS, and so other boats can see the gear at one end, and the guys do talk on the ground as to where their gear is headed. So those two items, Mr. Niles, could mitigate this concern that was expressed in the environmental letter on incidental take of whales.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. Further questions for Bob? Bob Dooley.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Bob, for the great report. You mentioned AIS markers on your buoys. Seem to recall that in an earlier agenda item isn't legal anymore. Are they continue to be used, or what? Maybe some information that might be informative to other venues or other agenda items as well. And then the other question I had, being not necessarily the most informed person on the mechanics of the tier fishery, are those permits freely transferable? Can you transfer them to another vessel? Is there free use on another vessel? Those are my questions. Thank you, Bob.
The tiered permits, through the chair, the tiered permits are transferable from one boat to another. If it's a second generation owned tier permit, that person has to be on the boat. If it's a first generation, they don't have to be present on the boat. So on the first question having to do with AIS, the Council, Pacific Council, North Pacific Council, and Pacific States all sent in letters supporting the use of AIS. The Federal Communications Commission is in the process of answering the public comments that were sent in August, and they seem to be providing a path forward to allow it, but there's a question of what frequency and what would be on the frequency. I do not see a quick and easy answer, but I do see probably an 18-month discussion period with the Federal Communications Commission, with members of industry, both from the West Coast and the East Coast. There's an East Coast crab group that uses the AIS systems too, that will likely develop here in the next couple months, discussions with FCC on the AIS. In Alaska and most of the West Coast, northern West Coast, guys are using them. That's not technically allowed, but so far they have not been cited. However, we did have one of my members last year got cited fishing further south, and the California FCC threatened him, and so he's the only boat in the West Coast that's not using an AIS system. He's very discouraged by that, but I hope that answered the question, Mr. Dooley.
It did, Bob. Thank you so much. I was just curious if they're currently in use, and that definitely answers it. So thank you. Don't mean to sidetrack here. So thank you.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Apologies for not asking this the first time. Bob, in the GAP report, you mentioned the long-term solution to this request and that the council is looking to address the Sablefish tier fishing program through the 5-year mandatory review, where an extension can be permanently examined. My impression is that process to implement recommendations that come out of that review, the rulemaking activity wouldn't happen until much later. So I'm thinking ahead to 2022. It sounds like there's interest in a permanent extension. I'm thinking ahead to 2022. And I'm looking for your thoughts as to how, if this is a continuous request, what are your thoughts? If this is the vehicle that the GAP is recommending, the 5-year review, then is it your expectation that we'll be considering this again in next year?
Through the chair, Marcy Yaremko, there's a group I know of the fixed gear people that plan to meet between now and the November meeting. As on under staff tasking, the GAP discussed the future agenda for the year and as well as for November. And we were told that the initial review for the 5-year tiered program will be agendaed for November. So that would be the first meeting. And then I think it's said for the year of meetings, the March meeting is set up for a final action. So we've been looking at this as well. And so if the council were to take final action in March, and it was an extended season part of final action, it usually takes 185 days to get a regulation through the system, and that would be right about the first or middle of October. So if the reg could be timely put in, it may just fit right into the end of October 31st and extend to the end of the year in 2022. That's what I'm hoping for.
Thank you. I appreciate the detail there.
Thank you, Marcy. Further questions for the GAP? Okay, thank you, Bob. With that takes us to public comment. And I think I saw 5 names signed up, I believe. And with that, we'll start off and go to back to Bob Alverson. Bob?
Yeah, through the chair, you've heard my comments already, and I don't think I have anything more to offer unless someone has another question to ask on this particular agenda item, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Bob. Questions for Bob? Okay. Thanks, Bob. Next up is Tyler Goodnight, followed by Paul Clampett. Tyler?
Hey, you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Great. My name is Tyler Goodnight with Northport Fisheries. Thanks for the platform to speak here. I think everything was pretty well said by Bob, so some of my comments might be a bit redundant here, but we buy tier sablefish in Washington. Much like the 2020 season, the 2021 season has been challenging one due to COVID. Many vessels already have a tough time finishing their tier permits by October 31st as is. And with all the boats we work with getting hit with COVID delays, finishing by October 31st is now impossible for some boats. Some boats have had to wait to receive their COVID shots during the start of the season. Some boats have had to go under quarantine in Washington and Alaska due to COVID outbreaks, and a number of vessels have had their own COVID infections to deal with. COVID has made getting crew to fish on their vessels difficult, and that's caused further delays. Many processing facilities have had to shut down or significantly slow production due to COVID outbreaks, making it difficult to find a place to land fish at times. Global shipping challenges has caused many boats to wait a significant amount of time to receive parts they need to get going. It's been a really challenging year to navigate here. Let's help these boats out by giving them a little more time to finish. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Tyler. Questions for Tyler on his testimony? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Tyler. Next up, Paul Clampett, followed by Bernie Burkholder. Paul?
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Paul Clampett. I own the fishing vessel Augustine, and we're asking for an extension for the same reasons of last year. Things have not really changed. Matter of fact, now we've been hit with this Delta variant, so things could come to a screeching halt at any time because of travel delays, quarantine if the crew becomes infected, and then just recently we lost a week to fishing because of supply line problems. We had an engine problem, and we needed a camshaft, and there just aren't any available, and they're not being manufactured, and we did manage to scour one up, but it took a long time. And then on the other hand, there's just more fish to catch. The quota is up 20%. So it's as simple as that. We request an extension, and hopefully you can see the wisdom of that. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Paul. Questions for Paul on his testimony? Okay. Next up is Bernie Burkholder, followed by Lynn Langford Walton. Bernie?
You're on. Okay. Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council, my name is Bernie Burkholder. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, I want to speak in support of this. A lot of the reasoning has already been addressed in the AP report and other speakers, but instead of repeating what's already been said, I would like to say that we've personally experienced delays, significant delays this year in getting parts, personnel up, being delayed with canneries that have had COVID situations, and we just, with the extra fish and looking at the fish that's still out there in the water, we think this emergency extension is certainly needed and certainly warranted. I also would like to comment, if I could, just briefly on the whale situation. I think we're doing a lot to mitigate that. Some of it's already been talked about, but the floating line situation is a problem, and the guys with a little bit more experience in that are, either weighting that line or using leaded line for the first 100 fathoms, and it makes a big difference. So I think that there's things that can be done, and we all should be focusing on them, but it's something that is well in the process at this time. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Bernie. Next up is Lynn Langford Walton, and followed by Michelle Longoretter. Lynn?
Excuse me, Mr. Vice Chair. I had my hand up there.
Oh, I'm sorry, Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And not a question, comment. Thank you, Bernie and Paul and Tyler for being here. Bernie and Paul in particular. Bob mentioned what you just spoke to there, Bernie, about ideas for whale entanglement and just highlighting. I can't remember the exact plan at this point, but maybe we can in council discussion talk about with NIMS the plans for outreach to industry on this issue, and just hoping you'll be involved. And it's encouraging to hear that there are some innovative ideas out there. So thank you for being here, and just wanted to make that comment.
Okay, Corey, thank you. And now back to you, Lynn. Are you there?
Mic check?
Yep.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the council. For the record, my name's Lynn Langford Walton. I'm speaking on behalf of my clients who participate in both the Alaskan Sablefish IFT fishery and their West Coast Sablefish fixed gear tiered fishery. We offer our continued support for a season closing date extension to December 31, 2021 for the tiered Sablefish harvest and the latest date allowed or is reasonable for the incidental halibut retention. The gap in the GMT's reports were clear, comprehensive, and detailed, and we would like to express our appreciation for the time and the excellent work conducted by both. They offer sufficient information for the council to assess the need and determine if the emergency action is needed and meets the requirement for such action. There's been a lot of detailed, appropriate, and helpful, I believe, information supplied by prior testifiers, which I won't repeat. But we ask that the council take the action necessary to extend the 21 season. Thank you. I take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Questions for Lynn? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Lynn. And finally, but not least, Michelle Longo-Etter. Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Members of the council, my name is Michelle Longo-Etter, fishing vessel Timmy Boy, and a pot vessel that participates in the fixed gear tier fishery. I want to add my voice to supporting an extension of the season date past October 31st because based on the reasons that have been set forth in the GAP report, GMT, and that there is a legit emergency based on the regulatory factors that are set forth. Specifically, I want to talk about the effects of COVID. We all kind of know them theoretically, but specifically for us, it was very real this season. We have tier permits, and we are randomly, theoretically, selected to carry observers during the fixed gear tier fishery. And so despite the observer being, vaccinated and pre-season tested, all of our crew being vaccinated and pre-season PCR tested, we did end up with a COVID outbreak on our vessel, which resulted in us not carrying an observer for at least, I think it was about a month of our fixed gear tier fishing. And one of the outcomes of this, I think, if there is an extension, is that even though there is concern about whether or not there's going to be enough observers to cover the remainder of the fixed gear fishing, that there's really a possibility that you're going to get more observed fish if there is an extension than possibly prior to the end of the season, just because of the COVID difficulties that various vessels have had relative to crew, observers, and not being able to have the amount of observation expected. I'd also want to address some of the comments about the concern about extending the season and whale entanglement and pot gear. We have, for what feels like decades, in regard to the pot gear, used sinking line or weighted, what's referred to also as weighted line on our strings of gear. There are vessels also in our fleet that only use one buoy marker as opposed to the required two in order to minimize the potential for entanglement. And then also relative to the AIS issue that was briefly mentioned, we continue to want to work with the FCC, et cetera, in order to address that issue so that that gear can always be most effectively identified. So just some brief comments, just wanted to support fellow fishermen and organizations who are requesting an extension of time. We do have our fish in, but that certainly isn't the case for most people.
Thank you, Michelle. Questions for Michelle? Okay. Thank you. And then that takes us to council action. There's two things to consider here. And we'll just start that off. So, Marcy Remco. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If I may, I have a few questions for the National Marine Fishery Service.
Okay.
Thank you. And thank you, Kelly. Excuse me. Regarding the regulatory process, we went through this last year. We will transmit our recommendation to NIMS, and then NIMS will prioritize this action ahead of others. But I'm hoping you can describe for us internally what adjustments might be needed to your work plans and priorities that other staff have, or that staff already have on their plate, that might need adjustment in response to accommodating this action.
Kelly?
To the Vice Chair, Mr. Renko, thank you for the question. We have done a thorough workload assessment, and at this time, we believe if the council recommends an emergency rule, we would immediately redirect our staff resources to address the request. And at this time, we think the likely scenario would be a delay in any in-season recommendations put forward at this meeting.
Okay. Marcy?
Thank you. Thank you, Kelly. Next question. Thinking about the gap recommendation on the 5-year program review. I think Mr. Alverson described an agenda planning process that would essentially require us to schedule those two items for November and March in order for a permanent rulemaking, we'll call it, to be effective in time for 2022. I'm asking if that scenario is likely. I realize that other elements are included in the program review, and maybe, I'm just wondering if that is the most expeditious pathway, or if NIMS sees other pathways to avoid the situation in 2022.
Through the Vice Chair, thanks, Mr. Renko. We are hitting on, and the gap is hit on an important part of this issue, and that is, if the season extension is important for the functioning of the fishery, we should be moving toward a permanent change and not expect that we can continue to do emergency actions in future years. So I think we would have to see, what is brought forward in November with regard to the program review and what the priorities are. And at that time, we could make a comment, and then, of course, under, the workload planning, can consider together all of the groundfish priorities and how they might best be accomplished in order to assess whether that timeline is feasible.
Okay. Marcy, your hand's still up.
Oh, my mute button is not responding very well. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Kelly. Third and final question. The primary tier fishery, we've been reminded by NIMS in multiple discussions that this is a lap fishery. And I'm just wondering if you can characterize the situation with cost recovery. I'm somehow thinking that emergency actions aren't subject to cost recovery, but regular actions are. I mean, if you can refresh me on that situation and how it pertains to the action in front of us today, that would be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Renko. At this time, there is no cost recovery program implemented for the tier stacking program. That will be an issue that we discuss in November during the program review, the history around that determination and whether or not that determination should stand moving forward. But as it stands today, there is no cost recovery program, so there would not be fees associated with an emergency rulemaking.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Kelly, on that. For the discussion? Corey Niles. Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. If there's no discussion, I would be prepared to put forward a motion.
Yes. See hands behind you.
Okay. Thank you, Sandra. And okay, we'll go ahead and move that the council requests that the National Marine Fisheries Service initiate to extend the primary season from October 31st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021, and 2, extend the period allowed for incidental halibut retention until noon local time on December 7th, 2021, continuing the current allowance of 225 pounds per 1,000 pounds of sablefish. And Sandra, sorry, I forgot. Could you, after that 1,000 pounds of sablefish, comma, I believe it's plus 2 fish. Thank you. And employing the standard in-season process to manage to the 70,000 pound limit.
Okay. Is that modified language of the screen accurately reflect your motion?
Yeah, if I could just check with Todd real quick. I was going off the 2 fish on memory, but just I believe that's accurate. But just to confirm with Todd that that's the current limit, the current allowance.
Yes, through the Vice Chair. Yes, Corey, those are the correct numbers.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Todd. And yes.
Very good. Thank you. Looking for a second. Seconded by Phil Anderson. Thank you, Phil. Corey, why don't you speak to your motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Unfortunately, we're here again in a time we thought would be back more to normal conditions. Yet we've heard, beginning with open public comment or open comment, and again today from folks in testimony in the gap, and echoed by the GMT that its operations are not normal. They're affected by the pandemic. Anywhere from from crew and in processing facilities to getting parts. So yeah, the reality is that, and I can't say it much better than the GMT wrote it down in terms of unforeseen events occurring, and they are causing a serious management problem in the fishery. And NIMS can address this through emergency regulations. In terms of the emergency justification, and which is the second part of these criteria about waiving notice and comment, this is on just, I would point to the second and fourth pieces of that, the economic loss and the health conditions. Those are here. We saw the benefit last year, expect a similar benefit this year in doing this emergency action, and which, if we don't do it, would convert to a loss. And there are health issues here. We don't need to have people rushing in putting their health at risk. So I would look to the other council members to add to their thoughts, but that's what I'm seeing in terms of the conditions and the benefits here in terms of justifying the emergency action. Marcy did bring up some questions and points I think that are important to think about in the future for making this change permanent, but that would be for much different reasons in terms of allowing more flexibility to people to make business decisions just in the normal world. Here, people's business decisions are being affected by the pandemic conditions, and it's not just here in Alaska, but we heard from testimony that we're in the markets, international markets, in Japan as well. So the pandemic is causing this emergency. I think one more thought, and I'll end. But thanks to the GMT and others for bringing up the humpback whale situation. I know NIMS looked at this closely last year after the council action. It is an important issue, and maybe after this vote, I'll ask National Marine Fisheries Service to remind us of what the plans are on workshops and outreach on dealing with that issue. But I think given what we heard, this is not going to affect any entanglement risk in my mind. Given it's more of anything that would lower it, or maybe not lower it, but it's a shift in effort, or even than normal. So, and given the migration patterns of the humpbacks that are most concerned, and where the area is fished, I'm of course, depending on National Marine Fisheries Service to do their independent evaluation of that. But in my judgment, this is not upping the entanglement risk in a meaningful way. So I will stop there, and again, hope my fellow council members can add to the justification.
Thank you, Corey. Butch Smith. Butch?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, thank you. I will be supporting this motion. I feel that, getting those fish out of the water and getting them to coastal communities so they can process helps the economics of the coast that, we're always kind of struggling and helping keeping people at work, the ones that can work, and cruise on boats is important. There's no occasion for any kind of conservation need. These fish are in the water, and just this COVID mess we're under is delaying that. And so I think that for the same reasons I supported this last year, I'm going to support it again. So thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Butch? Maggie Summer. Maggie?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'd like to support the motion. Also found the rationale presented in the GAP report and in public comment a compelling description of these unanticipated factors. While the pandemic itself is at large a continuing situation from last year, the course it has taken has been quite a roller coaster with many unexpected twists and turns, including its resurgence due to the Delta variant, lower than anticipated vaccination rates in some areas, et cetera. It certainly does not leave us where I thought we would be at this time this year. And I know that has been expressed by many of our participants in public comment. And I also wanted to factor in a number of the comments we heard about supply chain related issues, the availability of some necessary equipment to prosecute fisheries and fish processing. I remember an example of ice machine parts being given, but there were others as well. And so I think it does, in my mind, meet the unanticipated standard, and very much appreciate all the analysis provided by the Groundfish management team on the range of aspects involved in this decision. And it gives me comfort moving forward that this is the right decision to make. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Pete Hassemer. Pete?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I too just wanted to speak in favor of the motion here. I appreciate, thanks Corey for making the motion. He had asked for some other justification, and mine, I looked at it from a different angle than what others have mentioned. The first bar to clear, I think, is does an emergency exist? And yes, I think there's plenty of evidence that an emergency situation exists. So the second question I ask is, if we make this recommendation for NIMS and all the parties involved to go through the work of doing this, does it result in a beneficial impact? Do we actually see a positive outcome from this? And the quality of the GMT report bears that out. I didn't ask any clarifying questions, but what I saw in there this year and what occurred last year is up through about that September 12, 13, 14 date. Significantly fewer vessels have fished this year and last year. I think it's in the mid 50s range, than have fished up to that date in prior years. And if you look at the final season totals, that gap is made up considerably, that there are a number of vessels, I believe, that ended up fishing last year. Can't speak to this year yet, but at last year, that deficit in vessels that was fishing was made up at the end of the season. And the only factor I can see, and I think the GMT report points to it, is that this emergency action was in place that allowed some additional opportunities. So I think it does demonstrate that for the effort we put into this, it is very effective in achieving our stated outcomes. So again, I'll support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Marcy Remco. Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I appreciate the dialogue. I appreciate the Q&A and getting some very, I think, complete and honest answers from a number of folks that I asked questions of on this item. And, very much appreciate that all of us around the table have our own perspective, and that they may differ, and that's okay. But unfortunately, I will not be supporting the motion. But again, appreciate the considerations here today. My concern here is that I think we're hearing a request to extend the season end date to provide flexibility. And the reason that flexibility is desirable is to increase utilization of their allowable yield. And I think we've heard that in a number of discussions, a number of agenda items, and I am extremely sensitive to that. And looking at the season end date and why it is there, I don't even know why it's there. But there was a reason at one point in time. And it sounds like there's some very real and serious interest in removing that end date. And I'm very interested in considering that in another process so that the change becomes permanent. I'm thinking about workload. I'm thinking about how we accomplish the same need next year. I'm not ready to make a decision right here and now that the 2022 fix is through the 5-year review and that the scheduling of that on our agenda compared with all of the other competing initiatives. And I think what's kind of really at the root of this is folks in all of our fisheries are making business decisions, and folks that participate in multiple fisheries with multiple permits they've diversified their operations in a way that works for them. And certainly in this business, you must do that. You must have options. You must be able to move from fishery to fishery and participate in those that are going to be the most lucrative or the best for your business model, considering all of the prevailing circumstances. So, when the Alaska season this year kicked off, folks had to make a choice if they were going to do that or not, kind of knowing that, the season end date down here is what it is. And, I feel like all of our sectors and all of our fisheries at this point in time are in the unsavory situation of having to make business decisions that are really difficult in the face of changing circumstances, the face of uncertainties in the marketplace, uncertainties in the workforce. So that is not lost on me, and I realize the predicament that has put so many of our fleets in and how difficult it is. But in this situation, I'm not really clear how many people are really in Alaska and wanting to finish there and come here and prosecute their trip limit versus those that are presently here and just waiting to go fishing until the price is right. And the price isn't very good, and there aren't a lot of incentives. And that there's some of that sentiment in the GAP report. And again, I very much understand the desire for flexibility, and I think we hear that across many of our fisheries and fleets. But I'm concerned that by voting or forwarding this action, that we're kind of reshuffling the deck of our priorities. And I'm very interested in looking at all of our fisheries and how we increase utilization and how we provide flexibility. And so for those reasons, I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Bob Dooley. Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Marcy, for hitting a lot of the concerns I have. I'm conflicted. I see, if I have a base decision to make, I like to give fishermen the ability to fish. It doesn't markedly affect our process, and we have the ability to do that. So I'm really conflicted. I think that I probably ultimately will be supporting the motion. My concern here, and it stems from, notwithstanding all the things you mentioned, Marcy, and others have mentioned, I support the rationale that has come before me or before this. My big concern here is this whole entanglement issue, and not necessarily that there's an entanglement problem, but it's kind of entwined around this issue of maybe not having observer availability, maybe having COVID reducing our observer coverage in this fishery during that time. And I would hope that we have an increased desire or effort to make sure we up the level of observer coverage, not necessarily to just to verify what's going on, so that we don't have uncertainty rule the day and end up with a bigger problem. This was an issue at the Endangered Species Work Group, that they talked about whale entanglement. I also would, remember in California here, we delayed our Dungeness crab season because of whale presence. And I believe they're migrating south at that time of year. That's in November. So it would stand to reason to me there's a strong possibility they could be present north of here being San Francisco. So it's a concern of mine. we've heard from the observer program through the various venues that there's a limited availability of observers because of the continued COVID problem, as you know, the complications of keeping observers on vessels, particularly in Alaska, for long periods of time, and burnout. So the pool of observers is impacted. So that's what I would say there. But I think ultimately I'm going to support the motion, because I think if we have the ability to do so and it doesn't negatively impact our scheduling to an extent, and I heard that from Kelly's Ames comment that it wouldn't, and I don't see anything going forward in season planning at this meeting. So I think I will support, but I would hope that we proactively make sure that we have the rationale to defend this later season in the context of whale entanglements and bycatch and all of the other things that are entwined in it. So I'll stop there, and thank you so much for the motion.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, further discussion of the motion? If not, I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Okay, motion passes with one nay. Marcy? Okay. With that, I'll turn to Todd. And Todd, we're good here?
Yep. Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I see that Mr. Corey Niles has his hand up before I consider anything else.
Okay, Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I don't know if Ms. Ames is prepared at this point, but I just wanted to, and it's not, I don't think, directly impacting this agenda item, but since we had public testimony on the fact, just the idea that the council has recommended some outreach on the humpback entanglement, and we heard some folks today with some ideas. So just want to get on record that you've heard those, and that we are, putting on record that we are continuing those discussions and having that outreach. And I was personally encouraged to hear that these ideas brought forward today.
Okay, is that
If Kelly had any response, appreciate hearing. If not, understand it may be unanticipated question.
Kelly?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Niles, for the question. Yes, we do appreciate the discussion that occurred here today regarding this issue. We are in the early planning stages for workshops, likely sometime in 2022, to fulfill the biological opinion terms and conditions related to humpback whales, and the requirement to develop a gear marking feasibility report. We have not determined the full scope of these workshops, but we'll update the council and industry as we have additional information.
Thank you, Kelly. Okay. I'll see any more hands. So Todd, back to you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So the council has approved a motion shown here on the screen to consider emergency action to extend the limited entry sablefish tier fishery along with the revisions to the incidental halibut landing restrictions. We will go forth and get our transmittal information ready. So I believe that the council has appropriately addressed this particular item, and I have no further comments. Thank you.
I believe I was, well, I'm sorry, I was muted. Okay, we'll see everybody back here at 10:35. We're going to take a break and start off on C8. Thank you. Okay, it's 10:35. We're back in session. Just, apologies for the not taking a break sooner and debating to take one earlier. And anyway, time got away from me. So with that, I will turn it to, I believe, I think John is taking the lead on this. So John, you want to start us off on C8?
Yes, thank you, and good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. Agenda item C8 involves the first meeting where we're making decisions on harvest specifications and management measures for the next management cycle starting in January of 2023. Previous to this, you adopted a schedule for this specs process. At this meeting, we have the results of a lot of the new assessments and some further analyses that were needed to inform 2023 and 2024 harvest specifications. In your advanced briefing book, you had an attachment 1. Since the briefing book deadline, we found a couple of bugs in the database and a couple of errors that were fixed. And we also took advantage of the August 17th Groundfish subcommittee meeting and this SSC meeting last week to complete a supplemental revised attachment 1, which fixed the errors that were found since the briefing book deadline and also comports with the SSC's recommendations on harvest specifications. I hasten to add that all of those harvest specifications are under default harvest control rules. You'll notice in the 2 tables that are in supplemental revised attachment 1 that there are some stocks that are highlighted. Specifically, these are the ones that are going to the mop-up panel. We have spiny dogfish, California copper, California quillback, all highlighted there because we don't have adopted assessments yet for those stocks. And then California square spot, even though we did adopt that assessment yesterday, that's still highlighted. We didn't know at the time that I produced this supplemental revised attachment 1, we didn't know the apportionment north and south for square spot. We've got that now, but regardless, the SSC hasn't reviewed it. So so that'll be, those highlighted stocks will have values for those for the November meeting. So the unhighlighted stocks are subject to adoption at this meeting for the no action alternative or stocks that are informed with default harvest control rules. As explained in the SITS that's our Amendment 24 process. So we have that for your consideration. Hopefully that supplemental revised attachment 1 will be a good vehicle for your decision making today. We also have a number of supplemental reports for your consideration. Besides the one I just mentioned, there's a supplemental attachment 3, which talks a little bit about the process going forward, and my colleague Todd Phillips can speak to that, as well as some of the other management measure considerations that are part of this meeting too. But before I turn it over to Todd, let me just remark that with respect to any new harvest control rules or harvest specifications that the council might want to consider for adoption in November, this would be the meeting to request any analyses, new projections under different harvest control rules, that sort of thing that you can see in November to inform that decision. So this is the opportunity to get that kind of feedback. The other, I'll go through the supplemental materials that you have here, but I'll I'll give the mic up to my colleague Todd to explain the context of some of those. But just so you're following at home, we have that supplemental attachment 3 I just spoke to, a supplemental CDFW report, an ODF and W report, which was in the advanced briefing book. We have a revised supplemental GMT report 2 on harvest specifications, and we have supplemental reports from the Habitat Committee, the SSC, the GAP, the GMT, and then a number of public comments for your consideration. So if there are any questions to me on the harvest specifications side of this discussion and this consideration, I would recommend that you hear a very quick briefing from my colleague Todd Phillips on the management measures side of things.
Thank you, John. Questions for John on the specs? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, John. And now to you, Todd.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning again, Council. So you may have noticed that we are bifurcating our process here in terms of John takes the harvest specifications and I'm generally on the management measures. So I appreciate your patience. So at this particular meeting, this is the option where the Council will give us a preliminary range of new management measures. So this is, as part of your action, is today to adopt a preliminary range of new management measures for analysis. New measures are those for where impacts have not been previously analyzed and or have not been previously implemented in regulation. These measures in the past have included such items as stock complex restructuring, protected resource mitigation measures, and changes to RCAs. You will note, as John noted in his overview, that there's a CDFW and an ODFW reports. Those reports do provide some information as to management measures regarding what those two states are thinking. Adopting a preliminary range of new management measures and providing initial guidance at this meeting does allow the GMT, in coordination with National Marine Fisheries Service, to assess the analytical requirements and the anticipated workload at their October meeting. These preliminary analyses can inform the Council as to the workload and appropriate additional analyses that may need to go forward. For Council reference, in GMT Report 1, they provide a summarized view of those management measures the Council has at least discussed in the recent past. And of course, there are additional measures that have been discussed in other venues. So one important thing for the Council to consider is that the list of potential new management measures and available resources, when you come to decide the issues that are the highest priorities, is to also take into account that the January 1 implementation date for this particular action. A manageable range of alternatives for analyses will increase the likelihood that the harvest specifications and new management measures will be implemented by that date. So I would also refer back to the supplemental report 3, in which is a joint report between Council staff and National Marine Fisheries staff. That particular report was generated to describe how we would like to go forward this particular cycle. In past cycles, we have combined the NEPA document, which is your environmental assessment or environmental impact statement, depending on which way things go. And we combine that NEPA document with the decision documents that we produce for the Council. And what that generally results in is a monster of a document, somewhere around 400 pages. While that may not be unheard of or problematic, it is and can provide some delay in National Marine Fisheries Service review of the document, meaning that there is the potential that in the review of the document, the larger document, it could delay action on their part. So what we have decided this time to do is to split the split the onion, as it were. We are going to be able to provide you, the council, the decision documents like you usually receive them. These are the monster documents that you receive in early spring, where the GMT has analyzed the new management measures that you have decided upon, as well as the harvest specifications and other routine measures. So you will get exactly what you have been getting in the past, just as a separate document. The NEPA document, however, will be split from that. So when it goes forward to National Marine Fisheries Service for their review, they will receive a much slimmed down document that should allow for clearance, review and clearance to occur a little bit faster or a little bit more streamlined on their part than in the past. I know that's probably a lot to handle at this particular juncture. I'm happy to answer any questions on that and look forward to moving forward with the specs item. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Todd. Questions for Todd on his overview there? Corey Ridings. Corey?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, John and Todd, for that overview. Todd, thanks for that quick intro to the supplemental attachment 3 regarding the NEPA analysis. I noted in the report that there was a nod towards transparency, and that's great to see. Can you provide a few more details on how this splitting up of the document is going to take place? Thanks.
Mr. Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Ridings, and welcome to the council process. So in terms of how these documents will be presented, so in early spring, the council will receive the detailed decision document. This particular document will contain, as I mentioned, all the analyses that the council has either requested or new analyses that are appropriate for the action at hand. That will go online and be available for the public, for stakeholders, for the ABs as it usually is. When we move forward with more decisions made by the council and as the National Marine Fisheries Service and staff develop the NEPA document, that document will include hyperlinks as appropriate and other references as appropriate to the decision document. And then come, I guess, June, when we have final action on the council's part for the specs action, for the specs item, the council will see two documents in the briefing book. One will be the decision document and for them to review and move forward with. The other will be a draft NEPA document for the council to look at as well. The important thing to note is that within the NEPA document, it will refer back to the council's decision document as much as necessary or as much as possible to make sure that anyone that reads the EA or EIS can appropriately find the necessary information that they may need. Yes, so in general, Ms. Ridings, I think what at least National Marine Fisheries Service and staff are thinking is that what the council will receive is exactly what you've received in the past. It just will, instead of one giant document, it will be two documents. One very slim and streamlined, and of course, the larger document that the council has come to expect. Does that answer your questions appropriately, Ms. Ridings?
Thank you, Todd, it does.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. Further questions for Todd? Okay. Corey, your hand's still up. All right. I'll turn back to John and Todd to see if there's anything else before we go to the CDFW report.
Nothing more from me, Mr. Vice Chair. Unless there's any questions to us, I think maybe it is time to go on to the state reports.
Very good. Okay. Thank you. Now to the CDFW report and Andre Klein. Andre.
Hello, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Andre, we do. And actually, just for everybody following, no notion to have a mic check. If we don't hear you, we'll let you know. But as we see, you're unmuted. So please proceed. Thank you.
Got that. Thanks. Andre Klein from CDFW, reading agenda item C8A, Supplemental CDFW Report 1. California Department of Fish and Wildlife report on range of management measures for California's 2023-24 commercial and recreational groundfish fisheries. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife, CDFW, provides the following potential changes to management measures for commercial and recreational fisheries for 2023-24 that are based on the outcome of adopted stock assessments and resultant harvest specifications, public input received to date, and other amendments identified to improve clarity or operational efficiency. The intent of this list is to solicit public input early in the biennial process. The measures described below should be considered a preliminary range and may be refined, amended, or added to. Additional discussions with other agencies and the public will inform which measures are a priority for stakeholders and allow for evaluation of associated workload. Items not further considered: salmon troll trip limits. CDFW supported a new incidental yellowtail rockfish trip limit for the salmon troll fisheries south of 40 degrees 10 north latitude in the 2021-22 biennial cycle. At this time, limited landings ticket information suggests this opportunity is not currently being utilized enough to prioritize considering increases or expansions to other species. Although industry is requesting additional groundfish species be considered for inclusion in additional / higher trip limit opportunities because of apparent bycatch and discarding at sea incidental salmon troll operations, there is little information or mechanism to sufficiently quantify the species interaction in the salmon troll fishery to confidently inform an analysis, as the salmon troll fleet has no logbook requirements or onboard observer data. Without these supporting data streams, in addition to the regulatory complexities of the salmon trollers being able to operate inside the non-trawl rockfish conservation areas, or NTRCAs, without the need for vessel monitoring systems, CDFW views the significant additional costs in terms of workload to analyze and implement. CDFW supports alternative options / future workload packages that could provide better opportunity for targeting groundfish under a consistent set of rules or regulations across sectors. Proposed 2023-24 harvest specifications and management measures. Catch controls. Commercial. 1, evaluate or adjust cumulative trip limits, sublimits, and or prohibitions to implement 2023-24 harvest specifications and to be consistent through all periods, including but not limited to: A, square spot rockfish south of 4010 north latitude; B, copper rockfish south of 3427 north latitude; C, quillback rockfish statewide; D, vermilion rockfish south of 4010 north latitude; E, shelf rockfish north of 4010 north latitude; F, shelf rockfish south of 4010 north latitude. And 2, clarifications and corrections from prior specification cycles. Recreational. 1, evaluate recreational season structure, bag and sub-bag limit changes and or prohibitions in management areas depending on new stock assessment results and harvest specifications. Changes may include, but are not limited to, A, vermilion rockfish, B, copper, quillback, and square spot rockfishes within the 10 fish rockfish cabezon greenling bag limit, and 2, clarifications and corrections from prior specification cycles. New and routine management measures. Repeal of the cowcod conservation areas and rockfish conservation area modifications. Under the 2023-24 harvest specifications and management measures planning agenda item in June 2021, CDFW submitted a report proposing the cowcod conservation areas, or CCAs, be repealed and replaced with depth-based NTRCAs around islands, banks, and other high spots in these areas. That report can be found in agenda item G6A supplemental CDFW report 1 from June 2021. Given the rebuilt status of cowcod, CDFW continues to support repealing the CCAs and adding the proposed non-trawl rockfish conservation areas as a priority among RCA modifications. In addition to repealing the CCAs and adding the proposed NTRCAs specific to the CCAs, several other minor waypoint modifications are proposed below, including requests from CDFW law enforcement, industry requests to better align boundary lines with depth contour, and modifications to fix crossovers between boundary lines. CDFW has received and evaluated requests for waypoint changes over the past several months, resulting in the proposals below. Specific to industry requests, while the non-trawl rockfish conservation area boundary lines may not closely approximate the depth contour, in some instances it was not possible to better align the boundary line and depth contour without creating crossovers or potentially creating enforcement concerns. Regarding crossovers, NTRCA boundary lines which cross over one another are identified in the text, though not all of the waypoints defining the cross lines require modifications. Please refer to the tabular information below for specific latitude, longitude information associated with the current and proposed waypoint amendments. As enumerated in the tables below, CDFW's proposals for conservation area modifications all fit into at least one of the following categories. 1, repeal the CCAs and implement new non-trawl rockfish conservation areas around the islands, banks, and high spots within the CCAs. I'll just note here a correction to the numbering format. The correct numbering should be in sequence. So 2, address CDFW enforcement requests. 3, industry requests to better align coordinates with depth contour. And 4, crossover corrections. In the figures and tables below, the proposed modifications are arranged from north to south with explanatory text preceding each figure. CDFW welcomes public input and review of individual proposed waypoints and lines, preparation of the upcoming biennial cycle, and encourages industry or the public to contact Andrew Klein at wildlife.ca.gov for questions or technical support. 42 to 4010 North Latitude. Industry requested modifications to the 100-fathom non-trawl rockfish conservation area boundary line around Eel Canyon off Eureka, California to better align with the depth contour. Additional modifications are proposed for the area around Mendocino and Atoll Canyons, just north of the 4010 North Latitude management line to address crossovers between the 125, 100, 75, 60, and 50 fathom boundary lines. A map of these proposed changes can be found in Figure 1 and a table of proposed waypoints in Table 1. As currently specified, the commercial NTRCA is from 40 fathoms to 100 fathoms and is seaward of 30 fathoms for the recreational fishery between 42 North Latitude, which is the Oregon-California border, and 4010 North Latitude near Cape Mendocino. So I'll just take a moment real quickly, describe the majority of our maps here. What you'll see is the yellow triangle signifies modification of an existing waypoint, whereas a purple plus sign is an added waypoint, and the red stop sign a deleted waypoint from one currently in regulation. The little blue circles indicate a waypoint as is in regulation with no change. The lines that are in gradient, various gradients of red, are the RCA lines in radiation with the hashed line showing the proposed. So when the gradient line overlaps with the hashed line, that signifies that they are in line with one another. And when they deviate, you can see how it is in regulation as to compared to what we are proposing. All right. 4010 to 3427 North Latitude. In the area between 4010 North Latitude and 3857.5 North Latitude, Point Arena, the non-trawl rockfish conservation area for the commercial fishery is from 40 fathoms to 125 fathoms and is seaward of 30 fathoms for the recreational fishery. Industry requested modifications to the 40-fathom NTRCA boundary line in the area around Albion, California, to better align the boundary line with the depth contour. The 40 and 30-fathom NTRCA boundary lines currently in regulation cross over one another, which resulted in roughly 8 square miles that had been permissible to fish to be closed when the 40-fathom NTRCA was implemented in 2021. Modifications are opposed to address the crossover and generally better align the NTRCA boundary lines with the depth contour. Those proposed changes can be seen in Figure 2 and Table 2. In the area between 3857.5 North Latitude and 3427 North Latitude, which is Point Conception, The NTRCA for the commercial fishery is from 50 fathoms to 125 fathoms and is seaward of 50 fathoms for the recreational fishery. Industry requested modifications to the 50 fathom NTRCA boundary line around the Farallon Islands off San Francisco, California, to better align the boundary line with depth contour. As currently specified in regulation, the 50 and 40 fathom non-trawl rockfish conservation area boundary lines cross over, which resulted in an area that had been permissible to fish under the 40 fathom NTRCA boundary line to be closed when the 50 fathom NTRCA boundary line was implemented in 2021. Additional modifications are proposed to address crossovers between the 125, 100, and 75 fathom NTRCA boundary lines. A map of those proposals can be seen in Figure 3 with the proposed waypoints in Table 3. Various modifications are proposed to address crossovers in the Monterey Bay, California area between the 125, 100, 75, 60, and 50 fathom NTRCA boundary lines. These proposals can be seen in Figure 4 and Table 4. Just south of Monterey Bay, California, modifications are proposed to address crossovers between the 125 and 100, as well as the 40 and 30 fathom non-trawl rockfish conservation area boundary lines. These can be found in Figure 5 and Table 5. Near Point Sur, which is located between Monterey and Morro Bay, California, modifications are proposed to address crossovers between the 125, 100, 75, 60, and 50 fathom NTRCA boundary lines. A map of these is seen in Figure 6 and the proposed coordinates in Table 6. In the Morro Bay, California area, modifications are proposed to address crossovers between the 125, 100, 75, 60, and 50 fathom NTRCA boundary lines. Again, a map and a table of proposed coordinates can be found in Figure 7 and Table 7, respectively. South of 3427 north latitude, the NTRCA for the commercial fishery is from 100 fathoms to 150 fathoms and is seaward of 100 fathoms for the recreational fishery. In the area around Santa Barbara, California, and the Northern Channel Islands, modifications are proposed to address crossovers between the 125, 100, 75, 60, 50, 40, and 30 fathom NTRCA boundary lines. Map is depicted in Figure 8 and a table of proposed coordinates in Table 8. In the area around Port Hueneme, California, modifications are proposed to address crossovers between the 125, 100, 75, 60, 50, 40, and 30 fathom NT RCA boundary lines. Map is shown in figure 9 and a table of proposed coordinates in table 9. In the northern area of Santa Monica Bay, California, modifications are proposed to address various crossovers amongst the 125, 100, 75, 60, 50, 40, and 30 fathom NT RCA boundary lines. Map is shown in figure 10 and proposed coordinates in table 10. In the southern area of Santa Monica Bay, California, around Redondo Canyon, CDFW enforcement requested additional points on the 125 and 100 fathom boundary lines to address enforcement concerns. The current series of waypoints allows access to depths far greater than the boundary line, which creates confusion resulting in increased enforcement burdens. An example of this is increased CalTIP reports of vessels suspected of fishing deeper than allowed. Additionally, modifications are proposed to address crossovers between the 60, 50, 40, and 30 fathom NT RCA boundary lines. A map and table of proposed coordinates can be seen in figure 11 and table 11. Off Palos Verdes, California, around Point Vicente, modifications are proposed to address crossovers between the 125, 100, 75, 60, and 50 fathom NT RCA boundary lines. Map of these proposals is seen in figure 12, table of proposed coordinates in table 12. Around Santa Catalina Island, modifications are proposed to address crossovers between the 125, 100, 75, 60, 50, 40, and 30 fathom NT RCA boundary lines. Map of the proposals is depicted in figure 13. Proposed coordinates can be found in table 13. CDFW enforcement requested additional points be added to the 125 and 100 fathom NT RCA boundary lines near the oil platforms off Huntington Beach, California, to address enforcement concerns over the lack of consistency and resulting enforcement difficulties, similar to the modifications made around Redondo Canyon. Additionally, modifications are proposed to address crossovers between the 125 and 100, as well as the 40 and 30 fathom NT RCA boundary lines. These are provided in figure 14 and table 14. For the area around Lawson's Knoll off Dana Point, California, CDFW enforcement requested modification to the NT-RCA boundary lines to address enforcement concerns, as the current boundary lines are very poorly aligned with the intended depth. Depicted in figure 15, proposed waypoints are in table 15. Only the 125 through 250 fathom NT-RCA boundary lines are specified in regulation. and CDFW is aware of public interest in establishing a 100-fathom NT-RCA boundary line at Lost Knoll. However, CDFW has determined that the area that would be encompassed by a 100-fathom NT-RCA boundary line is too small to be enforceable. Therefore, no 100-fathom waypoints are proposed to be added below. This map's here is a little bit different with depicting at top the lines as they are in regulation, with the proposed modifications to the waypoints also depicted on that map on top. And then if you look below, that is what we're proposing with the lines connecting to our proposed modifications. This map is the only one that differs from the others. Around Santa Clemente Island, modifications are proposed to address crossovers between the 125, 100, 75, 60, 50, 40, and 30 fathom NT-RCA boundary lines. Map of these proposals is shown in figure 16 and the proposed coordinates in table 16. Off the main coastline of San Diego, California, modifications are proposed to address crossovers between the 125, 100, 75, 60, 50, 40, and 30 fathom non-trawl rockfish conservation area boundary lines. A map of these proposals is shown in figure 17 and proposed coordinates in table 17. And with that, Mr. Vice Chair, that concludes the CDFW report.
Thank you, Andre. Questions for the CDFW report? Kelly Ames.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger, and great to hear from you, Andre. Just a question on the CCA proposal. In coordination with that CCA repeal proposal, does CDF&W anticipate developing proposals for increased monitoring as well?
Andre?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ames. Great to hear you as well. I will defer to Ms. Yaremko on that, if I may.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Kelly, and thank you, Andre. With regard to increased monitoring, one thing that is certain about all of these areas is that they are far offshore, and that VMS, which is the method for monitoring commercial fisheries, would apply for vessels operating in these areas. As for recreational fisheries, you have heard in the past from enforcement the need to have waypoints and areas that are proposed for opening or closing to be large enough so that it is easy to detect vessels that are inside or outside of a particular area that is open. So no, we don't have any particular proposal to increase monitoring in the CCA or adjacent areas with our recommendation to repeal the CCA. Just want to note that we brought the waypoints that were being considered for that area forward in the CDFW report back in June. And also, just as a matter of overview and context. I realize how large this report is and how many proposed waypoint modifications that we are bringing forward here. I'd also remind folks that we have 1,100 miles of California coastline. We also have a large number of islands, offshore banks, and canyons that have quite varying topography. And when we are using depth-based management, which is the method that the council and NIMFS embarked on many moons ago when we decided to manage groundfish fisheries using depth-based measures. The waypoint system was developed and created, and it lives on today. I acknowledge how much work it is to have a series of waypoints that we expect fleets to follow and adhere to. And that decision, like I said, we made it some time ago and we continue to uphold it today. I want to thank Andre for his work in this regard. The council has considered other actions in the past where we address crossovers in kind of a piecemeal fashion, where industry may have brought it to us as a public comment. We have now gotten our folks accustomed to making waypoint change requests in association with the biennial specs process in order to streamline those requests and deal with them in a comprehensive manner all at once to avoid taking the council's time and NIMF's time making small adjustments to waypoints one at a time in individual rulemaking. So we have continued to work in the background, collecting requests from industry on crossovers and on requests to adjust waypoints to better align with bathymetry. We have also, we propose here a number of modifications that our own CDFW enforcement staff have raised in their effort to enforce waypoints and boundary lines on the water. And then we've also proposed other modifications as described in this report to address needs for crossovers in RCA lines that aren't active yet, but may be active into the future under a new set of specifications. So kind of the general categories of waypoint corrections that we're proposing, just to highlight that in our report, it's found on page 2. The 4 categories of proposed points that are presented in the report. And so, like I say, we've been collecting these requests over the course of 2 years and bringing them back in one action for consideration within specs. Just a little more on that too. You know, we built these rules using depth-based management. You know, and we the state of California, you know, acknowledge our role and responsibility to help make sure these rules work on the water, both for our fishing public and for our enforcement folks, with the goal that, you know, closed areas, we're closing them to protect fish stocks, or we're closing them to protect sensitive habitat. So in terms of developing a mechanism to manage by, I mean, this was the decision that was made, and if there are improvements to VMS that we need to consider into the future to improve our ability to monitor closed area management, I think we'll look forward to those discussions. I know we've discussed ping rate adjustments in the past, and if enforcement has other monitoring requests, I'm sure the council would consider them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Further questions on the CDFW report? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the ODFW report, and I believe Maggie's going to do that. Maggie?
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. One moment while I pull up the right report from, there we go, from among the many we have in front of us. I will be summarizing from agenda item C8A, ODFW Report 1, September 2021, noting that it has been in the briefing book since the advanced version was available. This report presents two items for council consideration under this agenda topic. Both of these are relative to fisheries off of Oregon only. The first is an alternative harvest control rule, an alternative ABC for Oregon black rockfish for further exploration and comparison to the default. And then we also provide early notice of a possible new management measure relating to recreational groundfish and halibut retention in waters off of Oregon. First, we provide some background on the black rockfish ABC, including a description of the importance of this stock for our fisheries and the priority that ODFW places on managing the stock for optimal current fishing opportunities, while first and foremost protecting its future productivity so that it continues to support fisheries into the future as well as meet ecosystem needs. We note that this stock was last assessed in 2015. There were a number of significant uncertainties in that assessment, particularly regarding the catchability value for an ODFW tagging study and resulting influence on biomass scale in the assessment. I think that is sounding like a familiar theme regarding many of our nearshore assessments in particular, but not only those. Since that assessment, that has formed the basis for OFLs and specifications for black rockfish. We do note that it has been combined with Oregon blue and deacon rockfish in a stock complex since 2019 due to the co-occurrence and difficulty in identifying and targeting these species independent of each other by the average angler. But we do continue to successfully manage black rockfish to its stock-specific component contributions with a harvest guideline and federal rule, and sector-specific harvest guidelines and state rule, and very intensive in-season monitoring and management by ODFW. The default harvest control rules were used in 2017 and 18 and 19 and 20, and then beginning in 2021, the council did depart from the default harvest control rule on a case-by-case basis by adopting an ABC for both of those years equal to the 2020 value. This was intended to provide fishery stability without significantly affecting stock status, and a key factor supporting that decision was that long-term projections under the default and alternative ABC values resulted in nearly identical results for spawning output and depletion at the end of the projected time period. In order to better understand the impacts of the default specifications and continuing with a static ABC equal to the 2021 value here in the report, that's also the 2020 value, 512 metric tons, we do recommend including an alternative Oregon black rockfish of 512 metric tons for 2023 and 2024 in the range. And I note that the request at this time would be for projections based on that ABC so that we can consider it further in November along with the default. In the report, we do note that when the alternative ABCs were adopted for use in 2020 and 2021, the SSC endorsed that, but cautioned that the practice should be used, the practice of departing from the default harvest control rules should be used sparingly in general and is not recommended on a recurring basis for any stock. We concur with that principle, and we certainly don't wish to jeopardize the capacity of the black rockfish stock to support fisheries and fill its ecosystem role. However, we believe it may be possible that the proposed alternative could provide fishery stability without detrimental impacts on future stock status and productivity. Therefore, we are proposing a request for updated projections of the ABC and updated projections of spawning output and depletion under each scenario, the default and this proposed alternative prior to the November council meeting. Finally, at the end of the report, we note again, as we did under the halibut agenda item earlier, that ODFW has begun very preliminary discussions with constituents through our state processes to discuss the concept of a big game type tag system in our recreational halibut fisheries. And we are mentioning that here only because a tag system could potentially interact with our groundfish management measures, specifically regarding the retention of groundfish and halibut on the same time if there are depth restrictions related to groundfish fisheries in place. And so we just wanted to kind of put a placeholder here in case we do find that there is some need to consider any management measure adjustments through the groundfish harvest specifications and management measures process. That concludes the report, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Maggie. Questions for Maggie on the ODFW report? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Maggie. And next up will be Galen Johnson and the SSC report. Galen?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Galen Johnson of the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission reading Agenda Item C8A of the Supplemental SSC Report 1. The Scientific and Statistical Committee reviewed Agenda Item C8 Attachment 1 in the GMT 008 table, the draft annual groundfish harvest specifications on the Pacific Fisheries Information Network. The SSC reviewed 1, the overfishing limits for 2023 and 2024 under default harvest control rules. 2, the category, excuse me, just a moment. 2, the category designation for each stock area, and 3, the constant or time varying sigma, that is the increasing scientific uncertainty with the age of assessment used to calculate acceptable biological catch buffers. Reviewed OFLs were obtained directly from 2021 assessments, including updates and projections, and from previously conducted assessments and projections. Changes made since Attachment 1 was produced include correcting the Dover sole ACL to 50,000 metric tons, revising quillback rockfish in Washington to be Category 3 and therefore having a constant OFL, updating projections for quillback rockfish off Oregon to reflect updated groundfish management team advice on 2021 and 2022 removals, and changing green striped rockfish to Category 3 given when the assessment was conducted, and that's 2009. Further review of the spiny dogfish assessment, the stock designations for copper rockfish, and additional age data for copper and quillback rockfishes will be subject to the mop-up review panel on September 29th and 30th. Uncertainty remains as to which species will be included in the Nearshore Rockfish South complex for 2023 and 2024. In particular, if copper and quillback rockfishes will be included in that complex. Therefore, at the November meeting, the SSC expects to review OFL contributions for spiny dogfish, copper rockfish of California, quillback rockfish off of California, the nearshore Rockfish South complex, and in other cases if alternative projections are requested or new discrepancies discovered. In addition, the SSC has increasing concerns with how species that have been fully assessed are managed within complexes, including those above target levels, for example, vermilion, for which recent catches have been greater than their contributions to the complex. The SSC conditionally endorses the values in GMT 008 with the changes noted above, although it has not checked every value in that table. The SSC will review all values before the November meeting. The SSC expresses appreciation to the Northwest Fisheries Science Center and Southwest Fisheries Science Center stock assessors and their co-authors for completing the assessments and additional analyses to provide management advice with respect to the specifications process. And that concludes our statement.
Thank you, Galen. Question for Galen on the SSC report? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Galen. Next up, we got a couple of GMT reports, and first will be Mel Mandra. Mel?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So we behind the scenes discussed doing a brief overview of report 1 that has been in the advanced briefing book, but Todd provided a bit of one. Would you like an expanded overview?
Oh, well, I guess whatever you think would we need to have to, I mean, that I don't mean to make extra work for you, but whatever you're comfortable with.
Sure. A quick overview of report 1. So first, Mel Mandra, the Groundfish management team. I will provide a quick overview of agenda item C8A, GMT report 1 on 23-24 biennial harvest specifications and management measures. Again, this has been out in the advanced briefing book. So hopefully most folks have had a chance to review it. It is a list of 6 items that has come to the GMT's attention one way, shape, or form prior to this meeting of potential new management measures or routine management or new management measures that could be adopted in the range of alternatives. And we just gave our best attempt at what the irrelevant factors for analyses would be, the potential benefits, and the anticipated workload from the GMT on these 6 particular items. And those items would be adopting management measures necessitated by results of the new stock assessments, prohibited directed fishing for short belly, cowcod conservation area removal, and then adopt new coordinates for the non-trawl RCA conservation area, boundary lines off California, allow additional rockfish retention in the salmon troll fishery north and south of 4010 fishing inside the non-trawl rockfish conservation area, and remove the daily limit for sablefish, daily trip limit, open access for north of 36. So if there are any questions on report 1, I'd be happy to take those.
Thanks, Mel. Questions for Mel on GMT report 1? Okay, very good. Very well. Continue, Mel.
Okay, I will roll into report 3 and then 2 rather, and then I'll hand it off to Lynn for report 3. So for report 2, the GMT reviewed the draft harvest specifications, received an overview from Mr. Todd Phillips of council staff, and provides comments below. We have begun to develop a list of potential management measures for 2023 and 24, which are discussed in supplemental report 3. The GMT notes that The deadline for this report is shortly after the scheduled conclusion of the stock assessment agenda item. Therefore, we did not have time to fully discuss and include outcomes of the agenda item in time for this report. What is below is based on information we had available to us at the time of writing. We may provide additional information in November. The GMT does not have recommendations on specific harvest control rules, as this is a council risk tolerance decision. Default harvest control rules. Default harvest control rules, as implemented under Amendment 24, will be applied to the best available science information to generate the 2023 and 24 harvest specifications, including overfishing limits, acceptable biological catches, and annual catch limits. The GMT recommends that the council indicate at this meeting if it would like to depart from the default harvest control rules for any species. This timing is necessary to coordinate with stock assessors and prepare information for the November 2021 council meeting, when the council is scheduled to adopt preliminary preferred ACL alternatives for overwinter analysis by the GMT. This information will also be discussed during the GMT's October work session. Rebuilding plans and analysis. There is the potential for rebuilding plans being needed for one or more species, if any species are declared overfish. We expect to learn more during the September mop-up panel. We'll discuss at our October work session, and will provide supplemental information to the council in November. The GMT does not want to note that workload associated with the rebuilding plan or plans and analysis could impact capacity for analyzing new management measures this cycle. Therefore, we remind the council to take this into consideration when adopting and prioritizing new management measures for inclusion in this biennial cycle. Alternative harvest control rules. The GMT emphasized that the primary objective at this time is to identify a range of alternatives for further analysis. We provide some initial scoping for each proposal. We also note that annual catch targets, ACTs, are set below the ACLs are another allocation-based management option, but are considered management measures, which we discuss in Supplemental Report 3. Comparing benefits and risks to different harvest specifications. Higher ACLs can provide greater economic benefits, but can also increase conservation risk, especially when a stock estimates of spawning biomass and relative stock status are highly uncertain. For this reason, stock assessors provide decision tables that allow the council to compare how higher and lower harvest strategies, such as different P-stars, are affect spawning biomass and relative stock status annually over the next 10 years, taking into consideration assessment uncertainty. Decision tables elucidate the risk of trade-offs from alternative future management action and should be carefully considered during decision making. Table 1 contains species where alternative harvest specifications or control rules have been suggested thus far via public comment, ODFW, the stock assessment review, panel process, etc. The GMT does not have recommendations on these alternatives at this time. We are just providing them for the council for consideration. And here in Table 1, you can see 10 different stocks that we've seen potential proposals to change the harvest specification. We have a column for the default harvest control rule and the alternative 1 or potentially alternative 2. For sablefish, the default harvest control rule for sablefish is to apply a P-star 0.45 and set the ACL equal to the ABC, which was set during the 21-22 biennial process, had previously been set at a P-star of 0.4. There is a public comment letter requesting the council to instead adopt a P-star of 0.35 for sablefish. However, the letter does not specify if that is for north or south of 36 north latitude or both. The GMT would like some clarification on that. The request is based on some concerns for the stock long-term, uncertainty in the assessment, and potential market impacts due to the large annual changes in the ACL. The council could consider a P-star of 0.4, which is the midpoint between the default harvest control rule and the alternative one proposal. For lingcod north of 4010, the default harvest control rule for typo, we'll fix that. The default for lingcod north of 4010 is to apply a P-star 0.45 and set the ACL equal to the ABC. This is now a category 2 stock. The sigma will be adjusted from that of the previous category 1 designation. During the STAR panel, a P-star 0.4 catch projection was conducted as a possible management option to account for the large uncertainty in the assessment. Therefore, the P-star 0.4 is included as a potential alternative too. And for lingcod south, similar to what is stated above for the north with regard to the P-stars. For Black Oregon rockfish, the no action 23-24 ABCs for Oregon Black rockfish, 470 metric tons and 466 metric tons respectively, are based on using the maximum P-star of 0.4 and then the category 2 time varying sigma. ODFW is requesting a case-by-case ABC to be set equal to the 2020 ABC of 512 metric tons, which is used as a P-star 0.45 and the previous static sigma value of 0.72. This alternative harvest specification for 23-24 should stabilize harvest levels and fisheries while allowing time for incorporation of new ODFW hydroacoustic survey results, which will provide current information on biomass in Oregon waters into a full assessment in 2023, which will inform future specifications. For Pacific spiny dogfish, the GMT realizes the draft assessment will be going into the September 21 mop-up review panel to further investigate priors of the Northwest Fishery Science Center groundfish bottom trawl survey catchability coefficient, and depending on the outcome, the scale of the stock and status may change significantly. In the event of the resulting OFLs for the 2023 and beyond are higher than those projected under the P-star of 0.4 in the draft assessment, council may want to consider an even more precautionary approach by including an alternative 1 of a P-star of 0.35 in the range of alternatives. The GMT may provide additional information in November after hearing the results of the September mop-up review panel. Vermilion sunset rockfish north 4010. The default harvest control rule for vermilion north 4010 is to apply the P-star 0.45 and set the ACL equal to the ABC. With the recent overages of the OFL contribution to the minor shelf complex north 4010, the council may want to consider being more precautionary and apply a P-star 0.4. For vermilion sunset south, The default and alternative are the same for the Vermilion Sunset Complex North, and for the same reasons. With the recent overages of the OFL contribution to the Southern Complex, the council may want to consider being more precautionary here as well by applying a P-star of 0.4. However, the GMT notes that there have been some recent measures taken to help reduce catch in both commercial, which was taken into effect June 2020, and recreational fisheries in January 2021. And therefore, extra precautionary measures at the harvest specification levels may not be warranted. For quillback and copper rockfish, this is a placeholder for now, depending on the outcome of council decisions and discussions on the stock assessment agenda item at this meeting, and potentially the outcome of the mop-up panel. The GMT will provide additional information if necessary in November. And lastly, managing species within a complex. The GMT anticipates the need to have discussions about harvest specifications for and the management of species within complexes, especially in light of the new assessments, recent harvest, and potential overfish declarations. However, the GMT would like to hear from the council discussion on stock assessments at this meeting, as well as the results from the mop-up review panel scheduled later this month before commenting. We intend to discuss this more at our October work session and will provide supplemental information in November. And with that, I conclude report number 2 and happy to take any questions.
Mel, questions for Mel on the GMT report 2? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Mel.
Thank you.
We have one more GMT report, which is report 3, and Lynn Mattis. Lynn?
Good morning. This is agenda item C8A, supplemental GMT report 3. This report comments more on the management measures, as Mel just covered the harvest specifications in report 2. Preliminary range of management measures. Under this item, the council must adopt a preliminary range of potential new management measures. Adopting the measures at this meeting provides the GMT with a preliminary list of measures to analyze at our October work session and allows for more substantive feedback to the council at the November meeting. The council can continue to prioritize new measures brought up under the Groundfish prioritization agenda item outside of the harvest specification process by scheduling them as standalone agenda items on the year at a glance. In order to best utilize this process and provide increasing transparency to constituents, the GMT suggests the council not include emerging management issues in the 23-24 harvest specifications management measures agenda item outside of those required to keep stocks within their harvest specifications. Providing analysis to support changes on such issues could detract from our ability to engage on prioritized standalone agenda items, such as changes to the non-trawl spatial management tools and gear switching Sablefish area management. We have been given guidance by NIMS that management measures in the 23-24 package should be limited to changes to trip limits, bag limits, season structures, and other measures needed to implement the harvest specifications for the biennium. Table 1 below lists the allocation measures that have been identified so far, while Table 2 lists the catch control measures that have been identified so far. Additional information is provided below the tables on 2 select items that were not covered under GMT Report 1, and actions not taken at every cycle. An example of items that were taken at every cycle are non-trawl allocation, recreational season structure, etc. We will provide additional information at the November council meeting on items from this list and from the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, as well as any other items that the council identifies. So walking through Table 1, these are allocation measures that have been identified. And this table should look familiar to those of you who've been through this process before. We tried to keep it to the same look. And the numbering do not take as any sort of ranking. We just numbered them so it was easier to identify. Allocation measures are like off the top deductions, within trawl harvest guidelines are yellow eye sharing, etc. Then table 2 that begins on that is on page 3 is catch control measures that have been identified so far. Some of them are all sectors. We haven't had any identified for the non-trawl sector, for the trawl sector so far. And then for the non-trawl sectors, there are things like the coordinates for the non-trawl RCA that was covered in the CDFW report, setting up the 3 states recreational fisheries and trip limits for the nearshore and non-nearshore trip limits. So some additional information on select items. Item number 1 from table 1 above, annual catch targets. While the council could select an annual catch limit or ACL lower than the ABC to account for management and uncertainty, another approach could be the use of an ACT, annual catch target. ACTs are soft targets, not hard caps, and are useful when there is unusual high uncertainty in projections of fishery impacts or delays in monitoring in-season catches. As a reminder, during the 21-22 process, the council adopted a 50 metric ton ACT for cow cod to account for assessment uncertainty. Additionally, the council chose to manage the non-trawl fisheries with an ACT for yellow eye rockfish of 29.5 metric tons for 2022 as a precautionary measure. Trawl fisheries remained at the harvest guideline based on the full ACL. Number 11, it was an addition based on the E-rule and some discussions with the GAP. This is looking at the Sablefish tier fishery end date, extending the season end date of the primary tier fishery and regulation for 23-24 and beyond from October 31 to December 31 could be included in either the biennial harvest specification process or through a separate action as part of the fixed gear catch share program review, which will likely be scheduled for the November 2021 council meeting. In selecting a pathway forward, the council should consider that this action would require an FMP amendment to change the season months. We note that an emergency action to extend the season was needed in 2020, and as you just adopted earlier this morning for 2021. The 2022 season may face similar challenges, and action on this item could potentially preempt the need for an emergency action in September 2022. Additionally, industry may have input on which process would be preferable based on the timing of implementation, and the council should consider the most efficient process for addressing the issue at this time, or addressing this issue. And that concludes report number 3, and I think both of us will be on standby for any questions.
Okay, fantastic, Lynn. Questions for Lynn on report 3, and see Corey Niles. Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, everyone on the GMT. Lynn, this one is for you. We've been doing this cycle, this way of the specs for a while now, yet it's still, I don't know, feels new, and with some questions about what goes where. But can you remind us in terms of recreational fishing, season structures, management measures, what's important for the council to take up now, versus November? What kind of recreational changes are considered routine versus what might be deemed something more than that? Hopefully you get the gist of my question, but let me know and I can rephrase. But yeah, can you remind us of the process here? And when those recreational measures in particular need to be highlighted by the council and brought in?
Sure. Through the Vice Chair, Pettinger, Mr. Niles, I think I get what you're asking. Usually we have the 3 states representatives provide the details, some details in November, as much as you can, ideas. They do need to be finalized for April, but if you have anything that's in mind that you know of changing, it would be good to highlight it as soon as possible, just that way everybody has time. Things like adjusting bag limits, changing the opening day by a couple of weeks, or changing the closing day by a month. Those things seem to be into the routine that we look at, and we try to bring those through in November. So hopefully that helps answer your question.
Yep, I think so. Thanks, Lynn.
Very good. Marcy Remco. Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Lynn. My question's on report 3 and pertains to, I guess, just the report in general. Is it your understanding that were the council to approve or move report 3, that this would capture the preliminary range of management measures that we have heard about in this early point we're in with this biennial process for this cycle? Is that what I should take from your table 1 and your table 2?
Through the Vice Chair, Mr. Rumko, that is correct. This is sort of your big picture range of alternatives. And then if it can be narrowed down some in November, that helps limit what all we have to analyze over winter. I think technically PPAs for management measures are April with FPA in June, but if this list can be narrowed down in November, that would be super helpful for us. So yes, this list is kind of to serve as the big picture range of alternatives of this is everything we've heard about so far.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. I did have a second question on the rec measures. And maybe I just want to be clear on at least item 15 on rec season structure for California. You list bag limits, season structure, length limits, etc. I just want to make sure that depth is part of that description. Thanks.
Through the Vice Chair, Ms. Remco, that is correct. The season structure kind of covers both the depth and the timing. To the best of my knowledge, that's the way we have written it the last several cycles, but and admittedly it doesn't say specifically depth, but yes, depth would be included in that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Marcy. Phil Anderson. Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Hi, Lynn. Thanks for the report. Sorry to pick at this just a little bit more. And I'm looking at the same report, page 3, item 12, bag limits, season structures, length limits. In Washington, we use this year or this cycle, for the first time, we have some all depth days, a couple weeks in June and the month of September in area 2. We also have the fathom curves of 30 fathom and 50 fathom that we use, and as well as a 20 fathom up in area 3 and 4. And I'm interested in looking at how those changes in our current cycle, how they worked, and whether or not we should consider any changes in the next go around. So my specific question is whether or not the changing of those fathom boundaries and or changing the dates in which we allow all depth opportunity is included in the season structure and or the etc. Categories under number 12 there.
Through the Vice Chair, Mr. Anderson, yes, it does. Next time we will be explicit in opening in say expanding season structure to include both dates temporal and depth changes. And I believe it's as long as it's a depth restriction that is already in regulation. So we couldn't put in like a new 43 fathom line, since that's not something that we've ever looked at before. But yes, the intent is to include both opening, closing, and looking at depth changes for the 3 states' recreational fisheries. Apologies for not making that clearer in our report.
Oh, no apology necessary. Just wanted to make sure it was included. So thanks, Lynn. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks, Phil. Maggie Summer. Maggie?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have a question for the GMT, not specifically related to these reports, but your advice to the regarding catch assumptions for the Oregon quillback rockfish catch projection following on the assessment that was adopted earlier this summer. I understand that the GMT provided that the initial version of the catch projections assumed catch values for 2021 and 2022 that were too low, and the GMT provided some updated advice to use recent average catch levels. I will say since then, within ODFW, we have looked at the data and projections and realized that 2021 catch will be notably lower than the recent average. And we are in discussion on recommendations to our State Fish and Wildlife Commission for measures that would reduce it even further next year. So I just wonder if that was brought into GMT discussions at all, if there was any consideration of requesting another Oregon quillback rockfish catch projection with further updated assumptions on 2021 and 2022 catch values.
Mel, you want me to take this one?
Yes, please.
Through the Vice Chair, Ms. Summer, no, the GMT has not had that discussion as of yet. I think that's one thing that may have slipped through the cracks with all the other moving pieces and parts that have been going on with assessments. So as a GMT, we have not had that discussion yet.
Thanks very much, Lynn. I appreciate that. And you all have been moving so much forward that I certainly don't intend to any criticism for minor items like this falling through the cracks. Very much appreciate all your work.
Okay, thank you, Maggie. Further questions for the GMT? Okay, seeing none, we're going to take a lunch break, extended lunch break here, discuss some issues, I think, or not issues, some agenda items offline. And so we're going to take a 90-minute lunch and come back with the Habitat Committee, and I believe Corey Green is going to read that. So with that, we'll see everybody at 1:35. 1:35, so return.
initial harvest specifications and management measures for 23-24 management. This is agenda item C8A, the supplemental HC report 1. The Habitat Committee reviewed the draft range of management measure alternatives for the upcoming 2-year groundfish management cycle and offers the following comments. First management measure is reopening of the cow-cod conservation area. The HC would like to thank Ms. Caroline McKnight and Mr. Todd Phillips for being present to answer questions during our discussion of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife proposal to repeal cow-cod conservation areas in the Southern California Bight. The HC looked at the Western California cow-cod conservation area overlaid with available information from the Groundfish Amendment 28 Essential Fish Habitat Review on the presence and abundance of habitat-forming invertebrates like corals and sponges, as well as known areas of hard substrate. Both of these habitat characteristics have been characterized as indicative of areas that are more sensitive to disturbance by fishing activities and that take longer to recover from those disturbances. There are numerous areas of coral and sponge presence and abundance within the Western CCA, as well as numerous areas of hard substrate, as noted in the figure that's attached to this report, figure A. Previous studies and reports by the New England Fisheries Management Council and Fishery Oceans Canada examined the effects of various gears on different habitats and structure-forming invertebrates and scored the ecological impacts in terms of loss of habitat functional value. Longline gear and bottom gillnet were found to have caused reduced functional value in some rocky habitats. The HTC therefore recommends that a thorough yet efficient habitat impacts analysis of this reopening is warranted and appreciates that the groundfish management team has factored this need into their planning as stated in their agenda item. The HC reviewed the GMT report on impacts to non-trawl rockfish conservation areas proposed for the 2021 to 22 specification prepared during the June 2020 council meeting. The HC recommends that the 7-point analytical framework provided in the report be used as the framework for the preliminary impacts analysis that the GMT will develop for management measures proposed in the current GMT report C.8A. The HC recommends that the analysis consider metrics to estimate fishing effort by gear type because effort indicates the amount of physical pressure on the habitat. The HC further recommends that this analytical framework should be revised to explicitly incorporate a thorough review of past and recent information on the habitat impacts of non-trawl gear. Additionally, new data relevant to habitat impact analysis has become available since the 2012 publication of data sources used in the Groundfish EFH review that were referenced in the GMT June 2002 report. The HC recommends that the GMT's analysis be based on updated seafloor mapping data and updated habitat classification schemes to better identify and quantify habitats likely to be impacted by some bottom contact gears. The HC also recommends including new data on the locations and abundance of structure-forming invertebrates from numerous recent surveys conducted by the Deep Sea Coral Research and Technology Program. Finally, the HC recommends that the GMT consult that program to identify specific areas within the CCA that are likely to be most sensitive to bottom contact gears. The HC appreciates the offer extended by the council staff to keep the HC updated on GMT analyses, including plans for GMT discussions on this topic, and will strive to have HC representation at GMT meetings when this topic is discussed. The HC notes the council's previous request of National Marine Fisheries Service under this agenda item in the April 2021 decision for technical assistance on habitat impacts. However, this request was not found in the written transcript of the council's discussion. The HC also welcomes council guidance on how the HC can contribute to the analytical effort. The second management measure is prohibiting directed fishing for short-bellied rockfish. The council recommended in June to continue scoping a proposal by Audubon Society and Oceana to prohibit directed fishing on short-bellied rockfish, a potential prey species to stocks in all of the management plans, as well as birds and other unfished aquatic species. In light of council intentions to limit overfishing, yet recognize incidental catch, the HC supports continued evaluation of ways to limit directed fishing on short belly rockfish. That concludes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Questions for Corey on the Habitat Committee report? Okay. Seeing none, thanks, Corey.
Thank you.
Next up is Dan Waldeck with Gary Richter to read us the GAP report. Dan?
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Pettinger. Dan Waldeck with the GAP. I'll be reading agenda item C8, Supplemental GAP Report, September 2021. The GAP received information from Mr. John DeVore, Council staff, regarding 2023-2024 biennial harvest specifications and management measures, and consider the documents under this agenda item. The GAP recommends the following suggestions for Council consideration. For harvest specifications, the GAP recognizes that much of the discussion regarding biennial harvest specifications and management measures will likely take place in November 2021 because of pending actions on several stock assessments. For several stocks, notably the species listed in Table 1 and Table 2 of C8 Attachment 1, the GAP supports the use of the default harvest control rules except for black rockfish. The following table summarizes GAP recommendations for important stocks, and we provide further rationale down below, so I won't really get into the table itself. For Sablefish, the GAP supports a P-star of 0.45 as outlined in C8 Attachment 1. This stock is an important stock to all the fleets, is in good shape, and the Council approved a P-star of 0.45 for this year and in 2022. The GAP notes the Sablefish stock appears to be healthy with good recruitment. The need for changing the P-star does not appear to be warranted. Furthermore, the recent assessment showed Sablefish was more productive than believed previously, and it did not drop below the 40% of unfished biomass in the past. Again, changing the P-star now for management uncertainty does not appear warranted to the GAP. The Council had substantial discussion about this during the last harvest specification cycle in November 2019 and again in April 2020. The minutes of the November 2019 meeting note, quote, the change in depletion or the difference in depletion between P-star of 0.45 and 0.4 over a 10-year period is almost imperceptible as shown in the GMT Report 2, Table 11, and the estimated additional economic benefits of the P-star of 0.45 are substantial, as the GMT noted those in their Report 2 in Table 13, end quote. Furthermore, in April 2020, the Council highlighted that Sablefish is an economically important stock for trawl, fixed gear, and open access fisheries, and the stock is assessed regularly. Lingcod. The GAP suggests retaining P-star of 0.45 within the range for analysis and expects to have more discussion regarding the P-star value at the November Council meeting. Black rockfish. The GAP agrees with the ODFW report for considering black rockfish on a case-by-case basis in Oregon. That is, quote, ODFW recommends including an alternative Oregon black rockfish ABC of 512 metric tons for 2023 and 2024 in the range, along with the default that would result from application of Sigma for a Category 2 stock last assessed in 2015 and P-star of 0.45, close quote. The Council approved a similar request from ODFW during the last biennial harvest specification cycle. The GAP thinks these specifications are working well and supports their use in the next biennium. As noted in the report, a default harvest control rule likely will constrain fisheries, both to the recreational sector and commercial nearshore fishermen in particular. Black rockfish is the primary target species for both sport fishermen and the small boat commercial fleet. The GAP agrees with moving forward with this proposal. Vermilion rockfish. The GAP suggests retaining P-star of 0.45 within the range for analysis and expects to have more discussion regarding the P-star value at the November Council meeting. The GAP understands the GMT may discuss removing vermilion and sunset rockfish from the shelf rockfish complex between now and the November Council meeting. The GAP expects we will provide more comments at that time. Spiny dogfish. The GAP has no comment on spiny dogfish specifications at this time because the assessment for dogfish will be discussed at the mop-up panel later this month and considered for adoption by the Council in November. Management measures. The GAP highlights that development of management measures for 23-24 will require prioritization by the Council, given the workload demands and need to implement regulations by January 1, 2023. This is especially important because of the yet to be determined status of several important species and the related effects on potential management measures. As discussed at this meeting, the GAP would like to see the yellowtail rockfish jig fishing EFP regulation and modification of the non-trawl RCA lines continue moving forward via whatever vehicle is best. Both of these actions could have significant economic benefits to the limited entry fixed gear and open access fleets. As a general consideration for developing 23-24 measures for nearshore fisheries, recent stock status information indicates midwater species in nearshore zones are relatively healthy and abundant. Therefore, the GAP recommends the Council consider development of measures that facilitate access to these species by commercial and recreational fleets using midwater gear. This is likely to provide fishermen more opportunity and relieve some of the pressure on nearshore bottom-dwelling species. California RCA and CCA lines. The GAP supports the California Department of Fish and Wildlife proposal for repealing the CCA boundary lines and modification of the RCA lines as described in Supplemental CDFW Report 1. While some of these changes are technical fixes, others are more strategic and would benefit the fishing industry since cowcod rockfish are no longer considered overfished. These changes would provide additional opportunities and, more importantly, flexibility to California fleets. The GAP thanks CDFW for its effort on this item and supports moving it forward. Short belly rockfish. The GAP recognizes the Council included consideration of a prohibition on development of a directed fishery for short belly rockfish in the initial package of management measures for 23-24. As expressed previously by the GAP, we have strong concerns about this action because, among other things, 1, it will have significant operational effects on fishermen and processors that are yet to be determined. 2, it will potentially add a high workload burden to the specifications and measures analysis. 3, it is not currently necessary, nor is there a likelihood it would be needed during the next management biennium. And 4, it should not displace potential management measures that will directly benefit fishery participants, such as adoption of new coordinates for RCA and CCA lines off California. Therefore, the GAP recommends the Council consider the need for including this measure in the package going forward within the context of the need for this action, its priority relative to other measures currently in the mix, and additional measures that could be required depending on the outcome of the mop-up panel, and the workload trade-offs between this item and measures that will directly benefit fishery participants. And then finally, new management measure proposal. At this time, the GAP proposes changing the season end date for the Sablefish tier fishery from October 31 to December 31. The Council approved an emergency rule for this in 2020 and will consider a similar request for this year. It is unclear at this point whether this could move forward through the 2023-24 management measures process or the primary Sablefish tier 5-year review. However, the GAP supports this change via whatever process is most expedient. That ends the GAP report. And as you noted, Vice Chair Pettinger, Gary Richter is up in his lifeguard chair if I get out of my depth. Thank you.
All right, Dan, thank you. Questions for Dan on the GAP report? Kelly Ames. Kelly?
To the Vice Chair, thanks, Mr. Waldeck, for the statement. I'm curious if the GAP discussed the trade-offs between considering the California RCA lines and the cowcod measure in the specs versus the non-trawl RCA agenda items.
Vice Chair Pettinger, Ms. Ames, I do not recall that conversation. I would look to Mr. Richter to raise his hand or indicate if he recalls that conversation.
Mr. Vice Chair Kelly, no, we did not.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Gary. Phil Anderson. Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Dan, for the GAP report. My question has to do with the section dealing with short belly rockfish and the 4 points that the report indicates there about your concern about moving forward. And I was looking at the first one in where there's a definitive statement that it will have significant operational effects on fishermen and processors that are yet to be determined. And I'm wondering what you have heard from any of the folks that have are proponents of trying to put a prohibition on the commercialization of short belly rockfish that leads you to believe that any of the proponents want to do it in a way that would have significant operational effects on fishermen and processors? How did you arrive at that conclusion?
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Anderson, and I first will call it and apologize the imperfect grammar in that sentence that has it sort of a declarative and then an uncertainty at the end. But I will start by saying that those fishery sectors, and I think all of us in the whiting fishery especially, have experienced large bycatch events of short belly rockfish. They have been disruptive to processing lines on factory ships, processing lines on shore, and to catcher vessels when they have a large amount of short belly rockfish in their nets. So it is clear from industry experience that large lightning strike events of short belly rockfish do occur, and they have significant operational constraints and create problems for either processors or for catcher vessels. To your point about the proponents of short belly rockfish prohibitions, I take to heart comments and statements that the proponents do not want to impose undue restrictions on catcher vessels or processors. So I take that to heart as a clear objective for the proponents. I guess the concern the GAP has, though, is the devil in the details, and not knowing, as was discussed in the GMT report, not knowing what the levels would be, not knowing what the restrictions would be, not knowing how you would deal with the disposition of rockfish or short belly rockfish either in your net or on your processing line. So it's those sorts of specific details that haven't been either put forward by the proponents or revealed through GMT work on this issue in the past. I used a lot of words there. I hope at least some of them covered in some way a direct answer to your question, Mr. Anderson.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Phil. Further questions for the GAP? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Rick. Or Gary, I mean. Okay. That takes us to public comment. And I believe we have a few folks signed up. And with that, we'll go to Bill James and then Kenyon Hensel. Bill, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm going to make this real brief. I really appreciate the GAP statement, and I endorse that. And looking into where we're going in this management, more area is much better than constricting it, no matter what happens with the stock assessments. We're already protecting yellow eye rockfish, so that stuff has to go forward. We've done a real good job with that. With the dam plat, the idea of a vertical hook and line is the way to go, getting the access out there. There's a lot of fish that we can keep away from the bottom dwellers very well. I'd like to see the less restrictions on us, the better. We don't want to catch more of the fish we're not supposed to. We really don't want to do that anyway. There's plenty of ways to go around this with all the options I listed in my written comment before, and depending on how these stock assessments come out, I have some new data for the quillback that I'd like the mop-up to look at, and I think that will open up some freedom there. But again, we always want to have a full assessment to move on so we can do this management measures with ease. We don't want to have, Magnuson tells you, to deal with the fishing communities, lower bycatch, economically make it viable, deal with the small entities. And we're a small boat open access / nearshore. You know, we don't have the options of the big portfolio that the larger ships then have. And you've been really stuck for 20 years not being able to get out deep, especially at Avila, where we really never have had a problem with canary, yellow-eyed, and quillback. Now there's no quillbacks down there. But I do appreciate it that there is a lot more up in the Eureka area. But again, I think the stock assessment dealt with a lot of the terms of reference that didn't allow the full look at it like a full assessment would. So I look forward to that. And I see it as a very viable process going forward. And I look to November to offer some more substantial comments. The economic needs are really there. A lot of the nearshore permits have just been transferred, and guys, some of them, as you've heard, mortgaged their houses or whatever, you know, and to limit those folks for no reason. You know, if there's a reason, yes, but we're seeing every other rockfish stock has gone up. We're seeing there's more and bigger quillbacks, as the new information I brought forward shows. The sports and commercials are all showing, you know, bigger and more at the depths. And we're not even fishing in the depths where they really are. So again, vertical gear will stay away from them. I think it's a real viable way to go. You know, Dan has been working on this for a long time. You know, we've had years of it showing where we can't avoid the bottom dwellers. So, you know, I know that there will be some testimony here of sticking to the very strict ways of looking at things. That, you know, for 21 years, we've been off the water, you know, so I think we've done our job. It's Preston falling on our backs, and we really weren't responsible for it, you know. So every port has got a different portfolio of fishes out there in the shelf. You know, Morro Bay may have speckled and some Boccaccio, along with catching a few vermilion. Avila may need a little more vermilion. Fort Bragg is yellowtail, canary, all sorts of folks. Kenya's area up in Crescent City has a whole suite of fish. Kenya's doing very well out in 40 fathoms. A little bit more, and you'll be able to really catch some of those 5, 6, and 7 pound canaries. So there's no one number, a set way to do the whole state. You kind of have to bounce around and give us the most options possible. And that's, again, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I really appreciate you listening to me. I've been talking so much, I'm really hoarse from, you know, getting people to get up and talk and listen. So my public testimony isn't the clearest, but I apologize for that. And I think I'm going to stop now to save the rest of my voice so I can at least mutter something. So is there any questions?
Thank you, Bill. Questions for Bill? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Bill. Next up is Kenyon Hensel, followed by Tom Hafer. Kenyon? Yeah, Kenyon, you're there. You go.
Am I there now, Brad?
You are.
All right. Thank you again, council members. Brad, I want to do something here just to start off the books. I'd like to nominate Bill James for the first ever Pacific Fishery Management Council Award of Excellence in Extra Service for Fisheries Management. I hope you guys can see through some data to give him that. Otherwise, I'm here to testify that having given up my deeper near and shallow near shore permit a year and a half ago, just about 2 years ago now, because of a heart attack, I have been fishing in open access, and the opening of the water between 30 and 40 fathoms was very important to allow me to access the fish that you have in the open access quotas. And I can say that I was amazed at what I found in those waters. I'm fishing areas that I have fished in the past, a long time ago in the 80s, early 90s, before we were moved inside 20. And even though I'm having trouble because I can't quite remember the structures the way I did then, I can remember years past I would fish between long lines with my vertical gear, and was of common occurrence in 40 to 50 fathoms. Now I'm out there all alone, me and the sea lions, and it's just amazing the amount of fish. What it has done, I believe, what has happened because of the closure of that area. It works, and that's why I guess in some respects I spend time telling you that you really need to figure out how to fold your closed areas into the rest of your management. And because I believe it's an excellent tool. I've come all the way around, full circle. Not very happy with California because they close the areas and don't do much about it. They don't do much science, but I'm just saying that having now gone through this experience, I can give you that aspect of on the water experience from my own fishing. And that's one thing I don't think you can get anywhere else. So I'm here to give that to you, and I appreciate all of you listening, and I hope that we can make good, solid decisions here that will help both the fish and the fisheries and the people who fish it. So thank you very much, and I'll be standing by.
Thank you, Kenyon. Questions for Kenyon on his testimony? Okay, seeing none. Next up is Tom Hafer, followed by Benedict Knapp and Jeff Shester. Tom?
Tom is really sorry. He was online all morning, but he's going fishing tomorrow, and he had to go get ready to go fishing tomorrow. So he left it to me, his wife, Sherry, to make some comments he was going to make. First of all, he just wants to reiterate that the quillback is just not caught down south. And we looked up some numbers from 2019, the California quillback rockfish the total for the state was 8,513. In Eureka, there was 5,370, Fort Bragg, 3,103, San Francisco, 31, Monterey, 11, Morro Bay, Avila, 2, Santa Barbara, 0, LA, 0, San Diego, 0. So between Eureka and Fort Bragg, they caught 99.5% of the quillback. So I think that they're addressing that now more appropriately, but we just don't want to get lumped in and be punished for something that's not an issue down here. Then the next thing he wanted to mention was the coppers. He's saying that he's seeing them all over. They're in all depths and they're even in the sand. And that you should realize that the trap fishermen have rings in their traps so they only catch the small coppers. So that might affect the assessment. Then he also wanted to mention about the vermilion, that they swim with the Picacho, and the Picacho limit is 2,000 pounds, and the vermilion is only 400 pounds. And it becomes a problem because there's so many vermilion out there, and they should increase the vermilion poundage to be equal with the Picacho or something like that because of that discrepancy. And then finally, he wanted me to thank you for the letter that the Pacific Fisheries Management Council sent to BOEM regarding the offshore wind call area in Morro Bay 399. and specifically about what you said about the extensions and, really making them think twice about what they're doing and all the effects that it could have on the fisheries and on the habitat and on socioeconomics. And it was a great letter. So we just really appreciated that. So that's it.
Okay. Thank you. I believe Sharon was your name?
Sherry.
Sharon, okay. Questions for Sharon? Okay. I don't see any hands, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next up is Ben Ickengap and Jeff Chester, followed by Chris Pavone.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. This is Ben Ickengap. With me today is Dr. Jeff Chester, also with Oceana. And we wanted to take a moment to speak with you about 3 issues: copper and quillback rockfish, the cowcod conservation areas, and short belly rockfish. So if you would please advance to the next slide. For copper and quillback, we understand there will be further review at the mop-up panel where the Groundfish Subcommittee of the SSC and the stock assessment team will be looking at rebuilding analyses and questions surrounding stock structure. We want to remind you now, though, that multiple analyses that were referenced in our letter under C6 have determined that copper and quillback rockfish are both highly vulnerable to the effects of fishing due to their intrinsic life history and ecological traits. They're very long-lived rockfish with small home ranges and limited movements, and their populations are isolated by distance, and there's likely significant population subdivision along the West Coast with limited movement and exchange. Our recommendations for analysis in the 2023-24 management measure and specs documents is to first remove copper and quillback rockfish from the nearshore stock complex and manage with separate overfishing and catch limits. So NIMS actually has guidance in the National Standard 1 guidelines stating, quote, the vulnerability of individual stocks should be considered when determining if a particular stock complex should be established or reorganized, or if a particular stock should be included in a complex. And the SSC has also keyed in on this in their report, saying that there's increasing concerns with how species that have been fully assessed are managed within complexes. And their concerns, though, are not limited just to stocks of low abundance like quillback and copper. However, they go on to say that those above target levels, like vermilion, for which recent catches have been greater than their contributions to the complex, that there's also concerns for there. So this recommendation here may not apply just to quillback and copper, but also to others like vermilion. Second is to modify the scale of management to reflect the stock structure as defined by the stock assessments. And third, for those stocks where abundance is estimated to be below minimum stock size threshold, to begin development of rebuilding plans to be incorporated into the 23-24 specification process. And we know this isn't easy, but this is extremely important for sustainability and rebuilding and ultimately healthy fisheries. So next slide, please.
Great, I'll go ahead and take over. This is Jeff Chester with Oceana. Thank you, Ben, and thank you, Vice Chair and members of the council. The cowcod conservation areas have been a great conservation success story for the council. Cowcod rockfish rebuilt faster than anyone had expected, despite being very long-lived. We support the CDFW intent to have a large-scale reopening of the fishing grounds in the CCA to fixed gear fishing, both commercial and recreational, to provide fishing opportunities and access. We believe that the time is now in the specs to do this, but we need to do it carefully. The CCA has incredible habitats and sensitive fish stocks. You can see on your screen some examples of some of these large, long-lived deep-sea corals and sponges like gold corals and other gorgonians, reef-building Lophelia corals, glass sponges, and black corals known to live for centuries. As you know, the entire CCAs were encompassed in the conservation area established in Amendment 28, protecting it from bottom trawling. And we acknowledge fixed gear impacts
are orders of magnitude less than bottom trawling. However, even some impacts do occur with bottom contact, and consistent with the Habitat Committee recommendations, we support keeping some of the sensitive areas closed to provide options for durable protections in the future. Next slide, please. So Oceana has direct experience exploring some of the reefs in the CCA, particularly around Santa Barbara Island. We documented new coral records along with the Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary and Marine Applied Research and Education in the 2016 expedition that we did. Next slide, please. And Oceana would like to offer to use our mapping resources and time to help develop concepts for potential boundaries around sensitive seafloor habitats that could remain closed as part of an alternative that reopens large swaths of the Calcott Conservation Area. And we hope to work with the GMT, the GAP, CDFW, and recreational and commercial fishermen to try to find a way forward. As we're not looking for a fight on this, we're looking to find win-win scenarios that can address the habitat concerns while allowing for increased fishing opportunities in this area. Next slide, please. So on short belly rockfish, we recognize there's a lot going on in this specification cycle. We appreciate the Council's commitment to prohibiting a directed fishery for short belly rockfish and the GMT's thoughtful report laying out pathways for implementation. We remain concerned that Amendment 29 removed precautionary protections, and we believe the Council and NIMS do have a continued responsibility to protect this important forage species in the California current ecosystem for seabirds like the common murre, on your screen, marine mammals, and other council-managed fish species. And we're committed to find a solution to protect short belly while trying to minimize the workload associated on the GMT for this, and without impacting the existing fisheries or significantly adding to any operational costs, as was mentioned earlier. And we did provide public comment to the GAP and the GMT at this meeting and in previous meetings. So our basic request, if you see the recommendations on the slide, to keep directed short belly rockfish prohibition in the preliminary list of management measures for the 23-24 groundfish specifications for further consideration in November. And that you ask the GMT to basically develop a draft definition for directed commercial fishing for short belly rockfish, consistent with the definition and analysis used previously for the shared ecosystem component species. So in the italicized text on the screen, you can see an example definition that draws from the existing definitions for shared EC species, where basically at the vessel level, either landing only short belly rockfish or landing more than a certain amount per trip and per season, basically proposing draft limits that are set for such that 99% of historic landings are below those limits. So basically, we believe this approach was broadly supported for dozens of species in the fishery ecosystem plan that are called shared EC species now. And to our knowledge, the way that was done has not created problems, even for vessels using electronic monitoring with 100% retention, ATSI processors, et cetera. And we're hoping that having the GMT flesh out some specifics to this using numbers available to the fishery managers via PACFIN could provide a clear path and a straightforward direction to allow informed decision on whether to move this forward in the specs or to find another approach at the November meeting. So we hope you can find this a reasonable approach to move forward, and we appreciate the Council's continued commitment to ecosystem-based management, habitat protection, and protecting forage fish. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Ben. Questions for Jeff and Ben on their presentation? Okay. Don't see any hands. Thanks, guys. Next up, we have Chris Pavone, followed by Anna Weinstein.
Excuse me, Mr. Vice Chair, I have a question.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, John.
Going to Ben and Jeff, going to your second slide and looking at the second bullet, it states you gave the advice that to modify the scale of management to reflect stock structure as defined by the stock assessments, specifically in relation to quillback and copper rockfish. I just want to point out that doesn't quite comport with what the SSC was stating about that. And in fact, yesterday the council tasked the SSC to talk about stock delineation given these stock assessment results. But the SSC made it pretty clear that the choice of assessment area doesn't necessarily define stock structure. And in this case, there's very weak evidence there's stock structure for copper and, for instance, north and south of Point Conception. So do you have any comment about that?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. DeVore. Yeah, I mean, there was decisions made, early on in the stock assessment planning process to break these up at smaller scales along the coast for copper rockfish and for quillback off the state of California. And as I mentioned in my testimony, there is science that says there's very limited movement, adult movement in these populations. And I think there was some genetic differences between Santa Barbara and south of Point Conception for the copper rockfish. And I think I remember Dr. Punt saying that, really the term stock is also kind of loosely defined. But what I see here, right, is, we've got stock assessments that suggest these populations are overfished. And if they're simply combined and averaged, coast-wide, then that really risks further local depletion and overfishing. And I think it makes it puts those stocks in some areas, like off Southern California, if you were just to combine it coast-wide, at risk. And so that's why our recommendation here is based on the information that we do have about vulnerability. And the scale of the stock is to keep it at the level of the assessment.
Thanks, Ben. And thank you, John.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Chris Pavone, followed by Anna Weinstein. Chris?
Hi, thank you, Mr. Vice President and council members. My name is Chris Pavone, and I am the president of the Port San Luis Commercial Fishermen's Association. I represent about 100 commercial fishermen and their families. Our port has the most landings in live rockfish on the West Coast and is also one of the leading ports in slime meals, rock crab, halibut, and Dungeness crab. Please do not make any changes to the current rockfish regulations. Our port is at a very delicate stage in the rebuilding of the commercial fishing industry. Any changes to the current regulations could be very detrimental to an industry that is barely surviving. Very recently, we had our quotas increased, depth limits increased, and seasons lengthened. As a result, we were able to open a new fisherman's market on the pier. We are also in the process of securing a long-term lease and a new live fish storage building on the pier. And we were all able to survive COVID-19 for the most part. We have many veteran fishermen who have left or are leaving the industry, while there are only a few new fishermen willing to pay the high premiums for the permits needed to commercial fish on the central coast of California, with no guarantee the industry will exist in the future. We are already dealing with fiber optic cables, wind farms, MPAs, rocket launches, and strict regulations. Most importantly, in regards to your proposed management measures, we do not catch any quillback rockfish on the central coast of California. Please reconsider your data carefully and possibly consider delineating and specifying exactly where management measures need to be taken. We all work very hard to follow the current regulations and continue to be good shepherds of the waters that we harvest. We take our job and the nation's food security very seriously. I can confirm that the current regulations are not broke and do not need to be fixed in Avila, California. All species of rockfish are plentiful and of good size and quality. We do not need more restrictions complicating the lives of the rare individuals who are willing to commercial fish for a living. If the powers that be continue increasing restrictions and taking away ground, commercial fishing will no longer exist on the central coast of California. Thank you for your time and for considering the future of Port San Luis and the Morro Bay commercial fishermen.
Thank you, Chris. Questions for Chris? Okay. Next up is Anna Weinstein. Anna?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Anna Weinstein with Audubon. And I'm here to make the identical request that Dr. Shester from Oceana made, asking that the council retain the directed fishery prohibition for short-belly rockfish, as noted in Table 2 of GMT Report 3, on the list of new management measures for inclusion in the 23-24 specifications. And also ask the council to direct the GMT to develop a draft definition for directed commercial fishing on short belly that's consistent with the approach used for the shared EC species. And this is referenced in the GMT report. And the GMT could present this in November and the council could consider whether this pathway makes sense. So, our several 100,000 members on the West Coast have come to understand the importance of short belly rockfish as one of the top prey species on the West Coast for seabirds. We're keeping them updated on the progress of the council in closing this loophole that was created when the council moved the species from managed that included MSA accountability measures to ecosystem component without these measures. So this council has been a true leader in forage fish conservation, truly a model for other councils. And further delay here is not in keeping with this council's high level of accountability on forage fish. I've also previously referenced the new EFP for Atlantic thread herring over at the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council that's creating a lot of turmoil there and requiring attention from NIMS. There's been a substantial jump in reduction fishing globally in the past several years. This council surely is aware of the advantages in completing this action before there's fishery interest, because then we're talking about a different level of workload and other challenges. And to wrap up, the HC added that special section in its report, and I wanted to shout that out and thank the Habitat Committee, noting this is a potential prey species to stocks in all the council's FMPs. As far as Mr. Waldeck's comments in the discussion that Mr. Anderson had with Mr. Waldeck, with all due respect, Mr. Waldeck knows that the public can't see the data that would support the analysis. So we would like to help, but we don't have that information to help. But because of the precedent set with SIBA 1, where the analysis is fairly straightforward, we know that there are complications with vessels that have electronic monitoring. I've learned that being required to land 100% of their catch. And there must be a path, because the same concern would also be true for the dozens of the shared EC species that are protected through the Fishery Ecosystem Plan, SIBA 1, the Amendment 1. Yet this approach was broadly supported, as Dr. Shester said. And maybe how this was addressed by NIMS for EC species can be included in the GMT's report in November. So really deeply appreciate the council's continued commitment to forage fish and ecosystem-based management and the time that you've spent on this issue. Thank you very, very much.
Yeah, thanks, Anna, for your testimony. Questions for Anna? Okay. Well, that finishes public comment. It takes us to council action. Which is on your screen. So with that, I'll open the floor up for discussion. Chair Grolick.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. I know it's always easier if someone breaks the ice, so here I am. I wanted to talk briefly about the short belly rockfish. I'm sympathetic to the notion that we should consider management measures to ensure that the stock does not become the target of a directed fishery. I've not heard of, or even heard any discussion, or even a hint that that's a possibility. All the more reason to put it in a management measure, because I'm not sure that anyone would object. But it is an important forage species, and we do have some measures in place limiting bycatch, but I think that taking the extra step shouldn't be too difficult and would be appropriate. So I'll just end my comment there.
Thank you, Mark. Phil Anderson. Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. While we're on that topic, I am in the same camp as our chairman on this issue. I do want to understand better the workload implications of it as it relates to having it placed in the management specs process. I think there's a lot of things that are over and above what we normally do, or what I would consider normal measures that are being suggested. So I suspect that when you look at all of them, the workload implications are overwhelming, and we're going to have to make some choices, I suspect. And I appreciate the GMT, thinking about an alternative pathway to get there. I'm not sure what the workload implications or timing of such an approach would be, of having a shared ecosystem species prohibition. If we're talking about needing to amend all of our FMPs to get there, I think that the definition that is in that approach is one. The definition of a directed fishery is one that we could work with, and we could design it in such a way that it did not have impacts on our existing fisheries, and allowed the appropriate disposition of short-belly rockfish that were caught incidentally and brought to shore in our fisheries where total retention is required. So I don't. Again, I'm just supporting keeping the conversation active, looking if it is a burden with a capital B to getting the work done for our specs process, and we need to look for another pathways. I'm be more than willing to look at that, but I don't want to drop it because I think we have the opportunity. This is the right time to make the move before we have potential fishery interest in it, most likely for a reduction purpose in meal production. But I'll stop there. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Phil. Kelly Ames. Kelly?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And in response to Phil's points, I was wondering if either John, Todd, or maybe GMT folks that are on the line could answer the question about recent catches. So I note in the GMT statement, they reference a decision by the council to set a 2,000 metric ton threshold of cumulative catch in a calendar year that would trigger further council consideration of short-belly rockfish impacts. And I note the in-season statement for this meeting isn't up yet, so I just was curious if we could get some information on the 2020 cumulative catches and how we look this year as an attempt to kind of frame prioritization of this management measure in the specs or another package.
Lynn Mattis has her hand up, so maybe she might have an answer for catches. Lynn?
Vice Chair Pettinger, Ms. Ames, I don't have the numbers for 2020 handy, but as of yesterday at about 8 o'clock in the morning, we were sitting at 246 metric tons for 2021. So less than 250 metric tons as of 8 a.m. yesterday for short belly rockfish for 2021. I can get the 2020 numbers, but it'll take me a couple of minutes.
Okay, thank you. You could. Appreciate that. Maggie Summer, Maggie?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just wanted to add that I also support Mr. Anderson's comments on short belly rockfish and am supportive of continuing to explore options to prevent the development of a targeted fishery, particularly for reduction. Wanted to share with the council that I did take the opportunity over the summer to do some exploration of some short belly landings data, looking at frequency and volumes of landings. And I think there are some good avenues to pursue to develop this. And so I appreciate the engagement that we have had so far. Really appreciate a good conversation with Anna Weinstein in particular, and the suggestions brought forward to the council, as well as engagement with industry members. And that will be very important to keep them involved going forward, because there are really some operational aspects of this. So I wanted to support that and indicate my interest in continuing to be involved in this issue, and also to recognize the challenge that we will face in determining what to include in the groundfish harvest specifications and management measures process. And as Mr. Anderson noted, we may be faced with some difficult decisions there, and may be looking at a different pathway to pursue this. Since I've got the open mic, I'll take the opportunity to add that while Lynn was noting that she didn't have the 2020 short belly landings handy, it was that quick for me to go online to the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission PACFIN site and look at the public groundfish the public groundfish scorecard, and find that in 2020, the total mortality of short belly rockfish was 606 metric tons.
Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate that. Anyone else? I would like to maybe interject here a little bit as far as the short belly issue. I do remember a couple of years ago they were talking about the recruitment of the short bellies here in the last few years, and I believe the recruitment were in the magnitudes larger than anything that's ever been seen before. And I don't know if anybody at the Science Center or maybe John DeVore might remember those numbers, but they were very significant. I think for the fleet, maybe if those fish would reach maturity, they'd have to be dealing with those, and the uncertainty of dealing with that with more constraints is potentially scary. So, but I've heard anything since then. So, and with that, I'll just see Bob Dooley has his hand up. Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I agree with Phil's statements there. I think he's and others that I think it's something we need to be concerned about. However, in the context of all of the other stuff that's on the plate, and the catches over the last, the trend over the last few years seems to indicate that we're going back down again. That we're on the backside of the bell curve here, and maybe. There's been a lot of talk, but potentially not enough yet to really dig into the weeds yet and preempt a lot of other things if we don't have the time for it. I just, I know from the whiting perspective, I know that in 2015 we had about a half a ton of bycatch. 2016 we had 2.5. then it went to 250 in 2017, 408 in 18, and 619. And that was when Heather came forward and actually said, "Hey, we're really deep in the weeds here. Got to do something. We is anybody worried about it?" And since then, it's 2020. It's 400 and 200 this year. So I think we're on the downslope. And I think whatever we do, we need to have a well-considered approach. I'm a little concerned about identifying targeting by the amount that's caught, because this typically, on a particular set or a particular trip, because we've heard that this is a lightning strike type thing that, and if you start saying it's a directed fishery because you caught a predominance of those, well, that's and I think that could be an issue and unintended consequence. And we need to think through these things. So I'll stop there, but I do appreciate everyone's comments.
Thanks, Bob. Phil Anderson. Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and I don't want to prolong this, but I don't hear anybody suggesting that whether it's 246 or 600 or whatever, that they think there's a problem where we are right now. The concern is the potential of a significant targeted fishery for purposes primarily meal production, and we've seen there's an increased demand for yield across the world, and so there's a concern, so it's a wanting to be preemptive and get out in front of any potential problem to protect our very important forage fish species. And yeah, we need to do it carefully, and yeah, I haven't heard anybody that wants to do this in a way that disrupts our current fisheries. So I think there's a way to do this. Going to require some more thought. We are going to need to be careful, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it.
Okay, thanks, Phil. Corey Niles. Corey?
Yeah. Quickly, I'll just support what Mr. Anderson said there, and with the added, I think that there has to be, in workload is going to be major concern, but whether it's the specs or not, I think there has to be something. I hope I have to believe there's something out there, a prohibited species type approach that doesn't necessarily quantify catch levels, but I just want to add into, I think something's doable, understandable given the workload, but just supportive of also taking a look and recognizing the challenges here with workload priorities.
Okay. Thanks, Corey. Okay. Further discussion, even a motion would be welcome. Maggie Summer. Maggie?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I am prepared to offer a motion that would cover items number 1 and 2 under council action.
Okay, wonderful.
Thanks. That was much quicker than yesterday. Glad to see it. I move the council conditionally adopt the 2023-2024 OFLs, stock categories, and P-star values presented in Agenda Item C8, Supplemental Revised Attachment 1, September 2021, except those highlighted in that document: spiny dogfish, California copper rockfish, California quillback rockfish, and California square spot rockfish. The council will confirm or update these values after receiving results of the SSC's review of all values in November 2021. In addition, for the stocks indicated below, request projections associated with the alternative harvest control rules presented in Table 1 in Agenda Item C8A, Revised Supplemental GMT Report 2, September 2021, reproduced below, prior to the November council meeting to inform adoption of a range of alternative harvest control rules at that time. And Table 1 from that GMT report is included in the motion.
Okay, thank you. Does the language on the screen accurately reflect your motion?
Yes, it does.
Wonderful. Looking for a second. Second by Marcy Urumko. Maggie, speak to your motion, please.
Great. Thanks very much, Vice Chair. As we have heard, we have if you wouldn't mind scrolling back up to the top, Chris. We have the main attachment, supplemental revised attachment 1, which presents all of the OFL's categories and P-star values for stocks under the default harvest control rules. Pardon me. Yep. Yeah, it presents the OFL stock categories and P-star values for those stocks. There are several that are still outstanding and need either to be provided or confirmed at our November meeting. And the SSC in their report noted that they are conditionally endorsing the values in attachment 1, and they do intend to go through a fine-tooth comb review of the values and make sure there are no errors there. So that is the reason for the conditional language here. Just wanted to make sure we recognize that and have an opportunity to either confirm that after hearing from them if everything looks good, or make any updates if needed, if there are corrections. In addition, the GMT then provided the table that I've included in the motion here that incorporates a number of departures from the default harvest control rules that have been suggested through various pathways. Those are addressing some concerns about impacts of harvest into the future on sablefish under default harvest control rules, uncertainty in the lingcod stock assessments, both of those as reasons to consider departing from the default with more conservative P-star values. For black rockfish, as I provided rationale in the ODFW report under this agenda item, we are proposing projections based on a case-by-case ABC. Pacific spiny dogfish related to uncertainty in the assessment, as are vermilion and sunset. And then the GMT table at the bottom just notes that quillback and rockfish off California and copper rockfish off California are dependent on the outcome of we still want to hear from the results of the mop-up panel on those before we go ahead and confirm harvest control rule alternatives for those. So the intent with the stocks in this table, again, is to request projections based on these harvest control rules so that we, as a council in November, can determine which we want to include in a final range that will then go forward from there. And we'll conclude the motion there.
Okay, thank you, Maggie. Discussion on the motion? All right. Well, Corey Niles. Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, slow on the button there again. Thank you, Maggie. I just want to speak in brief support of this, and it gives us a good range to work with. I do just want to highlight some thoughts so they're out there. For sablefish, we do have a good range here. A P-star of 0.35 to all the way to the default of 0.45. Without going too much into it, the P-star approach still is not fully mature to me in terms of how we use it and the reasons we use it for. I just want to point there. I do see some questions with the sablefish assessment, which we spoke to in June, about this completely extraordinarily different perception of what's been going on with the stock before. We still have this North Pacific wide in some kind of worry or possible worry about assessing 3 different areas separately and maybe overfishing the population as a whole. Because of that, it's not a certainty, but there's a lot of uncertainties here. So I do think it's important that we take a look in November. I'm wondering if an ACL approach in the end might be better, and just highlighting what the concern here and possibility of bringing forward something else in November. But the worry to me is if you look at the ABC for proposed, particularly under the default harvest control rule, it would be over 50% increase from what is anticipated to be caught in 2022. That's a big jump when there's uncertainty there, and maybe there's something less that could be done. And this is a long-lived stock, and so just highlighting there might be a different approach. I don't know any of these P-star approaches are what we'll end up with, but just did want to highlight that concern. And thank you, Maggie, for putting this range together. This sets us up nicely for November.
Thank you, Corey. Further discussion? Okay. You're going to make me call for the question here if I don't see a hand. So with that, I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Maggie. Much appreciated. Kelly Ames.
Thanks, Chair Pettinger. I was going to have some opening remarks as we move into considering management measures, but I did see that Marcy has her hand up. So if she had something relative to items 1 and 2, I can stand down for a moment.
Okay, Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No, my comments pertain to item 3.
Okay, back to you, Kelly.
Great, thank you. Just a few comments as we move into this discussion, none of which I think will be surprising to you all. You've probably heard me say it as I've moved seats in the council process from GMT chair to council staff and now NIMP staff. We've done some great work here identifying the potential list of management measures for inclusion in the 23-24 specifications. But as always, we need to prioritize among those items that are most important to be implemented on January 1. So that's kind of the key point of the specifications action. Recall, we also have a dedicated groundfish workload agenda item where the council can spend time prioritizing the items that are not included in the specifications package. So as we move into this discussion, I'd like to have you all keep that in your mind. What are our available options for considering, what is a list of important measures to be considered by the council, whether it is in this process or in a new process. And I just want to flag as well that, during the specifications process, if there is incomplete analysis of any management measures, we're going to raise that issue to the council, and we're going to ask the council to seek alternative pathways for further consideration and implementation. So, if the analysis is insufficient, then that new management measure would be taken out of the specifications package, and we'd need to identify a new pathway for it. Basically, we don't want to hold up the entire specifications package as a result of incomplete analysis. And when it comes to considering the work that needs to be done when we think about how we're going to manage our groundfish fisheries, as it relates to the discussions we had earlier in the week on the stock complexes on the stock assessments, there is a related issue to how we're managing those stocks. And we do believe that the council should undertake a review of the stock complex compositions for the 23-24 biennium. You had a statement here from the SSC along those same lines. And in particular, we would like to request that the GMT prepare a comprehensive evaluation of mortality estimates compared to the harvest specifications contributions of the species that are managed in stock complex as part of, the task that they do at their October GMT meeting. We intend to participate in that meeting and be part of those discussions. And at that time, I'd also like to have the SSC at their November meeting review the GMT statement and provide us any input on our stock complex performance and any recommended solutions to address concerns that might have been identified.
Okay. Thank you, Kelly. Marcy, you're up. Go, Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have a motion relative to item 3 on our list.
Okay.
Thank you. Chris or Sandra, thank you. I move that the council adopt the preliminary range of management measures outlined in Table 1 and 2 of C8A, GMT Supplemental Report 3 for public review.
Okay, Marcy, is the language of the screen accurate?
Yes, it is.
Wonderful. Looking for a second. Second by Maggie Summer. Okay, speech or motion, Marcy, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. First, I want to acknowledge the hard work of the GMT here in Supplemental Report 3 to pull together all of the proposed management measures that we possibly can envision we might need. Looking forward to this very challenging spec cycle and the decisions yet to come on stock assessments, as well as keep the kind of running list going of other actions that we might pair with specs in this cycle. In coming up with this comprehensive list, however, I will note that there are, that for purposes of brevity, the content in Table 1 and Table 2 really is just a very brief summary of what might be contained in each of these proposed management measures. So I think that needs to somehow be made clear when we put materials out for public review. There are a lot of supporting documents looking back in the record back to June that are relevant to the items in this table, as well as content and other agenda items, notably the stock assessment agenda items that have substantial bearing on this preliminary range of management measures reflected here. We have in Table 1 our management measures that help us ensure that we stay within our specifications. So we have ACTs, off-the-top deductions, our trawl and non-trawl allocations, our within trawl allocations, our within trawl at-sea set-asides, and our within non-trawl HGs or shares. And these are the tools that we use to manage our sectors and our fleets to properly share the specification amounts that are identified concurrently with this action. Then we get into our catch control measures that are identified by the GMT. And then we have items 7 and 8. 7 is the prohibit directed fishery for short belly rockfish. We've had quite a bit of discussion about that here today. And again, this list is our all-encompassing list. We have not begun the process of really determining how we go about refining this list, but that process will begin in November. Similarly, we have the cow-cod conservation area removal on the list, which is another catch control measure that is under consideration by the GMT. Both 7 and 8 are also items that were on our groundfish workload matrix as well. Looking to item 9, the proposed new coordinates for the non-trawl RCA boundary lines off California. You heard a lot about that in our CDFW supplemental report for September, as well as some content on that for June. But I really want to reiterate the reason that we need new coordinates. We are going to rely on area management for our fisheries measures to ensure that we attain our specifications. And maybe what wasn't said in some of the discussion so far is that in the event that we wind up needing to move fleets out of the nearshore and onto the shelf and beyond, we need a robust set of waypoints that is workable for the public and the industry, and that have been reviewed and that we know are free of errors. So we expect that that may be part of the discussion as we proceed in this process, where it seems almost insurmountable. But the concept of moving a fleet of nearshore recreational fisher folks out onto the shelf with no or little access in the nearshore is something that we need to consider in our range. Seasonal closures, likewise, something that we need to consider in our range until we have a better feel for what those specifications are going to look like. Want to speak to groundfish retention in the salmon troll fisheries, number 10. We have some authorizations for this now. There are some industry requests to increase groundfish retention allowances that we will continue to discuss as the process moves forward. And then you heard today the recommendation from the GAP on the Sablefish primary tier fishery end date, to keep that on the list of items to consider in specs, looking for some sort of vehicle for that action for a permanent fix to that situation. So that is on the list. The recreational measures for Washington, Oregon, and California. I would just note that the description here that lists bag limits, season structure, length limits, etc. That description is somewhat, I would say, incomplete. I think it's important that the public recognize that we may need, the description of a season structure, that the discussion that you heard with Lynn on the floor, that season structure does involve consideration of depth limits. And I would also extend that to mean area closures or regional closures as necessary. That may be part of the discussion. As well as, and when we talk about closed areas, we may be talking about regional areas. We may be talking about RCAs. So exactly how those would be designed, those closed areas would be designed, is still all yet to come. So it's important, I think, to realize that while this brief listing is intended to basically notice everybody that we will be discussing rec measures, there's an awful lot involved in what rec measures mean. Also on the list, 15 are nearshore trip limits. Those two will be subject to significant review, and potentially adjustment depending on the discussions we've heard here from Kelly about complex management and what those nearshore trip limits might look like into the future. So keeping that on the list is certainly a necessity. Similarly, non-nearshore trip limits, I think, is another item that we may need to address in response to new stock information and new configuration of complexes. So with that, I support the need to put this material out for public review and would, in so doing, encourage council staff to maybe do what we can to maybe expand a little bit of the messaging or the front matter that goes with this content, just to clarify how broad this range is and what all we are actually proposing here be brought forward for consideration. I'd also note quickly that there are a few adjustments that are needed in some of the links in this table, specifically item 8, the Cowcod Conservation Area removal. The table description refers to a supplemental report for September of 2021. The bulk of the Cowcod proposal is actually contained in the CDFW report back from June. And at that time, we brought it to the council for kind of an early review, an early preview, so that folks could have a look at the depth-based management that we would propose replace the boundary areas that exist now for the Cowcod area. So that report's in June, or from June. I'd really like to see a reference to that report in addition to the September report. Similarly, in item 9, I've been informed that the link there for June 2021, the link doesn't work. So maybe just encourage council staff as we move forward with putting this out for review, that we do what we can to make sure all of the links work. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Questions for the motion maker or discussion? And of course, I don't see a hand. We're going to call for the question, which I'm going to do now. So, okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Kelly Ames. Kelly?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Marcy, for the motion that we just passed. I would be remiss in not acknowledging my disappointment in the lack of kind of a first cut at prioritizing the measures. I do understand your rationale, which is why I voted for the motion to put these out for public review. But I do hope that perhaps in the decision summary document published by the council, there could be some acknowledgement of the discussion and concerns regarding workload and a flag to the public that in November we will be seeking some prioritization so that they are aware and they come into that meeting prepared to provide us their prioritizations as we move forward in the specifications process.
Okay. Thank you, Kelly. Maggie Summer. Maggie?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just wanted to really appreciate the comment that Ms. Ames just made, and I think that the fact that the council did not arrive at any prioritization, even a preliminary cut at it at this time, is an indication of exactly how much it's needed
at this meeting, we are considering so many very workload intensive groundfish items that I suspect that some of us around the council table and many of the GMT members and groundfish focused staff have just not been able to devote the time necessary to really evaluating priorities and being able to bring some to the table here to recommend today. So we are feeling that squeeze already, and it is going to become even more urgent in November. And so I would very much support making it quite clear that we are looking for input on prioritization in November, and we will need to be doing that with a very clear thought to, as has been said, making sure we are putting at the top those items necessary to achieve our fundamental harvest specifications and have them in place at the appropriate date. Thanks.
Thanks, Maggie. Bob Dooley. Bob?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't think I could let this go by without making this comment, as I've made it many times in the past. I appreciate Kelly Ames' questions about accountability in these new openings and new areas we're going into, and how we might account for it. We've heard it in many different venues, on the council agenda, in different places on the council agenda over the years, and there's a concern about that. And I go back to the beginning of the meeting when we talked about this electronic mandatory logbooks required in the fixed gear sectors and things like that. And I think it would be very good for people to think about ways of embracing accountability measures that don't burden particularly these smaller entities. And I believe that logbook has a lot of utility, and I think we need to consider those so we don't end up with, we want to go someplace, we want to do something, but we have a roadblock. And I think as these things go forward, I heard a lot of concern about the burden of a logbook, and I look at it from a different direction. I see it as maybe a potential key to the gate by getting more accountability. And I also see the lack of data that's coming and affecting our stock assessments and affecting all of those things. And I think there's a way to integrate these things and possibly smooth the way for future. And I'm not looking to burden anybody. I'm just looking to get as much info at the most economical and best way we can, to particularly in the context of non-trawl RCA, Calcott area, that we know what we're doing when we go into an area that's been closed for 20 years. So I'll stop there. I want people to just kind of think about that. So thanks.
Thank you, Bob. Chuck Tracy. Chuck.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess I just want to chime in here a little bit on the prioritization issue. And I realize that there's still a lot of moving parts out there, and we're not sure where we're going to end up in November. I just do want to maybe sort of reiterate that the expectation should not be that we get to November and while we prioritize the list, we don't leave anything off the list. I just don't think that's sustainable or appropriate to leave that impression. I think we need to be disciplined and recognize the limitations of our staff and the GMT and the analysts that are going to be looking at these things going into the specs, and recognize that we can't just expect them to try and get to everything if they can, so I just want to make sure that the expectation there is that we're not going to end up in that place come November. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck, for that. Marcy Urbco. Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just wanted to thank Jeff Chester for his comments today on the CCA reopening and the interest that the NGO community has in ensuring that we do that wisely and that we take steps to protect the kind of most major sensitive area in that area. And want to acknowledge the work the Habitat Committee embarked on this meeting to take a step that direction as well. We had some discussion about this morning in delegation, and recognition that we need industry reps and the NGO community to get together to identify those priority areas for consideration as we develop that alternative looking forward. So I just want to acknowledge the work that's already gone on toward that becoming a reality. And appreciate the interest in the topic and the offer here from Jeff to work on the sidelines on that proposal. Much appreciated.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Maggie Summer. Maggie?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Just one brief comment following along that. Notice the Habitat Committee also reminded us that we had previously requested assistance from NIPS on habitat impact analysis and some other aspects of potential changes that could be reintroducing bottom contact gear types into areas that had been closed. And they certainly have the, an extensive habitat expertise, and I think can be very helpful in this process. So just wanted to make sure that was raised up again in discussion. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Maggie. Anyone else? Okay, not seeing a hand. I'm going to turn to John and for make sure we're done here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. Yeah, I'd say that you have adopted, conditionally adopted the harvest specifications for 23-24 under default harvest control rules, and a preliminary range of alternative harvest control rules for select stocks. So, we'll certainly put out those requests to the stats to get those alternative projections in time for council consideration of a range for detailed analysis that you will be making at the next meeting in November. From my perspective, it looks like you've adopted a preliminary range of potential new management measures, but certainly if Todd has anything to add to that side of this action, I will stand by and listen.
Okay. Well, he was my next stop. So, Todd?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I would concur with Mr. DeVore. I believe that the last motion did specify a range there for the GMT to explore during their October meeting and present those analyses to the council in November. So thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Great work, everyone. Great reports and discussion. With that, I'm going to hand this gavel back to Chair Grolick, and he can announce our break period, which I think is going to be extended this time. So, Chair Grolick.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. Good job on that last agenda item by you and the whole council. So we're now going to return to Sablefish gear switching, agenda item C5. We've completed all our reports and public comment. We're on council action and discussion. But I have been advised that there's a little more work to be done by a council member on a motion. And since allowing that to happen will facilitate completing the agenda item, we're going to take a 30-minute break, and we'll be back at 3:45 to wrap up C5. See you then. Okay, welcome back. It's 3:45, and as promised, we're going to return here to agenda item C5, which dealing with Sablefish gear switching. And so I am going to look to get some discussion started. I know that some folks are contemplating motions, but we should have some discussion of the issue first, and I'll look for a hand. Who wants to break the ice? All right, Phil Anderson, followed by Krista Svensson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I do have some relatively lengthy thoughts to offer. I'm happy to let Krista go first if she would like to do that, but I'm also happy to continue.
Well, since you're deferring to Krista, I'll ask Krista whether she wants to go now or wait for Phil.
I'm happy to go either or, whatever pleases the chair.
Okay.
Well, go ahead, Phil, and then we'll come back to Krista. We'll just do it in the order people raise their hands.
All right. Thank you. So I have a few thoughts to offer in preparation for the council taking action to select a range of alternatives for the gear switching suite of issues. First, I think we need to keep in the front of our minds that we are attempting to develop a reasonable range of alternatives that address the issues primarily contained in the purpose and need statement. We are not making any final decisions with today's actions. At least from my perspective, we've come a long way since this issue was first brought to our attention. At least from my perspective, through the so-called Santa Rosa conferences, designed in part to identify potential improvements to the council's catch share program by way of the 5-year review process. Today's deliberations have the advantage of drawing from the work that was done by the CAB and the GAP and the SAMTAC and the many members of the public who have dealt with this topic and provided us comments along the way. We're also very fortunate to have a wealth of information that our analysts have provided us. They have pointed out the pros and cons of the alternatives developed through the SAMTAC process and offered suggestions on how to improve them to meet the goals and objectives. Keeping in mind the complexity and the associated development and implementation costs will be important, recognizing that both of these activities are subject to charges against the cost recovery funds. So both development and implementation have implications for the cost recovery dollars. The council took, in my mind, great care in developing the purpose and need statement. And I think it's important to remind ourselves of what it says as we decide on a range of alternatives. As a reminder, it can be found in Agenda Item C5, Attachment 3, September 2021. And while I'm not going to read all of them, I would like to maybe call particular attention to a couple of the sentences in the purpose and need statement. The first one was that the under-attainment for some northern stocks may be due to the allowance to use fixed gear to harvest shore-based IFQ, declining trawl vessel participation, and the lack of market and infrastructure are also contributors. Goes on to say later that the purpose of this action would be to keep northern sablefish gear switching from impeding the attainment of the northern IFQ allocations with trawl gear, while considering impacts on current operations and investments. Management goals 2 and 3 of our Groundfish fishery management plan, which respectively seek to maximize the value of the groundfish resource as a whole and to achieve the maximum biological yield of the overall groundfish fishery, are important to remember. Additionally, this action would seek to improve the program towards the goal of Amendment 20 to the FMP, which created the shore-based IFQ program of providing for full utilization of the trawl sector allocation. During the first meetings of the SAMTAC, the committee deliberations focused on developing some principles to guide their development of alternatives. And while these principles were not officially adopted by the council or by the SAMTAC for that matter, I think they are important guideposts for the council to consider in developing our range of alternatives. And again, here I'm not going to reference all of them, but there are a few that I would like to draw particular attention to. The first one was we want to ensure there is affordable trawl access to sablefish. Another was that we believe that unlimited catch of sablefish through gear switching is not desirable. And we wanted to consider the impacts on existing operations and investments. Another key one was we will consider industry and community impacts and ensure long-term stability. And the last one I'll reference is that we want to increase the net economic value of the trawl individual fishing quota fishery. I think we need to be mindful that the range of alternatives under this action is not intended to address all of the issues in the trawl fishery. It will not solve the market limit issues, the processing issues associated with dealing with high volumes of Dover sole, the ex-vessel price paid to fishermen, the consumer competition issues with species such as tilapia. Instead, I think we are trying to provide a higher level of stability and certainty for the trawl fishery into the future relative to the availability of sablefish quota to the trawl fishery and their ability to have access to other underutilized species. Finally, we will need to talk about next steps and the timing of those next steps after we define our range of alternatives with our action today. I appreciate the patience of my colleagues around the table and listening to these thoughts. And I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank Phil for starting the conversation today, because I think that there is a lot that we are in agreement with. I'd like to really preface my comments by saying I was not expecting to speak on Friday.
Hey, Krista, your audio is going. Could you?
Yeah, I don't know. Can you hear me better now?
No, don't have you now.
Uh-oh. Okay, well, give me one moment.
You started out great.
Okay, well, I have not done anything. Can you hear me now?
Well, not well, but maybe well enough. So.
Well, hold on. I'm going to switch to phone audio if that's all right, and then you'll be able to hear me, and we'll be good.
Yeah, maybe we'll have stable audio then. The joys of these remote meetings.
Okay, are we good?
I think so. Just carry on with your comment here.
Okay, I think hopefully you can hear me now clearly.
That's right.
So as I was saying, I was not expecting to speak on Friday, and I am appreciative of the comments on Friday as well as so far today. I will also say that my concerns surrounding the alternatives remain the same, that I don't think the analysis to date has addressed how small to mid-sized coastal communities in different segments of the trawl fishery are going to be affected. The second point was that the council works through this agenda item. I think we do need to clearly define who the primary group is that we're wanting to help, with the realization that we may be able to help many, if not all of us. And then the third item is that the gear switching topic, as it is defined currently, I am afraid is a symptom rather than the underlying problem that we're trying to fix. So while my concerns remain the same, I do want to clarify that the quality of analysis that has been done so far is exemplary. But it is not the quality of the work in the analysis, but rather the scope that I'm really calling for in terms of its need to expand. I also want to thank council members and staff. I don't know who it was that made the decision to create a YouTube channel, but I will say that in terms of stakeholders being able to hear what was said, it is an amazing tool. I reached out over the weekend to a couple of stakeholders to confirm that I wasn't out in left field with my comments, and I thought I might hear from a few. But the reality was fishermen up and down the coast, along with women who fish, were able to hear those comments unfiltered, and the results were pretty electrifying. A few became a dozen, and the dozen multiplied, and before I knew it, I had over 24 individuals who represent far more trawl vessels, permits, and quota share through their businesses and their organizations that were supportive. And so that support continues for me to push my comments that we do need to focus on the analysis of what our alternatives are going to mean for our communities and for different segments of the trawl sector, in addition to fixed gear, because that outreach has been humbling. Stakeholders' bravery in reaching out, particularly to someone who in most cases they don't know, it hasn't been unnoticed on me. And I've been actively listening to industry on this topic since the beginning of my first term and have learned about their individual concerns. People have been willing to share intimate details about their businesses and in many cases about their families. And I will also say that the outreach from bottom trawlers and fixed gear stakeholders over the weekend has added a new dynamic. Stakeholders obviously do not agree on all points, but they do agree on some. And I think most critically, if I made a Venn diagram, the point of convergence on this topic centers on, can you please tell me clearly in plain English that I can understand how this decision is most likely going to affect me, my colleagues, and my community, whether that is a positive impact or a negative one. And whilst I'm going to continue to listen to stakeholders, I don't think it's enough. I think listening without amplifying different views isn't going to get us where we want to go. We hear other industry colleagues at the council table advocating for trawlers and processors who are not in favor of gear switching. And I've been keeping quiet because I've been working on clarifying the issue for myself and others. But I've come to realize that I'm inadvertently stifling the voices of fixed gear participants and trawlers who are in favor of gear switching because no one is speaking up for them, at least from industry. And equally important, we're not hearing from bottom trawlers who don't know if this will help, but they want to better understand their future choices before making a decision on which of these options they want to choose. Many of the voices that I've heard from individually fear publicly coming forward because, as we've heard in the discussion on Friday, fishing vessels have to have a processor. And with the consolidation of our processor community members, the option to take your fish somewhere else for the majority of our trawlers is limited to non-existent. Having a council member voice those concerns, I believe, will create more robust discussion and help the council families form a more informed decision. Representation, I think, really matters in this case, and I'll be advocating for stakeholders whose views haven't been at the table. Because as our colleague, Mr. Dooley, so often says, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So for those of you that have contacted me in the last few days, thank you. And for those of you who have not, I'm still interested in learning more about your concerns. I cannot guarantee how I will vote because I don't understand how the current choices, or in council speak, the range of alternatives will impact us all. But I can guarantee that moving forward, I will work hard to understand the needs of those cohorts whose voices are not being heard and articulated maybe as clearly as I would like to hear as we move forward in this process. And with that, I will close my comments and just say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Krista. Further comments, discussion? Maggie Summer, followed by Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank Mr. Anderson for his opening remarks. He really described the breadth and the history of this issue and our intent here and our purpose and what we're doing today quite clearly, and I agree with all of that. And I just wanted to say that I also really appreciated it being pointed out to us all that the number of fishery participants who participate in one way or another as trawlers, as processors, as fixed gear fishermen, as quota share owners, it is possibly larger through this action if the council in the end takes any action to limit gear switching than the original Amendment 20. And that, for me, that really struck home and helped explain, I think, in part why the council has been, why this issue has been so difficult so far to move forward with. There are so many different interests represented. It has been challenging even to reach a conclusion on whether there is clear evidence of a current problem that needs to be addressed. So far, I think that the data have been, as a whole, inconclusive. There are a number of differing conclusions that can be drawn from different elements of the data we have had presented to us and analysis. We have heard clear and repeated public testimony that gear switching is adversely affecting some current trawling and processing operations and inhibiting future investment in groundfish processing infrastructure. But I do recognize that there is clear interest, self-interest on the part of those making those statements in limiting or reducing or eliminating gear switching. And there is also a connection to the very important aspects of infrastructure that support our coastal communities that we are all giving an awful lot of thought to. And likewise, we've heard testimony from gear switching participants who are representing their interests in maintaining the status quo or minimizing restrictions. Adding to the challenge is that we have, the council has been presented so far with the alternatives developed by the SAMTAC committee with choices between alternatives that represent different approaches to limiting gear switching. And within each of those alternatives, there are multiple choices related to the magnitude of restriction, whether and how some participants with significant investment and participation history would be subject to lesser restriction and other elements. And the intermingling of all these different categories of choices has made it very difficult to compare and contrast alternatives. So one of my interests moving forward in this, as I have been clear about for a while, is in looking to streamline the range of alternatives that we move forward with to help us focus throughout this process, focus both the attention of our analysts, our council members, and certainly the public. And maybe I'll save further remarks on this topic for potentially the end of the discussion when we talk about next steps, but want to say that I just connected to this challenge of understanding the materials that have been presented to us and the alternatives that the council has considered up to this point. I too agree that I think there is some good opportunity to clarify those in plain language and help the public understand what the effects of whatever alternatives the council moves forward with after today. So I think with those remarks, I'll hold for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Corey Niles.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, well said, Maggie and Phil. Thank you for leading us off, pointing us to the purpose and need and the principles here. And Krista, thank you for reminding us that we may all be looking at those principles and purpose and need slightly differently. But I think we're taking this seriously. And I was going to joke that, Krista, you made me, I wish you didn't mention YouTube because now I'm going to get stage fright. I can't pretend I'm by myself here in this room, but the way the story went on, that's great to hear that they are being listened. We are being listened to, and no, I fully understand. And Butch spoke to this. You spoke to this last week about. At this point, I don't think I understand why people don't understand how they or their communities will be affected, and I do think we're going to get there closer to that stage here where we start to see information in a more focused form, where that becomes a little more clear. And Mr. Chair, I do have a motion prepared to make. I think I might just preview it here. Jumping in and reading it, that it would be maybe not totally intelligible and easy to listen to, but just some opening remarks about what I would hope to do in a motion here at some point. In short, we've looked at all the analysis that's been done, and Phil spoke nicely, and Krista, to all the high quality work that's been done, and we've learned a lot from that. My department, we continue, while having open minds, to look at the quota-based approach as having the most promise here, if we are to act to change this program. And what I had planned here would be to introduce a alternative one based on similar to what the SAMTAC had been working on, but with a couple changes that address some concerns we've heard with how SAMTAC Alternative 1 is currently structured. For one, it would kind of switch the focus from the permit to the quota share ownership, and make a linkage to ownership of a vessel that's actively fishing. And the second goal is really to provide more certainty in terms of how much quota share would be eligible for gear switching. As we saw at this meeting from the analysis that came in this meeting, the current alternative kind of leaves that open on and uncertain how much quota share or quota pounds would be eligible for fixed gear. So it looks like Bob had his hands up, so I'm not going to introduce the motion quite yet if there's discussion. But I just wanted to preview that, and I'll have a little more overview if and when we get to that point.
All right, thank you, Corey. Yeah, let's hold off on any motions until everyone's had an opportunity to weigh in with their comments. Bob Dooley.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Phil and Krista and Maggie and Corey, for your thoughtful comments there. Phil, I think you did an excellent job of kind of setting the table of where we are, where we've been, how we got to where we are. I'm been involved with the process from the beginning, as you have, many in the room have here, and have been deeply ingrained in it. I too am a little confused sometimes of different alternatives and how they address the issues outlined in the principles that Phil had laid out there. I know that the council didn't adopt the principles. I know that the SAMTAC probably didn't formally adopt, but they developed them, and they are included. And I for one, being on the SAMTAC, had used them as a guide and used them as advice how to look at this, the lens to look at it. I think the first one that says, actually B, that says we believe that unlimited catch of sablefish through gear switching is not desirable. I think we've checked that box. I think the council in its previous decision has decided that 29% is indeed the maximum level that we would like to see gear switching at. I think that decision has been made. So I think, yes, it is. You can't continue unlimited gear switching without fatally harming the trawl sector. And it is a trawl sector. So then that's been said many times. I think the next decision point is important. And I'm just a step-by-step kind of guy. And I believe that it's like eating an elephant one bite at a time. The next thing that I think is important is, does the council want to consider impacts on existing operations and investments? And where that takes me is a really important step. How much do we want to respect the right of people that have been doing this for, in the control date, before we said, hey, we're thinking about this, the 5-year review top lined it as a concern, and we set a control date so we would put everyone on notice that anything after that date it's on shaky ground. We may not consider it, but I think that was a milepost. So the people that did it before, in my opinion, have been doing it and totally, didn't do anything wrong. But they were forewarned that the right to continue in any history accrued may not be recognized and may not be allowed in the future. So we're discussing at this time whether those who participated before the control date should receive a special endorsement, separate and apart from any gear switching limitations that we place on all other participants in the fishery. I believe this is the first and fundamental decision before us, since we have already made a decision prior to this. If it is decided to issue an endorsement for the participants described, I believe there are a few critical decisions to make. First, in my opinion, what would be meant by dependence on gear switching in the trawl ITQ sector. I'm talking about this because I think trying to set the frame for how to look at this, at least the way I look at it, and maybe it might be informative. I think that would be some base number of pounds landed by a vessel over a period of time during the period. From the start of the program in 2011 until the control date. I'd use an example, 30,000 pounds for 3 years. Seems like that would be recognize some real dependence in that fishery. 30,000 pounds, somewhere between $60,000 and $100,000 of gross economic value there, according to the numbers we've been presented, would seem to demonstrate an appropriate level of dependence. But there's some options there. I believe vessels should be used for this determination rather than permits, because vessels catch fish. And this is just when you consider qualification. They catch fish and permits don't. Permits can be traded, leased. It doesn't to me rise to the level of that dependence. The catch by vessels is a much more steady and verifiable measure to demonstrate dependent participation. Secondly, I believe to demonstrate dependence that qualifies for a special endorsement over and above anybody else, there should be additionally be measured by ownership and quota, coupled with ownership in a vessel to qualify, just a qualification. Leasing in and of itself is not a long-term investment and could be categorized as speculation and opportunity rather than dependence. No assurance that a lease will be available over the long term and are subject to change. As for what a qualified vessel should receive as an allocation, and this is a special endorsement to a limited few that have demonstrated this dependence, it should be how much quota they actually owned at the control date. That's what I believe. So I'm trying to get to this dependence thought. And of course, there's been some different options proposed, different amounts, and I'm open for debate on those. So that's how I think you get the qualification. Now, what do you get to use? You get to use, what is your endorsement? To me, it's the amount of fish you actually owned. And that endorsement should live on your quota share account, because that's a special time. I'm really concerned. Every year on January 1st, your quota share account turns into quota pounds. That's a time designations could be made on restrictions on use of quota, and it can be calculated and used in the quota share account, the calculator that is used in the fishery now that assures use in a particular way. I think it could be automatic. I'm concerned about ongoing workload to keep track of all of this fish if it's not programmed into that system. It needs to be automatic, and we don't need to program a cost recovery provision forever. So to kind of recap that, I think it's real easy in examples of how to calculate that. You start with, did your vessel participate in the program? And then, did a vessel you own use fixed gear? If you're yes, you do qualify, you go on to number 2. Did a vessel you own use fixed gear in the IFQ program to catch at least 30,000 pounds, at least 33 years? If yes, you continue. Did you own the ITQ trawl Sable during the window period? If yes, you continue. And if you answered yes to all of them, subject to verification, you would qualify for a separate gear switching endorsement. I think at that time, once we've established who that is and how much fish that is, what vessels there are given this special legacy provision, if we get there, then it seems like it could be very simple. There are people that want to maintain the right to active trawl switching. They want, gear switching. There are people that want to maintain the right to lease fish. I think if you take the remainder or some lesser number than that, if we decide it needs to be reduced, and we should analyze that point, I think we should analyze points that are lower than that, and they would each get every permit holder, every quota shareholder would get a specified amount. If we reserve 9% for the gear switching, the remainder should go, the 20%, everyone should have the right for 20% unrestricted fish. That keeps a tight cap on it, doesn't ever exceed that amount, and it's done. I think if we get too complicated, we're going to go back to where status quo, and I think that'd be detrimental. So I'll stop there, and I just wanted to share those thoughts that I think we need to be more measured in the alternatives, to be clearer on exactly what Krista was talking about, to be able to for people to understand this. So I think we have a decision before us. Do we want to recognize gear switchers that have had a demonstrated dependence. And that if we say no, and we want everybody to get some right, then that makes it much simpler too. So I think we have some benchmark decisions to make. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Grolnick. Really appreciate what everybody's had here to say today. Particularly what Bob had just added in. I think my concerns, I guess, is that from a discussion last week that people talk about status quo, and that status quo is not a target in my mind. This fishery spent 20 years recovering from a groundfish disaster declaration, and we saw a tremendous downsizing of fleet and processing capacities, and we need to start rebuilding that. Whatever we do in this topic, not just today, but as it marches through the council process, I think we need to ask ourselves: will it get us to where we need to be in the future? And I would hope that we're not at 22 or 23% trawl attainment in 2-3 years and or 5 years, or whatever. I think we should see some real increases of that amount. Achieving optimum yield is a mandate, and I think we ought to be. We're not going to get 100%, but we should easily double where we're at right now. I've heard some parts of some of the motions that might be put together. I'm very curious to see what they are. The devil's in the details. I just hope that whatever we do here today, we have enough flexibility to really look at the full range of what the fishery needs to do, and we don't hamstring ourselves. So I don't get too much of the weeds here. I just appreciate everybody's comments and look forward to hearing what folks got for motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. Let's see if there's any further discussion, or whether we should need a motion to focus our discussion. And I'm not seeing any hands. There is Corey Niles. Corey, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Brad, and thanks, Bob. Bob, I know we've spoken, throughout this process, and I continue to think, this issue is interesting in terms of how I think we're thinking it similarly, but we have some differences in how we perceive things. But to this stage, I think what the motion I'm going to do here is attempting us to even bring us to focus even more, where we continue to have these constructive debates. And so again, I'm going to withhold some comments on the bigger issues, which we've been talking about for a while, and focus on putting this alternative on the table. So which I think will help us get us down the road. And Brad, yes, I will. Thanks for the devil in the details comments. Some of these pieces in here will be new. We've been talking about it, and I've been bringing up the idea even on the council floor over the past year, but the details haven't been there. So what I'm going to propose here is there are new pieces. And Brad, this is something that is new, and if it gets added to the range of alternatives, we expect feedback. We want feedback. There are going to be issues that staff is going to find. And at the next stage, I think we advance our understanding even further. So I just want to echo those words of Brad, and that this is not anywhere near final. I know this process has been long, but this is just the initial range and the start of a refinement. And in my mind. And I don't know if I could ask Chris or Sandra to put up the motion. And before getting into, Mr. Chair, I'll just say there are 4 pieces to this. What I'll reading it could be kind of tough, but the 4 pieces, and it's pretty a simple idea in terms of the first section would create 2 quota types. The second decides, or it gives options for how much of each type would be, trawl only and how much would be any gear. The third and fourth get into the issue of how the individual quota share owners would have their current quota share split up. So that's the basic structure. And with that, Mr. Chair, I stand ready to make the motion.
All right. Why don't you go ahead and make your motion? And then we'll have a second, presumably, and then we'll have discussion on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it is about, Chris or Sandra made it a little more reader friendly, so thank you, but it's about a page, or if at 11-point font, but it's not terribly long. So I move that the following be added to the range of alternatives for analysis as the gear-based quota share alternative. Creation of trawl-only quota share, QS. NIMS will create a new management unit from the existing Sablefish North IFQ management unit that will only be eligible to be fished by trawl gears. The existing IFQ management unit will continue to be eligible to be fished with any legal gear. For ease of reference, the resulting quota share units are referred to as trawl only and any gear. Split of the Sablefish North trawl allocation. After conversion, both would be adjusted so that the total pool of quota share for each is 90% and 10% to the adaptive management program. The quota share conversion will achieve the council's specified split between the 2 quota share types, and then each will receive the specified percentage or amount of the trawl allocation of Sablefish North annually. The 2 options for analysis include option 1, 71% of the trawl allocation will go to the trawl only quota share and 29% any gear. Option 2, the any gear quota share will receive the smaller of 29% of the trawl allocation, or 1.8 million pounds, with the trawl only quota share receiving the remainder. And then, if you could scroll to the top for this one, please. Thank you. In the procedure for converting quota share holdings, NIMS will evaluate owners of Sablefish North quota share based. Can you delete based, please, or replace? Just delete based. That would work. Or that works too. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. NIMS will evaluate owners of Sablefish North quota share against the fixed gear and IFQ participation criteria, and then convert the quota share using the following steps. 1, quota share acquired by owners after the control date and in excess of what they held on the control date will be converted to trawl only quota share. 2, quota share owners that do not meet the fixed gear or IFQ participation criteria will have 100% of their quota share converted to trawl only. 3, quota share owners meeting the fixed gear participation criteria will have 0% of their quota share converted to trawl only quota share up to the quota share they owned on the control date. Quota share acquired after the control date will be converted to trawl only quota share. 4, quota share owners meeting the IFQ participation criteria will have their quota share converted at the rate that achieves the council's recommended allocation between the 2 quota share units. Participation criteria. The criteria focus on quota share owners with ownership tracked by the quota share permit. The term vessel refers to a vessel owned in full or part by the quota share owner. Vessel ownership and fishing activity are, can you change that to evaluated, please? Thank you. Are evaluated based on the vessel account. And the term fished refers to landings of Sablefish North quota pound and activity that qualifies under the control date unless otherwise stated. Fixed gear participation criteria, options for analysis. Option 1, the vessel fished with fixed gear. Option 2, the vessel fished at least 30,000 quota pounds in each of 3 or more years with fixed gear. And then IFQ participation criteria, options for analysis. Option 1, all Sablefish North quota share owners not meeting the fixed gear participation criteria and irrespective of vessel ownership and fishing activity. Option 2, the vessel fished quota pounds with bottom trawl gear in any of the 2 years prior to the year of quota share conversion.
So I would normally ask if the language on the screen is complete and accurate, but we can only show a piece of the motion at a time. Chris, would it be possible to at least show 2 pages at a time? At least that would capture most of the motion. So, Corey, I'll ask if the language is accurate and complete.
With the except that there might be some intent issues to speak to, but yes, it is as intended.
All right. So I'll look for a second. Seconded by Phil Anderson, although I see Jim Seeger has raised his hand. So I'm going to hold off on the second and see if Jim has a comment on the language here that maybe will be easier to fix before it's seconded. Jim?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. At the very top of the motion, you mentioned it being added to the range of alternatives. I just wanted to confirm that was your intent as opposed to a replacement of alternative 1 with this alternative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could answer that.
Yes.
Maybe my maybe I'm misunderstanding where we were, but I didn't think we had a range of alternatives yet. So this would be added to the range that doesn't exist yet. So everything, that was my impression. If I was wrong, apologies. Otherwise, this would replace the SAMTAC alternative 1.
Through the chair, thank you. Yes, I get so used to working with the SAMTAC alternatives. I've gotten to think of them as being in place almost already. So my error. Thank you, Mr. Cornell.
All right. So to be clear, you're kicking off our list of the range of alternatives. So looking for a second. Phil keeps trying to second it, I think. Thank you, Phil, for the second. So Corey, please speak to your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll try to walk through this as it is new. And I mean, I think it's, in my mind, the concept's pretty straightforward. The wording might be confusing. So I will kind of walk through it a little bit slowly here in section by section. I think that first section is pretty simple. It says we currently have an IFQ management unit for Sablefish, and what this would do is that would ask NIMS to split that into 2. So some quota from the current management unit would be added to a new IFQ unit, quota share unit, where Sablefish North could only be fished with trawl gear. So pretty similar to what the SAMTAC's been working with, except this directly affects the quota share. Whether the other what we've been working with is a quota pound type, but this is the quota share. So just 2 new types of quota share. The second piece, that section there, as I said, is about how much of each there would be, and that option 1 reflects the 29% of gear switching that the council has been talking about. in reference to some of like Brad's comments and Bob's comments in question and answer and public testimony, that given the quota system, that would be the max quota that could be fished in any one year, just given how our quota, with the exceptions of deficit and all that. But that way it would be a cap on how much gear switching could happen, and it would more likely be something less, given that it's usable by trawl gear as well. I've spoken to a few times, or at least a couple times on, I'm not totally convinced that 29% was the number we should land on, given fair and equitable considerations. So I've been hoping to see some comparing and contrasting of different numbers to help us work through that. And I'm not talking great departures from 29%, but a few percent here or there might look a lot better in the end than if we had one number. So I'm recommending two numbers here. But the other option too, I'm one who has difficulty in thinking at percentages and absolute numbers or poundages at the same time. So it didn't really occur to me until lately that looking at the default harvest control rule for sablefish we have now, 29%, or we looked at this just an hour or two ago. If we went with the default harvest control rule for 2023 and 2024, 29% is going to be more than 2 million pounds. I don't remember exactly what it would be, but it'll be over 2 million pounds, which is about what was landed in 2019 by fixed gear and IFQ fishery. So this option kind of does two things. It gives some comparing and contrasting between numbers, but it also, the 1.8 million was the max landed, or was was the max landed before the control date in the year right before the control date. So it's maybe serves an expectation of what could have happened. But again, with the 29% versus poundages, there's an uncertainty there, and the intent would be for the analyst to give us at least two ranges to look at, not too far apart, and then that poundage there is backed up against the if 29% is lower, then that 1.8 million pounds would be a percentage. So I think there's going to be I'm trying to speak to intent here for staff to give them flexibility to structure the analysis in a way that's not too many options, but does that comparison and comparing and contrasting. And there's two things at play here, really. There's the initial creation of the new quota share, and then how much that each quota share type gets each year. And so I'm not sure the poundage works precisely the way I have it laid out here, but the intent would be in the year of conversion that under option 2, the percent of the trawl allocation that would go to any gear quota would be 1.8 million, the percentage equivalent to that, unless it was, unless it limited by that 29%. So maybe when I'm done speaking of the motion, Jim can speak to whether that intent makes sense. And then moving to that third section, so if we have two pools of quota, the question becomes, how do you divvy it up? How do you allocate it and convert it? And this is the scheme I'm proposing with this motion. And I didn't know which order to put these in, went back and forth, but those participation criteria, which I'm finding I've lost my ability to say participation today, but the two criteria are kind of key in how this works. So I'm going to walk through it. And the other concept here is the control date, quota share ownership, and vessel ownership. But walking through that third section, it basically any quota share that went to a new owner or to an owner that over and above what they held on the control date would automatically become trawl only. The second category says that the folks that don't meet those criteria below, they also have 100% of their quota share converted to trawl only. So after those first two steps, there's going to be a percentage of trawl only quota already created. third is where the gear switching connection that, Bob spoke to nicely and Phil spoke to nicely and everyone spoke to about recognizing the participation investment, which is what I mean by fair and equitable. So people who meet those criteria would have 0% of their quota converted. They just keep all their any gear quota. And then the fourth is really and then the remainder goes to everyone else. And so we've in our delegation meeting this morning, again, had this, we don't really know how much quota share would qualify under the current alternative one. But for example, say it was 10%, then in the council's option one is 29%. There's 19% of the any gear quota to address. So that number 4 determines, who gets that remaining percentage of the any gear quota. And then the last section here, and sorry for going on so long, but almost finished. These criteria here, they set a couple definitions. Quota share ownership is NIMS collects data for quota share based on quota share permit owners. The vessel, I define as basically it's a vessel with shared ownership by the quota share owners as measured by NIMS's vessel account tracking. And a vessel account is a combination of owner and vessel that NIMS tracks and has detailed ownership information on. And the term fished, and just to avoid repeating myself, that refers to landings of sablefish north quota pound and ones that fishing that qualifies for under the control date. In the unless otherwise stated part, I wish that's the part I'll speak to some intent for. I mean, only stated within this section is what I meant. And it really only applies to the option 2 under the second set of criteria. So I'll repeat that again when I get to it. But so the key parts in speaking to we've got 2 options for looking at the level of participation, dependence, investment for fixed gear vessels. Option 1 is the more lenient option. It's basically, if they own that quota share, they own that fishing the boat and fished it, any quota, then they would meet the criteria and be able to opt out or not. It's not an opt out, it's an allocation formula. They would just keep all their quota as any gear. And that's another difference, I should say. This is not an opt out anymore, it's a formula. Option 2 would be more stringent and it's based on, Bob spoke to it. It's also comes from the SAMTAC alternative 2, I believe. And it requires more active fishing before the control date of 30,000 quota pounds in any 1 year. So again, these are the 2 criteria that would qualify folks under step 3 above. And then this last part is a little bit new and it just came to me recently. So I'll explain it a little bit. So remember, we have this remainder after the gear switching vessels get their any gear quota, then there's a percentage to be distributed among the rest of folks. So that step 4 criteria, this IFQ participation criteria options, there are 2 options. Number 1 basically says any quota share owner, and it's no matter if they owned a vessel or fished the quota. So just everyone, we have people who don't actively fish in the bottom trawl. They don't, lots of different situations here. And in option 1, everyone will receive a portion of the any gear quota. Option 2 is targeted just to bottom trawlers that are active in the 2 years before the conversion takes place. So the idea there would be, this would, direct the remaining any gear quota to those vessels fishing with the idea of, there are whiting vessels that don't bottom trawl. There are folks who don't actively fish that have quota share. So those folks would not receive any gear quota. They would only get trawl only quota, and then so the any gear quota would be in the hands of the active bottom trawling operations. And so the fixed gear operations wanting to lease quota pounds would need to work with them to get it. And so that's an idea, just comparing and contrasting for maybe an angle we haven't looked at yet or looked at this way, but that would be the intent there. And I'll try to end it up here and see if there are questions, and other folks might have thoughts. But again, the intent here compared to the existing the SAMTAC alternative one would be to focus on quota share and then businesses. And it's not really a vessel on its own. It's the business owning a vessel, sharing ownership with quota share, and fishing that quota share with fixed gear is instead of the trawl permit. It seems that as I think Bob said, leasing a permit to a gear switching vessel, if you're not anything else, if you just have, there's a lot of permits out there, and if you have an extra one and lease it to a gear switching boat, that's not necessarily a strong connection to a fixed gear business. And same leasing quota pounds to a fixed gear business could be said to be the same connection. So that's a big difference. And the other big difference is the structure of this can hit the council's targets has different meanings, but whatever percentage the council recommends hitting, this option could hit it. And there's other benefits that I'm not getting to, and I'm sick of hearing myself talk, so I'm going to stop there, Mr. Chair.
All right, thanks very much, Corey. So now I will see if there are any questions for the maker of the motion. Phil Anderson.
I have two questions. One is, and if this is not the appropriate time to ask that question, happy to wait. But it has to do with the first discussion and the question from Dr. Seeger. My understanding is, yeah, we have different alternatives that we have looked at previously, and certainly those that were developed by the SAMTAC are among those. But in terms of identifying a range of alternatives that would go out for public review, we haven't identified any yet. So as we work through the process here this afternoon of identifying those, it isn't whether what is being proposed is in addition to or in replacement of. It is simply we are identifying a range of alternatives that would go out for public review, and that clarity would be helpful for me and perhaps others, so that when we get done with all this, and perhaps some of the alternatives that were in the SAMTAC report are no longer in our range of alternatives, that's clear. So that's the first kind of just point. My question specific to the motion, and I am looking specifically here at what's on the screen under the fixed gear participation criteria options for analysis. And you did speak to it, but I'm not sure that is as clear in what's written in front of us, is that the vessel fished with fixed gear prior and up to the control date. Is that implicit? And the same with option 2, the vessel fished at least 30,000 quota pounds in each of 3 or more years with fixed gear. And I'm assuming that's between 2011 and the control date, but it isn't clear to me. So that's my question.
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Chair. Phil, I would, and again, this is, maybe I should have been more repetitive, but I try to handle that in the paragraph above, where the term fished refers to landings of sablefish north quota pounds, so not the tier fishery, for example. So quota pounds and then in qualifying so under the control date. So that's supposed to apply. And the otherwise stated, it only refers to this section. And I'm using my mouse on here on the screen like you can see it, but of course you can't. But that's that language in the participation criteria. Man, I can't say that word today, but in that paragraph pertains to those terms used here. So yeah, fishing would have been fished means before the, in compliance with the control date.
Thanks.
Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I had my mute on. And thanks, Corey, for explaining a well-crafted motion here. Got a couple questions, of course. I was okay with all of it down to number 4, and you explained that, but I just kind of wanted to get it clear in my mind what that means up to the number 4. And I think the result of getting there, notwithstanding the participation criteria, because that's a component of the top, it's explained about it, but it requires it. The result of this would result in 3 separate types of quota share. Is that correct? Would be trawl only, any gear, and then using Jim Cedar's language, maybe legacy fish, that it would have a third classification there. Is that correct?
Corey?
Thank you for the question, Bob. No, not correct. Sorry. It's just the 2 types. And maybe that's where we have again, respecting everyone's views. We're at the department, we're not viewing this as a legacy. On number 4, there are only 2 types of quota. One is restricted just to the trawling. And the other type is the same quota that's existed in the program. Yeah, depending on, but then it behaves like all other quota share, other than the gear limitation on trawl only, it just behaves like quota in this fishery. And then, but yeah, depending on those participation, if I can't say that word today, precipitation criteria, you know what I mean. But that option 2 would direct the remainder of the quota not going to the gear switching or fixed gear operations, would give it to the trawling, not folks who earned their quota by trawling and don't fish anymore, but the people who are actually in the fishery trawling. So that was one option here for getting some, a look at, if we put the any gear quota in the hands of the trawlers who are active, would that change the likelihood that it's being leased out at all? But to answer your question again directly, no, there would just be the two types of quota share and quota pounds, trawl only and any gear.
Follow up, if I might, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So if I understand it correctly, would they also participate in the other part? If it's deducted from the 29% to account for the people that get that privilege, that qualify and get this special privilege or special allocation, I guess, do they also share in the remainder of the 29%?
Mr. Chair, through the chair, yeah, no. That's what I'm, and just to speak to intent, maybe it's not clearly written, but for interpretation, it would be, you look at option 1 under the, I'm just going to stumble on that word. I have the second set of criteria. It says all Sablefish North Quota Share owners not meeting the fixed gear participation criteria. So they would not, they wouldn't be in that part, and they wouldn't be in option 2 because unless they bottom trawled. So only, I guess, it would be option 2 if they bottom trawled. That might be something for staff to have to see if this motion was consistent. But no, it would just be step 3. They they have all their quota that they own as any gear, and then that's it. They don't. And yeah, to just correct myself, no, even people who did bottom trawl and fixed gear would have at step 3 would have all their quota kept as any gear, so they wouldn't get any of the remainder.
Okay, I have another question, but I know I'm in my two limit question. So whatever, I'm whatever you please, Mr. Chairman.
Well, let's see if anyone else has their hand up, and if not, then you go ahead and ask your third question. So go ahead and ask, please.
Okay. So I assume when you get down to the very bottom, option 2, I'm kind of understanding that prior to year of quota share conversion, I'm thinking that that's after we make a decision here at some point in the future. And so it's after the control date. And are those vessels the only ones in the entirety of the ITQ sector that receive that allocation of that 29%, that remaining allocation of the 29%? I'm a little confused there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Under that option 2, yes. So I'm just going to say I don't think this is accurate, but let's say there's that 10% of the quota goes to fixed gear businesses under step 3, and then the council selected option 2. Then that 19% remaining would only go to the people that meet this that fished in the years. Yeah, it would depend on when council acted. But it would only those boats that meet those criteria would get that remaining 19%. Everyone else would get
troll
only. Yeah, and so that really changes the percentage of their quota that's converted to troll only or stays, whatever way you want to look at it. So there's only 19%, but it gives it to a smaller number of businesses possibly, and then so the percentage they get of any gear is higher. That makes sense.
But you said prior to the year of conversion, you didn't answer that part of the question. Is that as of the control date, or is it sometime in the future when the program is, if we choose to do something, is implemented?
The latter, and excuse me, Mr. Chair, the latter. It's so because the difference, and I had this question off, but the control date applies to gear switching activity or fixed gear fishing. So the control date doesn't apply to bottom trawl fishing. So to me, they're separate things. This is more of a, that option would focus on active fishing instead of those folks who may not actively fish and just lease. So it's the rationales are totally different between why we have a control date and why the council may end up recommending this. So the control date rationale doesn't apply to bottom trawler fleets or to the bottom trawlers who are actively fishing. That's would be part of the purpose and need of acting at all would be to improve the situation for active bottom trawler. So yeah, the control date would not apply. It would just be like if, I don't know when this conversion would happen, but just 2023, for example, then it means they were active in 2021 and 2022. Sorry, I'm losing my words there, but hopefully that answered it, Bob.
Thank you. Yeah, it does. You're clear. Thank you.
All right, Brad Pettinger, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Grolnick. I'm kind of looking at that option 2, a different. Well, I look at that as a active trawler designation, and so you're saying I would look at it if you had a vessel fishing 2 years prior to the basically you have to have 2 years landings before you could be your quota share could be converted to, or quota pound to quota pounds that could be gear switched. Because what you're saying right here is that basically whenever this thing gets enacted, that whoever's been fishing for at least 2 years prior, they're going to get a quota share locked in and into the future that could be all gears. I guess that's my question. Corey.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair. And I got a yelping dog here, but I think I got it. Yeah, like for example, Brad, if someone hadn't fished since the control date, someone hadn't bottom trawled since the control date, they wouldn't meet option 2. They would have had, again, using hypothetical 2023, the boats would have been have to have been active in 2021 and 2022. And I think the difference of the active trawler designation would be, it's not an ongoing thing. It's just, this is a conversion, a one-time conversion. And so, yeah, I think you said it. Then after that conversion, the quota share that they qualified would remain in place until, the council ever acted again. Hope that answered it.
Okay. Okay.
You have a follow-up?
Well, I'm just kind of wondering if there's, I'm looking at the option 2, we're talking the 29%. The devil's in the details here, I guess. For analysis, could that 29% number be smaller in this? I mean, but as far as looking at, or are you basically stuck on 29%?
Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Brad. If you go to, if Chris or Sandra could scroll up to the second part. Yeah, that option 1 and option 2 under the split. Though under this motion, those would be the only 2 proposed here, Brad. So it would be 29%, which is going to be over 2 million pounds under the current ACLs we're looking at. And then 1.8 million pounds, or 29% when the ACL is smaller. I would have to ask Jim and staff if there was how that would work in terms of lower. But no, it's really just that these 2 different looks at 29% in terms of poundages and percent. Those would be the only 2 splits between the 2 pools of quota in this motion.
Thank you.
Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have a question about option 2 and this split as well. I am interested in really the decision process behind why you chose to put in an or for both of these, so the 29% or the 1.8 million pounds. I mean, it seems to me that this is asking folks that are fixed gear, small processors, vessels that would want to participate in gear switching or at least in quota to fixed gear folks. You're asking them to take the lumps, but not if quota goes up or availability of fish goes up, to not share in the bonus. So, Corey, can you please explain why you made that decision in terms of 29% or the small or 1.8 million pounds, whichever's the smaller?
Yeah, thanks. And Mr. Chair, thanks, Krista. Well, I can try to articulate the thought. We were hearing interest from around the table that 29% was the number that folks wanted. I was hoping for a little bit, a smaller range around that. But I in terms of sharing in the, sorry, I don't remember the phrase you used, but sharing when it grows, sharing the benefit. I think that's what option 1 would do. Because when the 29%, I don't fully understand how we arrived at. I can't remember how it was arrived at last time, but it was an average of some years during the during the period between 2011 and 2000 and the control date. So in terms of poundages, if that 29% is actually lower than what was fished with fixed gear during that time, it got as high as, I can't remember what's in table 1 in Jesse's analysis, but it was as high as 35 something percent, if not higher. But that 1.8 million in terms of poundages was the high amount landed before the control date. The year before the control date was the high, and that was it, 1.8 million. which was something like 35% at the time. So yeah, like I said, I get confused by percentages and poundages, and this was the way I came up with to give some flexibility to look at both. But yeah, under option one, the 29% would continue to grow with the ACL. It's just an option two that it's the 1.8 or less if the 29% is less. So hopefully I got there for you, but that was the thinking.
Okay, Kristen.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Corey, and thank you, Chair Grelnick.
Let's see if there are further questions of Corey, and if not, we can have some discussion on the motion. Not seeing any more questions, so if folks want to talk about it. Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Grolick. Corey, on this motion, if you look at the option two at the very bottom, you're saying the quota share, it's a one-time deal. They can convert it to whatever that number comes out to. Is that then, does that quota share be, when it's sold, is it still continue with the all gear designation?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Brad. Yeah, I said it quickly, but the way the motion's crafted, it would just quota share and quota pounds that behave like normal quota share and quota pounds, with the exception of the gear rule. So the intent here would be, it would just be, it could transfer like quota share. It can go, trawlers could buy it. The any gear quota share I'm talking about could go to anyone and be fixed with any gear. It doesn't expire. Yeah.
Okay. If I may, Chair Grolick. Sure. Well, my fear is that that gear, that quota is going to be bought by a fixed gear person because they can command a higher price because their fish is bigger and it's worth more money. That's my fear with that aspect is that you're just going to the quota is going to go out permanently outside of the trawl fishery, and that's what doesn't sit well with me. So thank you.
Corey?
Yeah, well, thanks, Brad, for the comment. I don't want to get too in the merits of, but that's going to come out in the analysis, Brad, and I don't mean to get into a debate. But I think I've seen some data that you get more per pound of sablefish by trawling it, and if the markets were to take off, what your statement wouldn't be necessarily accurate. You could earn more per the quota share. I mean, per pound of sablefish by trawling it than you could buy fixed gear, and that's in the analysis. So, understanding your concern, but yeah, I think that's still an open question. Don't mean to diminish your concern, but we've seen evidence that if the economics is there, which it is for some people, then a processor or a bottom trawler would be willing to pay more for the quota share.
Bob Dooley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll make it short. Just one clarifying question for you, Corey, is that the option 2 at the very bottom of the page, is that a one-time opportunity, or is it recalculated every year, every couple of years for active trawlers? It looks like that's kind of an active trawler thing, but do you just get one bite at the apple, or are we going to create a new race for making sure people tow a net around to get part of that?
Thanks, Bob. Yeah, a one-time thing. This would just be a one-time creation of the new quota share category, and then one time until the council ever acts again. But under this, if the council were ever to take this action contemplating this motion, it would just be that one-time thing.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, Bob, for the question. Anything further on this motion? Any discussion on this motion? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Corey. And I'm going to step back a little bit and think back to our last decision point and our last discussion. And you might recall I voted no. And here again, I will be voting no for the following reasons. But with all respect to my colleagues around the table, especially those that have worked so hard to try to strike compromises here at this stage in the process and develop a range of alternatives forward on this issue. I know there's been a ton of thought and compromise and looking out for what's important, looking to the future. But I just can't see the outcome here culminating in something that overall is a win. Number one, there is no clear purpose or need to curb gear switching in the current IQ program. Initially, we heard that shortage of northern sablefish shares was preventing the trawl fleet from getting other desired targets out of the water. That problem no longer exists, and markets now have vessels on trip limits for Dover sole. Market conditions can and will change, and I hope that does change soon. And the program was designed to afford markets and vessels maximum flexibility to adapt to changes in circumstance. Also, I've seen no evidence that northern sablefish IQ landings made with non-trawl gear would result in those IQ landings instead being made with trawl gear. But conversely, there's plenty of evidence to suggest those landings would just be lost altogether. There is no conservation concern with fixed gear landings, and no benefit accrued to the industry or to the nation if those landings are simply lost. So I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned that this proposed alternative and possibly others propose something like a limited entry or an IQ program within the existing IQ program. I didn't hear any individuals or sectors in this discussion, this meeting, or previously express any support for the most simple way to curb gear switching to the 29% level the council previously selected. That would be through simple in-season quota monitoring. So if the concern is keeping landings with fixed gear to 29%, there is a mechanism to do that that is simple and effective, and doesn't sound like that's what people want. To me, that suggests the proponents are more interested in a new suite of rules that will restrict some people's activities, but not others. Originally, the limited entry trawl fishery could have been considered a closed class, permitted vessels. That's something we've been hearing about in the mothership fishery. Now with quota shareholders, in addition to trawl permittees, lessors, lessees of quota, and buyers and brokers representing varied interests, the class really can no longer be considered closed. In recommending the program allow for gear switching at the onset, at that time, some trawlers envisioned converting, or the option of converting either through a sale arrangement or through a quota pound lease arrangement. Each trawl entity was able to make that choice for itself, and proposing to take away these choices now once ownership interests have changed hands means forcing some operations into a business model they didn't bargain for. or it means selling to a much smaller universe of interested buyers, and also limits the future buying and leasing pool, and consequently the likely value of those shares or vessels. One of the life lessons that I remember being told from the youngest of ages is that you don't build yourself up by putting others down. I, like everyone else around this table, wants nothing more than to see our trawl fleet succeed and grow. I see no reason we should be interested in reducing the diversity that now comprises the IQ fleet by forcing most of the fleet to use the same fishing strategy. I agree also with those suggesting the council must consider the national standards requiring fairness and equity. Number 3, I want to talk about cost for a minute. We haven't heard yet what any of these alternatives might cost. Of course, we don't have alternatives yet, but we really don't need NMFS's cost analysis to guess what this might cost. One thing is for sure, there are not enough cost recovery dollars to cover both this program and electronic monitoring. Litigation must be expected with any proposal that limits entry and takes away an interest that someone paid to acquire. And I think Bob Alverson is probably right with what we heard from him earlier this week, that the alternatives are so complicated that those that think they will qualify under one proposal or another may face an unpleasant realization that they misunderstood. And expected litigation costs really need to be included in any estimate of costs. Number 4, the chilling effects. I do agree with remarks to us that suggest we might only be hearing testimony and receiving written comment from a portion of the potentially affected communities and interests because of possible repercussions that might come from airing remarks in a public forum such as this. That's unfortunate, and I really support those suggestions that should the development of alternatives and analysis proceed, that NMFS or the council find a mechanism to allow for some verifiable way for program participants from all facets to offer confidential submissions. And number 5, fear of the unknown. For those that have raised concerns that the shortage of available Sablefish shares on the market may not exist today, but could once again in the future, and we should worry about that concern and fix the problem for next time. I think there's likelihood that any number of unforeseen events can affect markets and business plans and operations. It's important to keep in mind that one big reason we decided to move to an IQ program was to allow businesses and marketplaces to choose how they would respond to new circumstances, whatever they may be, good or bad, in their own individual manner. I mentioned this argument last time, but I think it deserves repeating. What would happen when we're talking about the unknown and what the future holds? What would happen if we were to find a trawl-dominant target stock like petrale or Dover sole become overfished? Wouldn't we want trawlers to be able to use or lease out potentially all of their Sablefish shares for use with fixed gear in order to continue harvesting what is usually one of our most valuable West Coast stocks? I sure wouldn't want to preclude that possibility. So in closing, reducing flexibility to the IQ fleet is not in our state's interest for sure, which is why or where we have extremely diverse groundfish fleets, ports, and communities. And for those reasons, I am voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further discussion on the motion? Krista Svensson.
Hold on one moment. There we go. Okay. Well, thank you, Chair. And I know I've spoken a lot in the last few days about this, and I agree with virtually all of the sentiments that Marcy just outlined. And I will say that I voted in favor of moving forward in June. I will also say that last night I would have said that I'm no longer in support of moving forward on this agenda item. I think that the state of Oregon, which I represent, is fractured on this topic, and I really was thinking that dissent is the only path to getting alternative voices heard. I also just want to reflect for a minute on what has changed my mind in that opinion. I, like every council member, takes my role seriously. And I will say that September, it's my favorite meeting, regardless of where we meet, whether it's online or in person, because it gives us a chance to hear the oath once again as new council members are sworn in. And my copy is pretty honking crumpled. I was nervous when I gave mine. I look at it regularly. It's sitting right here next to me because I want a tangible reminder that I am here to serve others. And I also just want to reflect for a minute for members of the public that you should never underestimate the power of public testimony, including individual outreach to council members. Because that collective outreach this weekend really was a reminder when I woke up this morning that we do need to have analysis so that we can discuss how to create a future that better meets the needs of active fixed gear and trawl fishery participants than what we have today. I do also want to say that I quit counting when I had talked to 50 people. I've talked to just a ton of people, and I know we all have. But I have never heard anyone say that they wanted to have 100% fixed gear. And I sometimes feel like that's a bit of a fear mechanism to get people overly excited that we will not have an opportunity for trawlers. So I have heard repeatedly, however, that fixed gear participants and trawlers in favor of gear switching or leasing their quota are only in favor of status quo. And I also want to say I am appreciative of the testimony this week for folks who were willing to consider options 1 and options 2 that were put forward to us. Well, I recognize that they are not what we are necessarily deciding on today. It indicated to me that positions are not so firmly cemented that we cannot find a path forward, but rather that any path forward we choose needs to include a future for all of us. I also understand that, and this is a bit of fear of mine, that if I had voted no, that it would signal to council members and to the public that certain stakeholders are so firmly entrenched that we cannot find a path forward. So I am voting in support of this motion. I'll be supporting in favor of other motions that come forward, but that support is hesitant. I think that we need to consider all stakeholders and otherwise, they will not be acceptable. And they won't be acceptable to me, but they also won't be acceptable to dozens of other businesses and organizations out there that have called me this week. So I think that, with additional and comprehensive information from council staff, advisory bodies, and the public, that we can move forward in a fair manner. And I will be firmly supporting this motion. So thank you for letting me air my thoughts.
Thank you, Krista. Further discussion on the motion? Butch Smith.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chairman. It's getting late, but this is obviously an important decision the council making, not just this one, the one to follow after. But I'm going to support this motion with the expectations that there is some kind of economic study done on what these mean, so we can have the tools to make a qualified decision, whether you're the biggest boat in the ocean or a smaller boat in the ocean. To me, all fishermen count, and I think this council believes that too. So whether you're landing in Newport, Oregon, or El Waco, Washington, or Westport, Washington, or anywhere in between, California, we need to know. I need to know once we get these things up on the wall, what this means to real people, what the economic values mean, losses and gains mean to the fishermen, and also the communities and the plants. So I'll be supporting that, but I do have expectations that we will do that work, as we narrow these alternatives down. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for all the speakers that went before me, because it was real informative. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Butch. Krista, your hand is up.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah,
I don't know if you can hear me, but I am sorry, but I need to just lower my hand. Thank you.
Okay. All right. That's perfect. I just wanted to make sure that if you wanted to say something more, I wanted to make sure I call on you. Okay, Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it very brief now because you'll hear from me at length shortly, I think. I just wanted to speak in support of including this motion in a range that the council adopts. I do think it presents a good approach for consideration, and appreciate Corey bringing it forward and the thinking going into the use of the nexus with quota share account ownership, quota share ownership, and certainly keeping in mind that what our action today is adopting a range, and there will be further analysis and review and the chance for public input and council consideration of all of that and adjustments as necessary. But overall, again, I will be voting yes on the motion, and think this is a good approach to move forward for further consideration.
Great, thank you, Maggie. Any further discussion on the motion? Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Gorelnik. I like a lot about this motion. It's the building in the nailing the quota share down to specific trawl, or trawl only or all gear, especially option 2. And I'm just not sure. This is a big motion. I don't know where you can start on it as far as making an amendment, but I'm just kind of curious if it just if this moves forward. I would, which I think that if those are the flexibility to have quota pounds as part, instead of quota share. I'm not sure how to do that, but if that would be if the I guess the main framework of how it's put together using quota pounds, if that would be considered as we move forward. Because I think right now it locks the council in to decisions that down the road we won't have a control over. And I think that's not very good management on our part. So I don't know if that's a question for Jim or whoever that as far as would look at this.
Well, it's either a question for Jim or the maker of the motion. Phil, do you have an answer there, or just a different comment?
I have an answer and a different comment.
All right, we'll go 2 for 1. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I support this motion. I think the issues that we saw in the analysis about whether you use permits or vessels and the difference in the individuals that qualify depending on the entity you use are addressed by using quota shares. And I like this approach. I think the framework is a good one. I think in terms of my answer to Brad's question is that my understanding and anticipation is once we make our decisions on a range of alternatives, assuming that we have some when we're done with this discussion, it's going to go back to the analysts. They're likely going to be bringing these back to us in March, and it does not preclude us from making changes to the alternatives based on what we learn from further analysis by our analysts. So I would not be in support of changing this at that aspect of this motion at this time. But if we learn through the further work that's done on it and the analytical work that's done that kind of a change would make sense, we would have a chance to entertain that when the time comes.
Thanks for that, Phil. Bob Dooley, followed by Corey Niles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks, Phil. That was kind of my understanding going in. I'm glad you stated it. I think that, these are preliminary range of alternatives, and through the analysis that comes forward later, we can make adjustments. And that's the reason I will be supporting this, is because I think it has a lot of good parts and it has some flaws, but we'll deal with those when the analysis comes out. But maybe my perception is wrong when the analysis comes out. So I'm willing to, we need to have something. I really appreciate the fact that Corey has been so receptive to ideas and conversations and actually has acted on those to change it. And so I appreciate that. There's parts I'm on board with, parts I'm not, but we'll just, I think that it covers a lot. And so I will be supporting the motion.
Okay, Bob, thank you. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And just, I want to echo one thing Phil said, and then I didn't say clearly before, and in response to Brad and Bob's comment, I could hardly say participation today, so I didn't say it clearly, but this was Butch's request even before we got to this level of detail. But after this meeting, could we sit down with various groups and talk through the details? And we said yes, that would be a great idea. So just want to say that again for people who are listening. This is no way. I totally agree with what Phil and Bob said. Not entrenched here, not convinced that this is the best way of acting, but just emphasizing, yes, we plan on reaching out and reach out to us and others and that type of feedback. And really, I think the purpose here is to focus in on those issues like Brad, quota share versus quota pounds, which I think we've heard might be an issue already. And so, just hone in on what the key issues are. And so at that next stage, we can, zero in on the differences. But again, just pointing, really wanting to hear feedback and talk through ideas from this point forward.
Thank you, Corey. Further discussion on this motion? And I'm not seeing any hands, so I'm going to be brave and call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
No.
Abstentions? Motion passes with 1 nay by Marcy Yaremko. Thank you, Corey, for the motion, moving this agenda item forward. But I'm led to believe that there's more action here. So we'll see if someone wants to raise their hand and continue to move us forward. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik. I have a few introductory remarks. I intend to offer a motion, but I'd like to provide a few comments first to frame it before it is put up on screen and I read through it to help orient people to my thinking.
Sure.
All right. Thank you very much. I want to first really appreciate the discussion that was just had. That is very important, and it is certainly how I have approached the alternative I will be proposing as well. We are at the first formal step in the process here of adopting a range of alternatives, and there will be opportunity for review and comment and adjustment as we move through it. And it will be very important to understand how these alternatives might work kind of within their own bounds, but also to be able to compare them to each other and make a choice overall on which we think might be an appropriate, the best approach as we get farther down the road to eventually possibly a preliminary preferred alternative step. I'll say in developing an alternative to propose, I really considered a couple overarching questions. One is, does the alternative, does it address the purpose and need statement that this council adopted in last September? And is it consistent with requirements and guidance, including those in Amendment 20's goal and objectives, the West Coast Groundfish Fishery Management Plan, Magnuson National Standard 1 and the National Standard 1 guidelines on optimum yield, National Standard 4 on allocation, and NOAA's technical memo on allocation of fishery harvests, which provides guidance, particularly regarding considerations for fair and equitable allocations. The Magnuson's requirements and guidance on limited access privilege programs, National Standard 5 on efficiency, National Standard 8 on providing for sustained participation by fishing communities and minimizing adverse impacts. Outcomes from the Catch Share Program 5-year review and extensive analysis, including but not limited to the current attachments 3 and 4 in this briefing book and the preliminary assessment of trawl under attainment issues and SAMTAC alternative qualification criteria from last September, as well as the SAMTAC principles. That was a lengthy list, but I think it's important to get on the record the range of guiding principles and requirements that I have been considering, and I know others have too, as we move forward on this. So with those in mind, as I said, I put together a motion in a moment to offer a second alternative to the range. It will be based on Alternative 2 from the SAMTAC recommendations found in C5 Attachment 1. It begins on page 5 of that document, if anyone wants to turn to it, so you can refer to that as it's scrolling by on screen shortly. And I'll note that I will be including some modifications based on input we've received from the GAP and the public and in council discussion today, in fact. Those modifications will be noted through strike through and gray highlighting for items to be deleted from the SAMTAC alternative, and green highlighting will indicate new language. It will, as Alternative 2 does, offer an endorsement approach where gear switching will be limited at very low levels for vessels, except when fishing under a permit with a gear switching endorsement,
that will allow higher levels of gear switching. It will contain options for qualifying for the endorsement based on the permit, vessel, and/or quota share ownership. It will also contain options for how much gear switching the endorsement will allow based on potentially landings history, quota share ownership, or a combination of both. In all configurations of the option I intend to offer, it would keep gear switching under 29%. Some options would reduce it to levels below 10%. I'll speak to details when the motion is up, but I also, I guess, will note for the record that I've used the full, well, as I have said, I've used the full language from the SAMTAC alternative in attachment 1, and I chose to do that because it has been in our council documents. It was first provided to us in the SAMTAC report. It has been in our briefing book. We first saw it last fall in this form, and it's again in the briefing book for this meeting. And its language and layout may be familiar to you by now, but it does make it lengthy. So I just wanted to provide some advance warning and apology for that. And then finally, you know, again, I will speak to this at the end, but I am approaching this in the spirit of doing my best to do some streamlining. It is important to be as specific as possible in adopting a range so that the analysis and public review are focused. But I want to recognize, and we've all heard through this discussion today, that there remains such a need to understand a big number of open questions about potential gear switching limitations and methods and how various permutations would work. And I did feel it was important to include those. So the alternative will contain a number of options that will need to have a choice made between them at some point in the future after we receive the next round of analysis, should the council choose to adopt it for review. So with those introductory remarks, at your pleasure, Chair, I would be ready to offer a motion.
Well, I would suggest you go ahead and offer it, and council members will have an opportunity to follow up the questions on the motion as well as your introductory comments.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you. I move the council include the following alternative. There's one correction. Chris, would you please make alternatives in the top, the line below that? That one's singular. Thank you. I move the council include the following. Chris, would you put the S back in? I'm gonna take a drink of water and start over here. I move the council include the following alternatives in the range adopted for further analysis and review. No action alternative. Gear switching endorsement alternative. Action alternative 2. Overview. In the area north of 36 degrees north latitude, a vessel's gear switching activity will be restricted based on limits applied to its trawl limited entry permit, and the size of the limit will depend on whether or not the permit has a gear switching endorsement. The amount of Sablefish gear switching allowed will be larger for gear switching endorsed permits than for non-endorsed trawl permits. Gear switching endorsements will be attached to permits and based on a permit or vessel meeting minimum qualification criteria that include gear switching history and, under some options, linkage between the permit, quota share, and or vessel ownership. The endorsement might or might not expire when the permit to which it is attached is transferred. If endorsements expire with permit transfer, the higher gear switching limits would eventually phase out and all vessels would be restricted to the lower level gear switching limits provided for permits without gear switching endorsements. Full description. Moving on to the page on the right, gear switching endorsement and qualification. Gear switching endorsements will be attached to trawl limited entry permits and will not be severable from the permit. The gear switching endorsement on a permit or the absence of such endorsement will determine the northern sablefish gear switching limit associated with the permit. To qualify for a gear switching endorsement between January 1st, 2011 and September 15th, 2017, the control date, the limited entry trawl permit, option for further analysis, or vessel, must have landed northern sablefish IFQ with fixed gear totaling at least endorsement qualification option renumbered number 1. Permit, option for vessel, has 30,000 pounds per year in at least 3 years. New endorsement qualification option 2. Permit, option for vessel, has 30,000 pounds per year in at least 3 years and quota share ownership, any amount on the control date by the permit owner, option for vessel owner. New endorsement qualification option 3. Permit, option for vessel, has 30,000 pounds per year in at least 3 years and quota share ownership, any amount, and vessel ownership on the control date by the permit owner, or for vessel owner option and permit ownership on the control date by the vessel owner. If vessel is used as the qualifying entity, then at implementation, the vessel owner designates a limited entry trawl permit to carry the gear switching endorsement. Sablefish gear switching limits. Trawl permits with gear switching endorsements. The annual Sablefish North gear switching limit for a gear switching endorsed permit is endorsement limit option 1 for each qualifying permit or would you please strike option for vessel there? And that changes because the endorsement would be attached to the permit. For each qualifying permit, the average percentage of the Sablefish North trawl allocation caught with fixed gear for years fished between 2011 and the control date. New endorsement limit option 2. Each qualifying permit owner, please strike that. Parenthetical also, thank you. Receives a gear switching limit equivalent to the percentage of quota share owned as of and since the control date. In addition, the difference between the amount thereby allocated and 29% will be allocated among all qualifying permits. And strike that option for vessel. Thanks. Proportionally to each permit's, and again, thank you very much, I missed this earlier. Proportionally to each permit's okay, yeah, I will have a correction for you to type in a second, Chris, and then I will reread this endorsement limit option. Each permit's average annual gear switch landings. If after that you would put a new parentheses or the qualifying vessels landings, close parentheses. And please strike the option for vessel at the very end of that green highlighted paragraph, and I will restart reading new endorsement limit option 2. Each qualifying permit owner receives a gear switching limit equivalent to the percentage of quota share owned as of and since the control date. In addition, the difference between the amount thereby allocated and 29% will be allocated among all qualifying permits proportionally to each permit's average annual gear switched landings, or the qualifying vessel's landings, in years fished in the trawl IFQ program before the control date. This additional allocation will be operationalized as an addition to the permit-specific limits. Next page, please. New endorsement limit option 3, the percent of Sablefish North quota share owned by the qualifying permit owner, option for vessel owner, as of and since the control date. Trawl permits without gear switching endorsement. The annual Sablefish North gear switching allowance for a trawl vessel, except when fishing under a permit endorsed for gear switching, is 10,000 pounds. Gear switching limits and permit transfers for both gear switching for both gear switching endorsed and non-endorsed permits, the gear switching limits are associated with the permit. If a permit is transferred mid-year, the fish caught prior to the transfer still count against the permit's limit for the year. I left in a question that was included in the version of the alternative in attachment 1. For further deliberation, should a vessel be able to expand its gear switching opportunity by sequentially fishing under multiple gear switching endorsed permits? Yes. Combination of trawl permits. There has been no change to these, but I will continue to read through them unless instructed otherwise by the chair. Current management measures allow vessels to combine permits to create a single permit with a larger vessel length endorsement. If trawl permits are combined, and if there is a gear switching endorsement on either permit, the permit resulting from the combination will have a gear switching endorsement. If both of the combined permits have a gear switching endorsement, then the larger of the two limits will be included on the resulting permit. Gear switching limit overages. When a vessel reaches the gear switching limit as determined by the permit registered to the vessel, it may retain and sell any sablefish caught in excess of the limit, but may not deploy non-trawl gear on any trawl IFQ sector trips taken during the remainder of the year. The gear switching limits are specified as limits on the maximum amount of sablefish quota pounds that can be used to cover fish caught under the IFQ program with non-trawl gear. All gear switching overages must be covered by quota pounds. Any quota pounds a vessel uses for gear switching in excess of its gear switching limit will reduce the following year gear switching limit for its permit by the amount of excess quota pounds used. This applies to the permit being used by the vessel at the time of overage. Suboption, any quota pounds a vessel uses for gear switching in excess of its gear switching limit will not reduce the following year's gear switching limit. Other species gear switching limit. For all trawl permitted vessels, there will not be any gear switching limits for other IFQ species. Annual vessel quota pound limit. Regardless of these gear switching limits, trawl permitted vessels are not allowed to catch amounts in excess of the northern sablefish vessel quota pound limit, taking into account both the vessel's trawl and non-trawl quota pound landings. Endorsement expiration. Expiration option 1, gear switching endorsements will expire when the permit is transferred to a different owner or a new owner is added to the existing permit ownership-based phase down of gear switching. Expiration option 2, gear switching endorsements do not expire when the permit is transferred. That is the end of the motion.
All right. Well, that's quite a mouthful there. Very comprehensive, very detailed, well explained. Jim Seeger has his hand up, so he may have some thoughts.
Mr. Chairman, I know the council's been at this for over 2 hours now, and we just dealt with a very complicated motion, and this one has a lot of complexity to it. I'm wondering if before you take a second on this, we might have a little break for some additional, side discussions.
Well, how the time flies when you're having fun. You're right. We resumed at 3:45 and we've been at it for over 2 hours. It is, of course, almost 6 o'clock, and I want to be sensitive. Of course, that's in the Pacific time zone. Of course, almost 7 o'clock in the Mountain time zone. So can we keep this to a 10-minute break so that we can come back and address this motion and hopefully complete this agenda item without it bleeding over into day last? Maggie?
Yes.
All right. You're agreeing with a 10-minute break?
Yes, I am.
Great. All right. It's 5:55. We'll be back at 6:05. Okay, my friends, it's 6:05 on Tuesday evening. And we are on our last agenda item for the day. And Maggie has read her motion into the record. It has not been seconded. And Maggie, do you have any corrections or changes you wish to make?
I do. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a couple corrections and appreciate advice from Jim and Jesse, who I had some exchanges with about my intent. And so they are hopefully making sure I don't go off that track in wording here. So if we could go back a page to the, okay, sorry, let's go back one more page. Perfect, right there. We are going to go and put back in some of those option for vessel parenthetical statements that I had you remove. Thank you for your patience, Chris. So the first one will be, well, I'll just read through it. Each qualifying permit owner, and then open parentheses, option for vessel, close parentheses, receives a gear switching limit equivalent to a percentage of the quota share owned as of and since the control date. In addition, the difference between the amount thereby allocated and 29% will be allocated among all qualifying permits, and then open parentheses, option for vessel, close parentheses, average annual gear switched landings. Yep. Oh, I skipped a line, pardon me. Proportionally to each permit's, let me refine my place there. I'm going to start with 29% will be allocated among all qualifying permits, option for vessel, proportionally to each permit's, and follow that with option for vessel, please. That's the right place where your cursor is. Average annual gear switched landings in years fished in the trawl IFQ program before the control date. This additional allocation will be operationalized as an addition to the permit-specific limits. Follow that with one more, open parentheses, option for vessel, close parentheses. Thank you very much. That is the end of the corrections, and I will explain them when I speak to the motion.
All right, thank you.
Jim's hand is up, so maybe it's not.
Jim, do you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you might have some similar corrections to make on option one.
Oh, thank you. Can we scroll? Up to...
So just right above, Chris, just right above she was in option two just now, and then just the one that was right above that. Yeah. So that would be the, Chris, that would be the endorsement limit option one. So under gear switching limits, the endorsement limit option one.
Right. So endorsement limit option one. That's going to be on the following page. Jim, if you're suggesting an endorsement limit option one, that text that Chris is highlighting?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That is correct. Let's, that should read for each qualifying permit, option for vessel. The average percentage of the Sablefish North trawl allocation caught with fixed gear for years fished between 2011 and the control date. And Chris, if you would please highlight that option for vessel in green so that it indicates that is in addition to the SAMTAC language. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim, for the assist. So Maggie, is the language now accurate and complete?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I will look for a second. Seconded by Bob Dooley. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the indulgence on getting it out there. I provided a little bit of introduction to what the motion is intended, or how it's structured. It's intended to achieve. I do want to note for the record that the SAMTAC alternatives in attachment 1 that this is based on do contain numerous footnotes with details that I intend to remain part of the alternative, even though they're not specifically repeated here, with the exception of footnotes related to items entirely removed from the adopted alternative. They are not critical to any of the changes I am proposing, and I thought it would make it more readable as a motion if they weren't included. I just wanted to note that. And then before I describe the action alternative I'm proposing, I will note that I have just to highlight it, included the no action alternative here. Status quo, of course, will remain an alternative throughout the analysis and the process of consideration, just making that clear here. So I'm going to walk through it from the top, explaining the changes I have made from the SAMTAC alternative, and then have some concluding remarks about it at the end. So beginning with the overview section, thank you very much. That's the first green highlighting. That revision reflects modifications that I will describe below, which add options to the qualifying criteria and to the endorsement limit. On this section, as with others, my intent is to give staff the leeway to reword these general descriptions if necessary, assuming that I can make the intent clear enough in my statement here for that to be understood. On the second page there, where I have the first green highlight, indicates that vessel will be an option for further analysis and consideration as a qualifier for the endorsement. We have had a fair amount of discussion, including here today, about which of those better represents true history and dependence, history in fishing activity and dependence on that activity. And I do think that it is important to retain both at this point due to the ongoing uncertainty about which is the most appropriate means of determining participation. I will note that even if vessel is used to meet the qualifying thresholds, this alternative would specify that the endorsement is attached to the permit, to a permit identified by the qualifying vessel owner at the time of implementation. On the selection of endorsement qualification option 1, of the criteria of 30,000 pounds per year in at least 3 years, and the exclusion of the ones highlighted in gray and struck out there, that amount demonstrates a minimal threshold for substantial participation that could be considered representing dependence. The control date represented council recognition that gear switching may be a problem that should be addressed through policy and regulation change. And the council has been continuously, albeit slowly, actively working on the gear switching issue since then. And I am recommending using the control date in these qualifying criteria. I have excluded the recency provisions that were options in the SAMTAC alternative. As I noted, the control date, we have the control date that was established, and I think considering activity after the control date is inconsistent with the original intent of establishing that control date. I would be concerned that it could set a precedent that motivates future speculatory activity in similar situations.
I'll note that while the recency provision was intended to screen out vessels that might qualify based on activity very early in the program, because 3 years are required, vessels that just tried it for 1 or 2 years at the start would not qualify. And if they did 3 years of the 7-year qualifying period, then it may be something that was an important option for them to be able to come back to. For adding an option, and this would be endorsement qualification option 2, this would include quota share ownership in the qualifying criteria. This would add an additional element of investment to that threshold, represented by the purchase and ownership of quota share. Option 3 would take that one step further and add an option that would include both quota share ownership and vessel ownership on the control date in the qualifying criteria, representing a stronger element of investment. And the intent here is that that be a vessel used in the IFQ program to gear switch. For adding the new endorsed permit annual limit options, the first highlight on the right page there, talking about endorsement limit options, that is recognizing the addition of vessel as an option for qualifier. Speaking to the new endorsement limit option beginning at the top of the right-hand page, the new options, both 2 and 3, would factor quota share ownership or both quota share ownership and vessel ownership into the determination of an endorsed permit's gear switching limit, which considers the participant's investment here as well as in the qualification criteria. Under endorsement limit option 2, each qualifying participant would end up with an endorsement that allows gear switching up to the amount of quota share they owned on and since the control date, plus the remaining quota share after that allocation occurs. The remaining quota share, up to 29%, would be distributed to all qualifying entities based on the criteria selected. Quota share owners who meet the qualification threshold to continue to gear switch the quota share they owned, and to provide for some gear switching opportunity for those who met the qualification threshold that only included participation, but they did not own quota share. This would provide some opportunity under this endorsement for them to continue gear switching. It also adds a little bit to the quota share, the qualified quota share owners' gear switching limits, also in proportion to that, to their gear switching history. Under endorsement limit option 3, each qualifying participant would be able to gear switch the quota share they owned on and since the control date, and that's it. Let me see, I've lost my spot in my notes. For setting the non-endorsed permit limit, trawl permits without gear switching endorsements, I am recommending changing that from the 0.5% of the allocation to 10,000 pounds. The intent of this allowance is to cover incidental catch if gear switching for other species, to avoid requiring regulatory discards in the trawl catch share program. 10,000 pounds would cover the projected sablefish catch by permits making gear switched landings in which sablefish are less than 50% of the total landing. This may indicate targeting other species, according to analysis provided to us in November 2019, the attachment 1 analysis. According to that analysis,
There are 4 vessels with a history of non-sablefish targeted trips north of 36 degrees north, and they took an average of 15 trips per year. 10,000 pounds would be also roughly similar to 15 landings at open access daily trip limit, daily limits of 600 pounds per day. 600 times 15 is 9,000 pounds. So that is also ballpark the amount that someone fishing under the open access daily trip limit fishery, if they took 15 trips, could potentially take. Moving down, or rather over to the right page, for further deliberation, let me pause and close my door. My family's noisy behind me. My apologies. Moving to that green highlighted yes, which provides an answer to the question of should a vessel be able to expand its gear switching opportunity by sequentially fishing under multiple gear switching endorsed permits? Yes, because the endorsement and the gear switching opportunity are attached to the permit. The permit is the mechanism that is limiting overall gear switched take in the fishery. And so the permit can be moved to different vessels. It would not increase the overall amount allowed to be taken under this alternative. And I would not want to put in a regulation here interfering with a operational decisions on the part of permit and vessel owners. For, let's see, the language that's not highlighted on there remains. I will note that on the gear switching limit overages, the rationale for retaining both options, one of which is currently described as a sub-option, but they are really an either-or choice, to debit a permit's gear switching limit in the year following an overage by the amount of that overage, or to not debit the gear switching limit in the following year. This will give us an opportunity to understand and evaluate the trade-off between the potential impact on total level of gear switching if the following year's limits are not debited, with the potential administrative complexity and burden of making those debits. Thank you very much. Regarding the other species gear switching limit, also no change there. Throughout this process, the SAMTAC committee has recommended, and I am not suggesting any changes from that this action only apply to sablefish and north of 36 at that. The annual vessel quota pound limit section is simply noting that regardless of anything in this alternative, the vessel quota pound limit will remain in place. And I have retained both of the endorsement expiration options here. Pardon me, got my notes in the wrong order. Retained both endorsement expiration options in order to, again, give us a range to continue to analyze and understand the impacts of both on participants who would potentially receive endorsements, on the effect of permit expiration in a transfer in the ownership-based phase-down alternative option provided here, versus making the endorsements so that they don't expire. Pardon me. Finally, that concludes my specific remarks on this alternative. I do want to comment that I am not proposing further consideration of alternative 3, the active trawler alternative. It did have a number of complex elements, and I think its key features, which were provisions to provide gear switching opportunity for active trawlers, a link to quota share ownership, and low overall gear switching levels are now found within one or both of alternatives 1 and 2 if the council moves forward with adoption of a range that includes both the one Corey proposed and this one. Those are, I also want to say regarding the overall level of gear switching, as I noted before I started, the intent here would be to keep the overall level of gear switching at 29% or of the quota share or below. I recognize that there may need to be further adjustments to some elements to achieve that. For example, the 10,000 pound annual limit for for vessels not fishing under an endorsed permit. But overall, this approach, it really does take one, I think, that is somewhat that will be effective in keeping gear switching below 29%. The alternative, the qualification criteria included here that include permit ownership would result in qualifying entities that owned approximately 11% of quota share on the control date, and the qualifying criteria that include both permit and vessel ownership would result in qualifying entities that owned roughly 5% of quota share, equating to a little bit more, 5.4%, I believe, of quota pounds. So depending on the selection of qualification criteria and then endorsement limit criteria, there's certainly pathways through this alternative that could result in very different overall levels of gear switching, ranging from about 5% to 29%. And hope to see and understand more on that in the analysis. So just in closing, I'll say that I think that this alternative complements the one presented earlier, and as a package, they will represent a range adequate to meet the purpose and need and the other relevant policies and objectives that I referenced in my preliminary remarks. And I do think that they make some achievement in simplification by reducing the number of different overall approaches we are moving forward, which should help focus analysis and public review, better enabling everyone to understand what's being considered and to compare and contrast the alternatives and the various options with them. This alternative may appear complex, and it does have a number of options within it, as I noted, that will require choices at a future step. But I think those were important to leave in at this point. And overall, it does simplify the types of things that we'll look at going forward. I think I'll conclude there and be willing to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Maggie, for the motion. And I imagine there may be a question or two. So let's look for some hands. Any questions for the maker of the motion? Any discussion on the motion? Brad Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. Thank you, Maggie, for the motion. So I make sure I capture this. So the range, I guess you're at 29% is the high. And then I guess the low would be the new endorsement limit option 3, which is something somewhat less than 10, I'm guessing. Is that the component that gets the lowers, or the low option, I should say?
Through the chair, yes, Brad, it depends on the combination of endorsement qualification criteria and the endorsement limit selected. The endorsement qualification criteria, the option 2, where it links the permit with the quota share ownership. I believe that would mean that that would reflect about 11% of quota share ownership. And then if the limit option with that was selected that only allowed endorsed permits to fish up to that quota share ownership, that would result in 11%. If the endorsement qualification option 3, which would also bring in vessel ownership vessel ownership and quota share ownership. So someone met the history requirements, met the 30,000 pounds in 3 years, owned a vessel on the control date, owned quota share on the control date. That group represents, I believe, just under 5% of quota share. And so if the limit option then to just allow those qualifying endorsements to fish the quota share that was owned on the control date, that could result in approximately 5% of the sablefish, northern sablefish quota share.
Well, thank you. And it's a very long, probably the longest motion I've ever seen. So it's kind of hard to follow that. I just want to make sure we have the full range in there. And so you do, and thank you.
All right. Any further questions on the motion or discussion on the motion? Now some hands go up. Phil Anderson, followed by Bob Dooley.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Maggie, for the motion. Appreciate all the work and thought that went into it and the modifications that you have made. From what came out of the SAMTAX deliberations, I think those are good ones. And I agree with you that this, coupled with the previous alternative that we approved a little bit ago, gives us a good range of alternatives to look at, and moves us forward. And I also appreciate the explicit retention of status quo, which would be no change as part of the suite of alternatives that would move forward. So thanks very much for your efforts.
All right, Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would echo Phil's compliments, Maggie. You did an excellent job here slimming things down and taking other parts of this into account. The question I have is, if this, I don't even have page numbers, but under Sablefish gear switching limits, new endorsement limit option 2, if that is chosen, would that, and then later you pick the trawl permits without gear endorsements and add that 10,000 pounds, does that get you over 29%?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Dooley, and thank you for that clarification. I think it could, if there was any substantial gear switching by the non-endorsed permits. So that is a correction to my statement earlier about that all of these would keep it under 29%, and that will be something for us to think about going forward. This would limit the those who receive an endorsement based on their history and investment to 29%, and then the others could still accrue above that. So it will be good to understand in further analysis, as well as input from the public on how much that might be expected to happen. And then we can make adjustments either to the 29% number or the 10,000 pound number if either of those seem appropriate and the council wishes to.
Thank you, Maggie. One more question, if I could.
Of course.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at the next one, new endorsement limit 3, and I think you talked about that might mean a 5% or 11% quota, depending whether you use vessel or permit, something in that range. But all other participants, other than those that qualify for that exemption, or endorsement, would they fall into the category of trawl permits without gear switching endorsements?
Yes.
So then let's pick 11% as a number that is a new endorsement limit 3. And if you had the trawl permits without gear switching endorsement, that would be, if that was chosen, that would be a place where you could potentially have options to increase that amount to give every permit holder some that isn't included some amount of gear switching. Is that correct?
Through the chair, if I'm not positive I'm understanding your question right, but if you are asking if the limit of 10,000 pounds for non-endorsed permits could be increased to provide some opportunity for those who would not receive a higher limit under that selection of limit qualification and limit options, certainly.
Yeah, okay, just to make it a little clearer for me, just so I understand. I don't want to walk away without understanding. If I remember the analysis, it's somewhere around 15 vessels or permits that would be captured under the endorsement limit option 3, that, percent of that one. So if that's, let's call it 10%, there would be 19% if we kept it that level that could potentially be spread amongst the other permits at some point. Would that be that would capture that part of it, wouldn't it?
Through the chair, I think what you're describing there is captured in endorsement limit option 2, where the difference between the owned quota share and 29% is distributed to all who would qualify based on the landings, based on the selected criteria.
Got it. Yeah, I get that. So then you would not choose trawl permits without gear switching, because that would include them as well. That endorsement limit 2.
Correct. Endorsement limit 2 describes the limits for permits that receive an endorsement. And regardless of which endorsement limit option is selected, this alternative would provide for an annual limit of 10,000 pounds for any vessel not fishing under an endorsed permit.
Okay. Thank you for the answering.
Thank you for the questions.
And appreciate all the work you did on this.
Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question for Mr. Seeger. I just want to clarify that whether or not the motion prevails, the no action alternative will remain in the range.
Through the chair, Marcy, that's my understanding of the motion, that it said alternatives at the start is my recollection, and both the no action alternative and then this alternative is listed.
If you go to the first page of the motion, the first alternative listed is the no action alternative. Maggie, your hand is up. Do you have?
It has remained up, but I will say my perspective on the question just posed would be that the no action alternative is always part of a range. I apologize for the potential confusion, including it here. If this motion were to not be approved and go forward, it might seem that that would reject the no action alternative. And I actually don't think that's possible. I think that no action remains part of the range regardless. And that would certainly be my intent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Maggie and Jim. Yes, that would be my understanding as well. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Yeah. And it's already an alternative, I guess, via Corey Niall's motion. So any further discussion on this motion? And not seeing any other hands and being patient and waiting and still not seeing any other hands, I will call the question. So all those in favor of this motion say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
No.
That was
Marcy Yaremko.
Marcy Yaremko. And any abstentions? All right, the motion passes. Thank you for the motion, Maggie. Before going back, I don't know if this covers it, but before going back to Jim, I want to see if the council has any other business on this agenda item. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and not just maybe a small thing, and I don't know if we're going to speak to the types of analyses we're expecting, but Maggie's discussion, and thanks, Maggie, for that, but talked about the issue of the control date, and I meant to speak to it just briefly on, we didn't include any alternatives that go beyond the control date, but just some ideas for, I think the effect of sticking to the control date can be analyzed nonetheless. So I don't know if we're going to get into what we talked about earlier in the week about analyses we'd like to see, but that would be one if we were to talk about that. And I meant to mention it earlier about, I think we can look at the importance of sticking to the control date versus not within the structure of the alternatives just passed.
Okay, well, I think if we're going to ask for any other analysis, we ought to be express about it. And my preference, since all the other business here has been done by motion, it'd be very useful to spell it out at this stage. Because if we don't spell it out, it may not get done. Phil Anderson, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I would, I guess I would like to ask Dr. Seeger and Jesse. It seems to me they're going to need to take a look at what we did here today, and perhaps they could come back with some categories of analysis. I use categories for the lack of a better word, in terms of the analysis that they would perform. I think there was clear indication yesterday as well as today about our interest in understanding the economic impacts on communities and individuals that would be impacted by the adoption of either of these alternatives or status quo for that matter. And I guess so I'm wondering in my own mind here, is that something that we could ask them to come back to us in November? Is it a reasonable request to ask them to come back tomorrow? But I'd like to, it seems like it would be fair to give them a chance to digest what we've done here and then come back and tell us what their plan for analysis would be, in part informed by what the council has indicated as being important to them.
Okay, Phil, thanks. So, Jim, would you like to respond to that as to if you were to provide some economic analyses, how much, is that something you could do tomorrow, or is it something you come back to us in November? Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, as I understood the question, it wasn't so much coming back with the analyses themselves as much as categories and things we would look at. However, I do think that even coming back by tomorrow with those categories may not be helpful because we would inevitably have things probably not well stated and things left out, which would then lead to perhaps a lot more council discussion, extensive discussion. So our preference would be to come back, I suppose, at the earliest in November. I was just trying to think of then how you do that on your November agenda, whether we might put it in some kind of an informational report. You know, the other discussion I've heard is coming back in March or April with some preliminary analyses of the range of alternatives. And if I know the other thing that Mr. Anderson discussed earlier was sort of discussing the process, which I guess is what we're doing now. And what we might do, since that would not be, as I heard it, coming back for a PPA, because we wouldn't be able to have a complete analysis done by March. But we would be able to have a lot of useful analysis done by then, or April, or whenever you schedule it next. And then at that point, we could also at that point indicate what we plan to do and have not gotten to. And it wouldn't be too late at that point then for the council members to advise us on, you know, what we've missed, what else they would like to see, and so forth, that we could get into the analysis before we get to the PPA, which I think is one of the main concerns.
Phil?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. And I certainly wasn't asking for any analysis by tomorrow or November, for that matter. I just want to, as you know, building off the discussion we had a couple days ago on the analysis and the particular emphasis on the economic impact on communities. I'm sure you heard that loud and clear. And if you know, in my mind, if the council doesn't have any other specific areas beyond those that you're going to explore anyway, then there isn't a need in my mind to come back in November. And I think your suggestion, and I thought that was the plan, to come back with some preliminary analysis in either March or April. And if there's something that we feel needs more, we'll certainly have the opportunity to indicate that to you at that time. So, and that works for me as well. I just don't want you or Jessica to be caught with, you know, in the position of having thought we expected something and you're not delivering it and you're going, what are you talking about? So I just want to avoid that. So I think the plan you laid out coming back in March with the preliminary analysis, and obviously understanding that you've heard some of our concerns about the economic part, still gives us the latitude to ask for some additional analysis that may not have been done by then. Thanks.
Kelly Ames. Kelly, we're not hearing you.
Thank you, Chair Guralnick, and thanks, Phil, for the thoughtful dialogue. I would prefer that we have this discussion under future workload planning with regard to the specific council meeting where we have follow-up discussions on this item.
Okay. Krista?
Yeah, thank you. And I'm not going to be talking about scheduling. So Kelly, you can breathe a sigh of relief there. I do just want to make sure that I'm very clear on things so that I don't get wound up again. I want to make sure that I realize that no action is included in the alternatives, but just making sure that we will have the same robust level of analysis for that item. Or for that alternative. And then the other component is we've spoken a lot about economic impact to communities, but I do want to just capture that I think we need to do some analysis on how this is going to affect bottom trawlers, in particular, those that are fishing 12 months a year, which are the backbone of our processing plants, and in many cases, the backbone of our groundfish communities that are reliant on groundfish. So just wanting to get that out there and make sure that I'm on the same page as everybody else for those two components. And if I'm not, then I want to have the discussion now rather than later.
All right, so we're not going to have a discussion on timing at the moment. We'll have the discussion tomorrow, workload planning. But I do think that we've had a good discussion on the scope of analyses we would like to see, particularly with regard to economic impacts. And I think, Chris, all of the alternatives would need to be analyzed from that perspective for it to be an effective analysis. So, and I think if we get a second, if we don't get the analysis we want, as has been pointed out, we can say we want, analysis on A, B, and C. So, and I trust we won't hear at the time that there's no time to do that, because of course we need to have the analysis we need to have to make our decisions. So with that ineloquent comment, anything else on this agenda item? Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair. I know you're delighted to hear me speak again. This one's brief. I think we all, or many of us who have spoken today, have referenced the complexity of the alternatives and the difficulty in understanding them. And I think that goes double for or more for members of the public who are not immersed in it as we are. And I would just express some interest, I guess, at some point as we move through and the analysts have a chance to digest the alternatives here in developing, if we can, in looking for maybe some plain language descriptions of them and some ways to help our stakeholders really understand them so that they can bring us their most informed comments at the appropriate time in the future. And we can think in the future about ways to do that. Certainly some plain language written descriptions are one, but there might be other means we would want to think about as well of outreach to help people understand these complex alternatives. I just wanted to share that today. Thanks.
Thanks, Maggie. Bob Dooley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I would just like to interject that I would hope that both Jim and Jesse and potentially Kelly could look at this through the lens of implementation and being able to do it with the least amount of moving parts, and where there may be ways to get this programmed and implemented without is there a way, a choice here that we should be leaning toward for simplification? And I'm really sensitive to that simplification issue, and we've looked at this from a fair and equitable and splitting the baby type of approach to gear switching and limiting gear switching. But I think we need to really think about how this might go together if we get to implementation, or if we ever get to some agreement, that we look at it through that lens as well. And I'd appreciate if they could keep that in mind as we go forward to maybe guide our choices. We were talking vessels and permits, and I think I brought up about which permit might be another, is it the limited entry permit, or is it the quota share permit? I think there's some choices to be made there that can make it easier. So I just hope they look at it and advise us through that lens as well. And thank you.
All right, thank you, Bob. Let me ask again if there's anything further on this agenda item from the council. So I will go to Dr. Seeger and ask him how we're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've adopted 3 alternatives for your range. Status quo, the alternative from Mr. Niles dealing with quota share, and that deal from Ms. Sommer dealing with endorsements and limits and so forth. And we've also had some good discussion. We have been taking notes and are taking very seriously all the council member requests for analyses and moving forward. And sounds like you'll be discussing timing of actions moving forward when you come back for your future meeting planning tomorrow.
All right, thanks very much, Dr. Seeger. And thanks to the council for getting through this meaty agenda item. Before we break, I'm going to see if our executive director has any announcements. Chuck?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, good job, council. This was a long and difficult agenda item, but made some great progress, so appreciate that. Tomorrow we will start off with our in-season adjustments for Groundfish, and then we'll go through our regularly scheduled agenda of administrative items, fiscal matters, legislative matters, council meeting record, and then a little less standard, but it's called standardized bycatch report, a range of alternatives for that. Then we'll finish off with membership appointments, council operating procedures, which will include preparation for solicitation for nominations of our next 3-year term for our advisory subpanels and non-federal Habitat Committee members and at-large SSC members, and finish the day with future meeting agenda and workload planning. So still a pretty hefty day tomorrow. So please rest up and look forward to finishing this off tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Chuck. And everyone remember, tomorrow is the dress is casual tomorrow. So we'll catch everyone tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. Apologize for going so late, but we had to get our business done. So have a good evening.